Θοδωρή.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλή σας μέρα. Κύριε Πρόεδρε, εκλεκτοί προσκεκλημένοι, καλώς ήρθατε στο 7ο Ετήσιο Οικονομικού Φόρουμ της Ε.ΕΝ.Ε, σε μια δύσκολη συγκυρία για τη χώρα μας, εν μέσω πανδημίας. Ωστόσο, σήμερα θα γίνει μια πάρα πολύ σημαντική κουβέντα. Έχουμε εκλεκτούς προσκεκλημένους και δημοσιογραφικά μιλώντας, πιστεύω, κύριε Αποστολόπουλο, ότι θα βγουν και πολύ σημαντικές ειδήσεις. Θα ήθελα πολύ να ευχαριστήσουμε τους διοργανωτές και χωρίς άλλη καθυστέρηση θα ήθελα να καλέσω στο βήμα για να ανοίξει την σημερινή εκδήλωση τον Δ. Βασίλη Αποστολόπουλο, τον πρόεδρο της Ε.ΕΝ.Ε. Παρακαλώ.
Αξιότιμε κύριε Πρόεδρε, αξιότιμοι συμμετέχοντες και διαζώσεις και διαδικτυακοί, αγαπητά μέλη, αγαπητοί φίλοι. Με ιδιαίτερη τιμή σας καλωσορίζω σήμερα στην 7η διάσκεψη, την Ετήσια Οικονομική μας Διάσκεψη της Ελληνικής Ένωσης Επιχειρηματιών, που γίνεται με το διάλειμμα ενός έτους, καθώς θέλαμε η σημαντική αυτή εκδήλωση θεσμός να γίνει και με φυσική παρουσία για τα μέλη μας και τους εκλεκτούς μας καλεσμένους και με την ασφάλεια που μας δίνει πλέον ο εμβολιασμός και τα μέτρα που τηρούμε. Το 2019, το Σεπτέμβριο, που ήταν και η τελευταία μας διάσκεψη, είχαμε όλη την αισιοδοξία, τη θετική ορμή, δεν είχαμε όμως την πανδημία και δεν είχαμε παράλληλα αυτό το σπάνιο όμως αναπτυξιακό παράθυρο ευκαιρίας που έχουμε σήμερα. Και σήμερα το έχουμε στην ουσία του, στην πράξη και όχι ως κλισέ ή wishful thinking, για να το πω αλλιώς. Δεν είναι πια μια ιδέα, ούτε κάτι αφαιρετικό, αλλά έμπρακτα και απλά το έχουμε αποτυπωμένο με αναπτυξιακούς δείκτες μπροστά μας, με οικονομικά αποτελέσματα, με επενδύσεις και συναλλαγές που πραγματοποιούνται στην αγορά. Στόχος της 7ης Οικονομικής Διάσκεψής μας είναι να αποτιμήσουμε μαζί αυτή την ευκαιρία που έχουμε μπροστά μας και τον σημαντικό ρόλο που καλείται να διαδραματίσει το ελληνικό επιχειρήν τόσο μέσα από τη δράση, πρωτοβουλίες και ρίσκο που καλούμαστε να αναλάβουμε, όσο και μέσα από την αλλαγή κουλτούρας και του τρόπου σκέψης που καλούμαστε να εμπνεύσουμε. Στην ουσία, καλούμαστε σήμερα να συνδιαμορφώσουμε το μέλλον και ο ρόλος του ελληνικού επιχειρήν θα είναι καθοριστικός για την επόμενη ημέρα. Στο κέρυας σημασίας σχέδιο Ελλάδα 2.0, η Ελληνική Ένωση Επιχειρηματιών απαντά σήμερα με την Επιχειρηματικότητα 2.0, ένα πλαίσιο κατευθύνσεων με πυξίδα την βιωσιμότητα, την αειφορία, την ανταγωνιστικότητα, τις ποιοτικές επενδύσεις, τη μεγιστοποίηση της προστιθέμενης αξίας, την εξωστρέφεια, την καινοτομία, το scale-up, καθώς όμως και έναν σύγχρονο αξιακό κώδικα και κουλτούρα που θα πρέπει να διέπει την ελληνική επιχειρηματικότητα. Μέσα από αυτό το πρίσμα θα επαναπροσδιορίσουμε την έννοια της σύγχρονης επιχειρηματικότητας στην Ελλάδα, καθώς και από το ποια στοιχεία αυτή θα πρέπει να διέπεται, τους ηθικούς κανόνες, τις πρακτικές, τους άξονες, την αξιακή πυξίδα, θα έλεγα. Επιτρέψτε μου τώρα να σταθώ σε ορισμένα από τα κεντρικά σημεία των θέσεών μας εν ώψη των γόνιμων συζητήσεων που θα ακολουθήσουν στην διάρκεια της ημερίδας. Η ανάγκη για αλλαγή κουλτούρας έχει γίνει, νομίζω, από γενική κατεύθυνση πλέον επιτακτική ανάγκη. Και θα ξεκινήσω από τα 3 δεν. Δεν γίνεται να συνεχίζουμε σε λογικές small is beautiful μικρών και μοναχικών επιχειρήσεων χωρίς αναπτυξιακό όραμα συνδεδεμένο από ρεαλιστικά και υλοποιήσιμα σχέδια, ακέραια business plan, σωστό εσωτερικό και εξωτερικό έλεγχο και δικλείδες ασφαλείας, διαχείριση ρίσκου στη βάση διεθνών προτύπων και βέλτιστων πρακτικών. Ούτε και γίνεται πλέον να χαράσουμε επιχειρηματικά σχέδια εντός εισαγωγικών, απλά και μόνο για να απορροφήσουμε επιδοτήσεις. Επιδοτήσεις και κίνητρα θα πρέπει να δίδονται μόνο στη βάση αναπτυξιακών και ανταγωνιστικών business plan, βιώσιμων επιχειρηματικών προτάσεων, τα οποία θα είναι bankable και θα χτίζουν κλίμακα, θα αυξάνουν τον πλούτο, θα δημιουργούν θέσεις εργασίες και θα έχουν βιώσιμο ορίζοντα, μα πάνω απ' όλα θα προσέθετα ο επιχειρηματίας να αναλαμβάνει ο ίδιος προσωπικό και οικονομικό ρίσκο. Επίσης, δεν επιτρέπεται να συνεχίζουμε να διαιωνίζουμε κακές πρακτικές και να επιβαρύνουμε το υγιές επιχειρηματικό οικοσύστημα με πάσης φύσης προβληματικές επιχειρήσεις σε μια αδιέξοδη προσπάθεια να αναβάλουμε το αναπόφευκτο. Η επιτυχία των επιχειρήσεων αφ' εξής θα πρέπει να βασίζεται κυριολεκτικά και μόνο στην ανταγωνιστικότητα και όχι στην ικανότητα πολλές φορές των επιχειρηματιών να τα καταφέρνουν, για να το πω εντός εισαγωγικών. Πρέπει στα μηνύματα που δίνουμε να είμαστε ξεκάθαροι. Επίσης, δεν γίνεται να αφήσουμε τη σπάνια ευκαιρία που έχουμε μπροστά μας και να θεμελιώσουμε την επόμενη μέρα της ελληνικής επιχειρηματικότητας και της οικονομίας. Τα επόμενα χρόνια, κεφαλαιοποιώντας τους αναπτυξιακούς πόρους και το παράθυρο ευκαιρίας που έχουμε μπροστά μας, καλούμαστε να κρατήσουμε τα πλεονεκτήματα των οικογενειακών επιχειρήσεων, που είναι και η ραχοκοκαλιά της ελληνικής οικονομίας, οδεύοντας όμως σε μια συγκροτημένη τροχιά εξωστρέφειας, ανάπτυξης, να αλλάξουμε κλίμακα στις επιχειρήσεις μας, να ενισχυθεί η ανταγωνιστικότητα, να υπάρξουν ανοιχτές γέφυρες συνεργασίας προς όλες τις κατευθύνσεις διεθνείς, που θα προάγουν την εξωστρέφεια και θα δίνουν προοπτικές ανάπτυξης στις εξαγωγές και τον όγκο και στην κλίμακα, και παράλληλα εγχώριες συνεργασίες που έχουν σαν στόχο να ενισχύσουν το ελληνικό επιχειρηματικό οικοσύστημα, να μεγιστοποιούν εσωτερικά την υπεραξία και να υπάρχει πραγματικά μία win-win σχέση. Επίσης, οι disruptive γέφυρες με την καινοτομία και την νεοφυή επιχειρηματικότητα, το τεχνολογικό οικοσύστημα που δίνεται να αναπτυχθεί σημαντικά μέσα από αυτή τη διαδικασία που σας περιγράφω, είναι αναγκαίο. Αντίστοιχα, οφείλουμε να αλλάξουμε την κουλτούρα μας ως προς τις επενδύσεις στην έρευνα και την ανάπτυξη, την καινοτομία και την πρωτοπορία. Να μην επαναπαυόμαστε, καθώς είναι τόσο γρήγορη και διαρκής η εξέλιξη της τεχνολογίας και τέτοιας έντασης ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός, που τα δεδομένα σήμερα τόσο στο χάρτη της παραγωγής όσο και στο χάρτη των υπηρεσιών θα έχουν αλλάξει άρδιν μέχρι το 2030. Και να το πούμε απλά, παρότι βελτιωμένη εικόνα των ελληνικών επιχειρήσεων σε R&D, ακόμα περιμένουμε παραμένουμε στο 1/3 του μέσου όρου. Και για να πετύχουμε τους κεντρικούς στόχους που σας ανέπτυξα, δεν πρέπει απλά να κάνουμε catch-up, αλλά να επενδύσουμε υπερπολαπλάσια, εισφέροντας κεφάλαια και έξυπνους επενδυτές από το εξωτερικό. διασύνδεση του οικοσυστήματος, αυτό που στην Ελληνική Ένωση Επιχειρηματιών ονομάζουμε οικονομία της φιλοξενίας, με στόχο να δημιουργήσει τη μέγιστη δυνατή υπεραξία μέσα στο ελληνικό οικοσύστημα και τις τοπικές κοινωνίες, αξιοποιώντας στο μέγιστο τους τοπικούς εταίρους, εμπνέοντας τη διάχυση του culture change που περιγράφουμε με δράσεις, πρωτοβουλίες και πάνω απ' όλα μέσα από win-win συνεργασίες μακροχρόνιου χαρακτήρα που θα προσδώσουν εμπιστοσύνη και συνέπεια, ωφελώντας τα project και διευκολύνοντας τις συναλλαγές σε όλο το εύρος της αλυσίδας. Η παραπάνω προσέγγιση έχει να προσδώσει σε πολλούς κλάδους και επιχειρηματικά οικοσυστήματα, από την ναυτιλία και τη θάλασσα και τη λιμενική οικονομία μέχρι την οικονομία του πολιτισμού. Αντίστοιχα, η νέα συνεργατική στρατηγική που ανέπτυξα μπορεί να παίξει καταλυτικό ρόλο και στην παραγωγή, τη βιομηχανία και τη μεταποίηση και την αγροδιατροφική οικονομία, όπου υπάρχουν πολύ σημαντικά περιθώρια να ενισχυθούν οι συνεργασίες και οι συνέργειες μεταξύ των επιχειρηματιών, να αξιοποιηθούν ευκαιρίες μέσα από στρατηγικές συγκλήσεις και να γίνουν κοινές επενδύσεις που θα επιταχύνουν και θα ενισχύσουν ταυτόχρονα τόσο το scale-up και την εξωστρέφεια, όσο και τις επενδύσεις σε έρευνα και ανάπτυξη. Τα προηγούμενα χρόνια, μέσα σε ένα αντίξω περιβάλλον, οι ελληνικές επιχειρήσεις ναι μεν άντεξαν, αλλά δεν επένδυσαν κατά τη στοιχεία με τον ευρωπαϊκό μέσο όρο. Καλούμαστε λοιπόν μέσα σε ελάχιστο χρόνο να καταρτήσουμε σχέδια επάκτησης της ανταγωνιστικότητας των ελληνικών επιχειρήσεων, να επενδύσουμε στο Industry 4.0, στο ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, στην ψηφιοποίηση, στο ρομποτικό αυτοματισμό, τις ψηφιακές δεξιότητες, τα ψηφιακά βοηθήματα, στην επόμενη μέρα της αγροδιατροφής και στο νέο χάρτη των υπηρεσιών. Οι επιχειρηματικοί ηγέτες και τα συνεργατικά σχήματα που χρειάζεται να προκύψουν για να ξεφύγουμε από το κρίσιμο μειονέκτημα των πολλών και μικρών ελληνικών επιχειρήσεων καλούνται να σκεφτούν τη μεγάλη εικόνα και να είναι έτοιμοι να μοιραστούν για να μπορέσουν να πολλαπλασιαστούν. Η επιχειρηματικότητα παγκοσμίως έχει αλλάξει ταχύτατα και η διάσπασή της. Το στίχημα λοιπόν στην Ελλάδα είναι
For Greece is to preserve its Greek character, its Hellenicity, while at the same time getting a high position up in the globe by increasing exports, by developing new products that will be replacing imports in a natural manner. A lot has been written and a lot has been said about the shift in the production paradigm, and it's now official. We have a map, a roadmap that indeed can benefit the business people and brains of this country. It can set new directions, but I am a business person myself, so I know very well that there's always some distance between the idea, the direction, and the eventual implementation and materialization of a plan and a project happening. So the wager for Greece of the next few years is to increase entrepreneurialism, to multiply investment projects, to help our businesses grow, and to have a business community that will count on a compass that will guide it through the globe, will capitalize on trends, will utilize dynamics, will work together, will co-invest, and will find value in providing opportunities to new business people in this innovation ecosystem, to startups and spin-offs that can act as a lever for growth and generation of new ideas, while at the same time creating bridges to be close to innovation. New business people must have as their beacon the global reality, because entrepreneurship is by now happening on terms that are not exclusively national, they're rather global and international. So what we need is a vision that will not be confined or limited by the Greek physical borders. All types of export goods and services, even technological products and digital services, must aim at not just simply the 10 million of people who reside in Greece, but at least the European public. So I'm talking about 500 million of potential customers. The green transition, the digital transformation, the cyclical economy, a circular economy, zero waste and recycling, Sustainability, ESG parameters, big data, remote working, digital skills, the future of education and digital information are all the main trends that are consolidating themselves the world over. The Greek state and Greek entrepreneurship, to be exact, are called upon today to make leaps and bounds in order for them to make sure that they thus make it into the day after, securing the day after, providing opportunities to the business people of tomorrow and the society when business people themselves, ourselves, are not investing in a determined manner in new directions and orientations and also new decisions. No funding and financing or incentive will be able to provide us with long-term solutions, given that we are faced with issues today as we speak. Greek entrepreneurship is so technology is necessary to reform and transform the state. And without technology, we can't go further, we can't develop, we can't change gears, we can't change the scale of activities. Nonetheless, we have to acknowledge that this is a global trend and it's adding to our dynamics. So what will be making us or setting us apart at a national level along the way in this journey towards more technology and transformation? What will indeed add to our prospects and will set us apart as a country is our humanity, our human nature, our kindness, our values, our ethics, and our philosophy. We, at the level of E.ΕΝ.Ε, the Hellenic Entrepreneurs Association, believe that no matter how smart and intelligent a business person may be today in their actions, as useful as digital tools, applications, AI may be today, a critical pillar in terms of entrepreneurship will always be the human element. So people and EQ will always have a critical role to play. So human relations and trust and confidence that we're building between and amongst each other are important capital. Capital we have to learn to respect, to multiply. It's equally important to acknowledge that investment projects must have consciously and conscientiously an ESG approach. That is, they have to take into account parameters pertinent to the environment, social and governance on the basis of best practices and the sustainability map of the UN. Let me add another element, another axis that we at the group, at the Ετρικών Αθηνών group, have always embraced quite early on, and we have communicated to E.ΕΝ.Ε as a whole. That is the One Health policy. So it's not just about human and people's health, but we care about the health and sustainability of our environment and the planet. And so we care about lives. As the pandemic showed us, everything is there, everything is intertwined, everything interacts with each other. We have seen that as health and hygiene conditions in an open-air market in China, the businesses, the food industry, the national health systems, social and individual responsibility, the health of plants and climate change. As it turns out, everything is intertwined, and one of the aforementioned should suffice, as it turns out, to change everything in terms of global health and then global economy. Last but not least, let me say that entrepreneurship 2.0, as we describe it, must be governed by and characterized by out-of-the-box business ideas. So these must be more creative ideas, ideas that will add more value to the society, the economy, and the productive model. Obviously, entrepreneurship 2.0, and I'm not trying to insult anyone, should not merely focus on how we will be creating or building and opening up more coffee shops and souvlaki joints at tourist destinations that just operate for 3 or 4 months. What we really need are smart and intelligent business approaches that will be looking for new ways to make the visitor eventually into a consumer of local products who will be interested in such products and services throughout the year, and thus we can export. And this is just an example of the Mediterranean diet. Mr. President, before I give you the floor, I would like to make one last conclusion. Greek business people within the context of E.ΕΝ.Ε will still continue to fight for growth, fast growth and development. And our ally will be entrepreneurship 2.0 the way we described it. So the more the Greek business people embrace this and adopt this compass, the stronger things will prove to be better, and so there will be a change of culture, there will be better scale up, there will be more competitiveness, and therefore thus we will be building a Greece that we all aspire to, with an all-weather economy and opportunities for all. Entrepreneurship 2.0 for Greece 2.0. This is our shared wager. This is our joint challenge. And over to you, sir.
Mr. President, Vice President, dear members of E.ΕΝ.Ε, the Hellenic Entrepreneurs Association, dear representatives of the business community, ladies and gentlemen, I was truly impressed by the welcoming speech that was delivered just a couple of minutes ago by your president. And I would like to say that I wholeheartedly embrace this new form of entrepreneurship which he spoke of. And I would also like to wish everyone the very best on this new journey we embark upon. I fully endorse the ideas that you actually presented to us, but I come from a family of entrepreneurs myself. So I know a bit about entrepreneurship. Of course, entrepreneurship functions in an organized state. And this is why the functioning of institutions and the judiciary plays a great role. It influences the business world as well. And I fully believe that this is why the organizers of today's annual economic forum asked me to talk about these two things, i.e. the institutions and the judiciary. And this is what I will do without further ado. It is self-evident, and everybody knows, that the quality of the institutions in a country is a necessary precondition for economic growth. And contrary to other elements which contribute to economic growth, for example, the natural resources of a country, the quality of the institutions is not a matter of a happy coincidence. It's not a matter of luck. It's a decisive choice. It's a matter of will, but also a matter of implementation, because a good institutional environment is a catalyst. It allows an economy to become competitive, but also because it provides the incentives for investments to take place, i.e. it ensures security and predictability. These are necessary conditions for the business world to be mobilized. So we had the World Economic Forum, and there was mention of the international competitiveness indexes, and the competitiveness of a country is defined as the set of institutions, policies, but also other factors which affect the productivity, level of a country. Our Greece, from very early on in its modern history, acquired a very good set of institutions. We're talking about all the levels, the legislative, the executive, the judiciary, and we see that in the last few years it has been further enriched by a series of regulators. these regulators have a wide range of responsibilities. So the problems in Greece do not come from the absence of institutions per se, but they mainly arise from the way in which they function and the quality provided by these institutions. So I think that what is very important is institutions in a time of crisis, like the one we are experiencing. And of course, this was largely due to the pandemic. What was highlighted is how important it is to have a fair institutional environment when there is a crisis. So we have the activation at a European level of the Resilience Fund. As you know, this is an extraordinary financial instrument which was called upon to support the economies of the member states of the European Union at a time of crisis. But the Resilience Fund cannot be characterized as a gift to our country, because the Resilience Fund is directly linked to the full implementation of certain conditions which have been set, strict conditions. And only if these conditions are fully met, only then will we have disbursement of funds from the resilience facility. So you can understand that in order for these conditions to be met, there is a direct link to the proper functioning of institutions which are competent in these cases. So let me just cite a few examples, if I may. Of course, you all know very well, and this was a huge success of Greece, meaning we were amongst the first member states. I think we were actually the second member state to present the draft text for the Resilience Fund. Of course, the European Union did not even have enough time to process everything at that stage. But I'd like to mention a couple of examples. So what will be required is control of public procurement. This needs to be done in a timely manner, and of course there needs to be due diligence. So what is required is the independent authorities that are competent in the case of public procurement, IVC and AEP, need to function in an exemplary manner, and this is why the government is aiming at consolidating them, upgrading them, and also helping them in every way possible so that they can rise to the occasion and fully implement their role. What is also important is the National Court of Audit. It needs to function in an exemplary fashion as well. We know that amongst its responsibilities, it also deals with ex-ante control, pre-contractual audit, and of course all the procedures must be simplified and must be made speedier, swifter. So these are two examples that I wanted to present to you. But let me also say that an important role is also played by the so-called regulatory authorities. Let me refer, for example, to the energy regulator, to the Commission for Telecommunications. So these two regulatory authorities allow the growth of important, crucial sectors of the Greek economy. And we're also talking about the network market. Right now, the RAE, the energy regulator, plays a very important role in the negotiations with Russia on the purchase of natural gas. So this is of great importance, and it will actually have an impact on the further growth of the economy. We also have the Competition Commission. It also plays an important role in boosting and fostering fair, if you like, competition in many sectors of the market. The role of the Bank of Greece, the National Bank of Greece, its role in boosting the Greek economy. And I think that the governor of the National Bank, Mr. Stournaras, will go to Brussels in order to negotiate another important matter, i.e. whether the Greek bonds can be settled in some way or another, because the PPP will come to an end in the spring of 2022. So we need to see how financing will continue without us having a big rise in spreads. This is something to be averted. So from everything that I just mentioned, what is highlighted, what is underscored is how important it is to have properly functioning institutions. And without further ado, let me move on to another institution, and I think that this is what you're all waiting for. I want to talk about the judiciary, and of course this is a very important sector, a crucial sector, in order for us to show that there is stability at an institutional level, at a societal level. This leads to trust on the part of investors, and actually is a lever for growth. Around a month ago, I don't know if you remember, I actually gave an interview to the newspaper Καθημερινή, and I talked about how I see developments in the area of justice, what I consider the best possible solutions, and so on and so forth. This interview led to various comments on social media, and I just want to mention one. Somebody wrote, "Just do it!" exclamation mark, meaning, why are you still talking about it? Why don't you move from words to deeds? So I'd like to say to the gentleman who made this comment on the internet, and to all of you, that things are not that simple. And why are they not that simple? This is something that we must all understand. That it's not that simple, i.e., meaning if we want to bring about changes, radical changes in the area of justice, two preconditions are required which we do not yet have, or rather, let me say that there's one precondition that we do not possess. We need to have ample time, sufficient time. What do I mean by this? We need time, and this time is more than one term in government. Meaning, in one term of government, you can't bring about all these changes, because if you really want to have a radical overhaul, you need, first of all, to amend the constitution. But this cannot be done by one government alone, in one term alone. And this brings us to the second precondition, necessary precondition, meaning what we need is a broad consensus. So it's not possible for one government to do something and then the next government that comes along to undo what the previous government did. And as you well know, the judiciary is independent. This means that there needs to be a huge effort exerted so that the judges, the staff of the judiciary, and all other people involved should actually take an active role, so that all the changes in the judiciary be accepted as necessary. Because there is no point in changing things and making reforms for which people are not in agreement. And I'm talking about the bars associations, people working in courts. So it's not good to have negative reactions. And of course, the time is not sufficient either. And I'm referring to the time available to the heads of the courts. For example, when we have somebody being head of a court for only 1 year, it is not possible for the president of the court to attempt such radical reforms. And mainly, this is not sufficient time for the president to inspire the judges over which he presides. It's not enough to bring about a cultural change, a change in mindset. So reforms are very difficult. And despite many efforts made by many governments in the past, we still do not see any results, any visible results. In order for us to achieve consensus, I would like to invite everybody, and I would like to invite your association, E.ΕΝ.Ε, to help us in this direction. This is something you can do. What we need is a dialogue with all stakeholders. People have to understand why there is a need to reform the judiciary. It's not a matter of, it's not a competition. It's something that we need to fully understand. So after having mentioned all the above, let me mention as well that this government has already carried out some reforms, mainly in the Ministry of Justice, and it has solved many practical problems that used to exist. Let me mention some of them. For example, we have the extension of the integrated IT system in courts. We have the possibility for a virtual, if you like, a meeting. We have an office that collects and processes statistics. It's called Just Stats, to be exact. And we expect to see results from this office in the coming years. And these results will be of great importance and will allow us to create a new map, meaning where we have courts that are unnecessary, where we have courts that are not needed, and so on and so forth. And this is a precondition for the Resilience Fund. You might not know this, but it's one of the conditions that have been set in order for one to derive funds from there. We also have e-submission of all case files at the Court of State. And unfortunately, the bars associations, the lawyers, have not actually responded yet. There will be special departments that will be specialized in specific cases. Let me move on now to the latest legislative initiative, and I'm talking about the National School of Judges and its radical overhaul. This is a very important investment. It's a necessary investment. It has to do with the new generations of judges that will come out of this School of Judges. We want a different mindset. What we want is meritocracy. What we want is friendly rivalry. And this is why in this bill, what we have is selection criteria based on merit. We also have training and education on new sectors, for example, economic theory and analysis, new technology. And what is also established is mandatory training using modern training methods. Ladies and gentlemen, what is crystal clear is that the judiciary needs to follow the developments in society. It needs to adjust to the needs of the modern era. This will facilitate your objective, i.e. entrepreneurship. So the judges actually serve one of the most important institutions of democracy and of democratic governance. So they need to contribute in every way possible to the upgrading and consolidation of a feeling of trust. Trust, meaning we need to have the trust of society and the trust of the business community. With these few words, I'd like to thank you once again for inviting me to speak at this forum and to wish you the very best of success in your deliberations. Thank you.
Έχει πάντα τόσο μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον να σας ακούει κανείς,
It's always really
Πρόεδρε.
interesting to listen to you, Deputy Prime Minister. You have opened up so many chapters, you've touched on so many issues. I wish we had more time. And now the floor goes to Christian Hadjiminas, First Vice President ΕΝ.Ε.
Είναι βεβαίως ο πρώτος αντιπρόεδρος της ΕΝ.Ε και president του ΕΦΑ Group. Παρακαλώ.
He is the president of EFA Group, says Mrs. Nicoltiu, and also the first vice president of Ε.ΕΝ.Ε. Thank you, says Mr. Hatziminas. To begin with, let me welcome those who are attending this meeting physically. Unfortunately, due to the measures that apply due to COVID, we couldn't have invited more over here. But I would like to also thank and welcome those who are watching us. Deputy Prime Minister, we are not constitutional experts. I mean, we are not law jurists, but we also realize it's very difficult to have political consensus to proceed with such changes. Let me also touch on this issue later on during my address. Our President, Vasilis Apostolopoulos, has described the framework within which, indeed, Ε.ΕΝ.Ε believes that entrepreneurship should be moving. All our actions and activities within the scope of Ε.ΕΝ.Ε are serving that goal, and always, but always, our actions are coupled with specific proposals. This year's forum aims at discussing this type of entrepreneurship the way Vasilis described it. And of course, we will be discussing this year how we could possibly discuss the existing obstacles despite the progress we've made. Some obstacles are there and they are slamming the brakes on growth and development for our homeland. Above all, we are here to highlight the wealth of each and every country. This is the most important feature of growth, and the wealth of every country lies in its human resources. So, this year, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we are paying tribute to mostly the people who work in the private sector, and their productivity compared to the existing salaries and wages and the overall framework that applies today. And the money, I mentioned salaries and wages. Now, the crisis, of course, has also impacted on their wages and salaries, and they are still working hard, more than ever before. Maybe you're amazed by that, but you see, with some exceptions in the former Soviet bloc in Eastern Europe, generally speaking, productivity is very high, increase higher than everywhere else in most cases, and they are also trying very hard, and they care much. And compared to what they're receiving, these people, they have reached the threshold, or rather plafond in terms of their productivity. And I'm going to discuss why later. We as business people, and of course the state, ought to assist and help young people, and not just young people, to help them improve their monthly income of 650 or maybe 700 or maybe 1,000 euro, to help them increase their monthly income by further improving the context within which their productivity will be able to go through the existing ceiling. The first inhibiting factor is, as we've said, the non-wage cost. We've talked about it before. In a nutshell, it's actually you wish to pay another euro to reward your working people, but this costs 3 euro instead. So we have to slash that and deal with that always within the context of fiscal discipline. We have to tackle that still with not just a top-down approach, but we have to have a bottom-up strategy to tackle this, i.e. we have to start from the bottom, we have to start from the base. And the most important thing must be the much-discussed digitalization, which at the same time must support and encourage acquisition of new skills. Why is it that we associate this cost with digitalization programs and projects that will start at the bottom? And we insist on that approach. Let's explain why the European Union and the government are, and they are right to do so, working on digitalization and new education for upskilling and reskilling the human resources. But in order for us to make sure that we will not have a repetition of the past when things were happening to merely happen, these programs and projects must be aligned with the real needs of the enterprises, and some of them, or rather they have to provide some direct and immediate revenue new benefits to the people who will be investing their time to acquire new skills. And this must also provide incentives to businesses who will be investing in upskilling and reskilling or digitalization in general. Let us not kid ourselves. Productivity will rise thanks to digitalization indeed, but it will happen gradually. Productivity won't rise overnight, and so this radical change, this necessary change, can only happen the way I described before in order to benefit the people, the businesses and the economy. In other words, the critical parameter is the working people and mostly the young working people. Let's be straightforward. We, the owners or the senior managers, are normally older. So compared to the younger generation, we can't make digital leaps and bounds, but we still grasp the importance and their value. So here's our proposal, and it's simple and within the context of a current reality. So let's have at least 30% discount to the non-pecuniary, non-salary cost, which is a burden for everyone, just as long as businesses invest in reskilling and upskilling. So training their personnel in recognized institutions on the basis of strict criteria. Maybe we could have an exam taken in order to make sure that those who will graduate from these special training schools for upskilling and reskilling indeed have acquired new digital skills. For instance, when you have a person who receives 700 or 1,000 net per month, when now the cost is 116 for the working person and 180 for the business, or for 1,000, 185 and 667 respectively, so the total non-salary cost starts at 300 and goes all the way to 850 euro. So let's slash it by 30%, let's have a deduction of 30%, and therefore the amount will diminish or drop by 90 euro on average every month. This is the minimum. In order for this to happen, or rather this must also apply in a greater scale in order for everyone to be retrained, for as many to be re-educated and trained, and while making sure that this will not impact heavily on the costs and the revenue of the business people and the working people alike. Why shouldn't every employee have such a digital skill certificate? Nowadays, we have digital certificates for vaccination that will be beneficial for everyone and will also slash the cost for enterprises who wish to hire them or maybe give them more money. And this digital skills certificate will have to regularly be reboosted. So we have to change to make sure that at regular intervals people will be retrained. Technology, after all, is going very, very fast. There's a good Deloitte study on digitalization that has shown that these skills must be honed every 2 to 3 years. Let me insist on this. The funding and financing of this must come mostly through the RRF, or the European programs and projects, and it has to be a bottoms-up strategy that we opt for, not just start from the top. Can you imagine a young person who will eventually get to a higher post where the non-salaried costs will also increase? Don't you think that this is a good incentive for this person? The person that has invested personal time and effort to acquire this new skill and keeps doing so at regular intervals, and at the same point in time, the businesses themselves will rush into investing because they will benefit dually. They will be amortizing this investment by slashing the non-wage cost, and they have to proceed with this investment first. And then the other benefit will be their increase in productivity. The business's productivity will rise as well. So businesses will be looking forward to hiring such trained staff, that they will be looking forward to including in their human resources. So that way we can have a bottoms-up approach materialize. The working people will take the initiative because they have every reason to exert pressure on the business they work in order for them to be part of such a reskilling and upskilling program. And that's creating a virtuous circle where everyone will be, quote-unquote, vaccinated to proceed with or to promote digitalization in order for the digital transformation, digital transition to happen, which is, after all, what we are aspiring to, given all the programs that are now being planned by both the European Union and the government. We have to make sure that the human resources indeed acquire these skills. This is what will make this investment safer. The implementation risk will be slashed, but as I mentioned before, we have to make sure that we don't just have these programs happen just because we need to increase our absorption rates, as Mr. Pikramenos said before, or rather as Mr. Apostolopoulos hinted at. This is one specific proposal that we've come up with, but before I conclude, it would be remiss of me to not mention another two factors that stand in the way of growth and development, and they are associated with productivity on the one hand, but they don't have to do directly or indirectly with the human resources. What I'm referring to is the faster meting out of justice. Deputy Prime Minister, that we are not constitutional experts, and there will be certain jurists attending this meeting, and they will be having discussions on this, and we heard you loud and clear. We, of course, applaud your efforts, and we will be lending an ear to what Mr. Pliarakakis has to say, who's obviously a very successful minister in digital transformation. He will be talking about his ministry's initiatives. Let us explain how important it is for the current Greek reality to make direct progress, to have more investments. Let me put it in simple terms. Foreign capital. We, at the level of E.ΕΝ.Ε, and during previous fora, we also explained in the past that it's more important to foreign investors to not just have lower taxes, but to have fast justice administered whenever there are issues pertinent to foreign investment projects. In foreign investment projects, and stalling of justice is risky for any investment, and not just taxation rates and brackets, which are a given fact as of day one. Another thing, which is possibly the most important thing, if you know that we, at the level of E.ΕΝ.Ε, mostly count on domestic capital, Greek capital. You see, domestic capital, Greek capital is even more important because, as our president said, this is the backbone of our economy. The SMEs, these family businesses, are the backbone of our economy because these are the businesses that help permeate all the benefits far and above the very important, of course, big projects. Have we realized what's happening at the level of these small and medium-sized enterprises? The government, following on the footsteps of the European Union, is creating incentives and providing scope for the Greek economy to have bigger clusters. This is great, but there's lack of incentives so far. You know that why, of course, we are entrepreneurship oriented and we are independence prone, and this is in our DNA, but you know why most Greeks would rather work with friends, relatives and family instead of having more shareholders from the outside? I guess you guessed that, because when there is a problem and you are a majority shareholder, then it will be tied you, and that's why it's very important to deal with things at the family or personal level. Even if you're right and you're vindicated after a long time, this would not help anyone because the business may be vindicated or the minority shareholder will be vindicated, but after so much time, then that would be meaningless. So the good incentives that are to the point, and when it comes to mergers and acquisitions, are the ones that are being formulated by the government. These are going to work just as long as justice is administered faster. And I'm talking about physical entity to digital entity, person to person, and especially state to state or person to state. Lastly, there's the other impediment to growth, that is the NPLs. There's nothing that is more counterproductive than the situation when you're faced with fixed assets and people who could be productive, but instead they are left and they're held hostage at a very singular situation, and the outcome of which is unknown. Many of the aforementioned could possibly be sustainable and viable just as long as there's some sort of adjustment. And again, the governments were to the point, and they did right. They did the right thing when they gave part of the NPs and the NPLs to funds. But if these funds are there in order to exert pressure on sustainable businesses, huge pressure on them in order for them to make it provisionally, but to not making in the long run, then this is not a good thing and it's not working the right way. Let us insist on the fact that we're not against the funds, we welcome them and we acknowledge the contribution. Nonetheless, we as E.ΕΝ.Ε can't accept or agree with an unjust and suffocating framework that will be detrimental to business people because of the loans. No matter what the mistakes might have been, maybe the juncture was bad, still these are viable enterprises, and at any rate these fixed assets, these businesses and also the human resources thereof must be made productive yet again, and let's offer to them a long-term sustenance and survival prospects. Thank you very much, says Mrs. Nikolčiu.
Thank you very much. Please be brief. It's live streaming, so we don't have time. We can't overstep. So I actually take up this challenge. And let me say that in relation to investments, we have procedures in place for swifter adjudication of matters of strategic importance, strategic investments. They're in Law 4055. I was the legislator. I think it's Article 40. So instead, having them go to various sections of the Council of State, they go to the plenum. And there are specific time limits in place, but this procedure is not made use of, and I really don't know why, because the procedure is there and it can be extended. Now, secondly, and most importantly, you talked about new employees with new skills. Correctly, this is what we're trying to do with the National School of Judges. We want a fresh mindset for our new judges, and I said you can help. So why don't you initiate a dialogue? When I was the general director in the National School of Judges, and we talked about the environment, and there were legal professors who spoke, I said, we've never heard the views of an entrepreneur. And I called somebody from the Greek Federation of Industries. So why don't you do something? Why don't you come and speak at the National School of Judges? What we want is social prosperity. This is our common goal. So start this dialogue and try to convince people, because it's good for the judicial employees. And we're talking about a swifter adjudication of justice, a swifter administration of justice. So we have to fight for this just cause. So is this some kind of ping pong? I think Mr. Chatziminas would also like to provide a quick answer, but please respect the time. You're absolutely right, Deputy Prime Minister. You didn't pick up the gauntlet, actually. This was more like throwing the ball at me, and I caught the ball. And we talked about investments by Greek companies, and I hope that this procedure can be made use of in this case as well. We need to do so. And secondly, and most importantly, we're very happy that you are actually urging us to come as businessmen and to present our views. We explained how entrepreneurship is linked to the area of justice without any intention to intervene in any way. So thank you for passing the ball. We thank you very much, and I know that as a chair I keep complaining because people sometimes overstep, but such a dialogue is very useful. So let's move on to the first thematic discussion. Let me invite Mr. Yannis Mastrogeorgiou, the Secretary General for communication and media at presidency of the government. He's responsible for foresight. So Mr. Georgakopoulos is also invited. So please take your seats. So Mr. Theodoris Georgakopoulos, editorial director of the Aneosis, is also invited to come to the stage. Mr. Vairemis, co-founder and executive chairman of Upstream. And of course, last but not least, Michalis Stangos, co-founder and president, Industry Disruptors, Game Changers, MC.com. What an impressive title. So what do you exactly do? Could you care to explain? So how much time do we have? We are running a tiny bit late. So can the people from the control tell me how much time we have for this first thematic discussion? 30 minutes. So can we do it in 30 minutes? We can actually finish faster. So let's be brief and succinct. And let me begin without further ado. And I'd like to address Mr. Georgiou, and let's see what we have to talk about. So you've done a lot at Foresight. And I think that everybody should understand what foresight is, what are the mega trends, and why does the Greek business community or the business community need to understand this and buy into it. I'd like to thank E.ΕΝ.Ε for the invitation. I'd like to thank the president. I'd like to thank the audience. I'd like to thank my fellow speakers. And I'd like to thank Maria. I speak to her fondly. I've known her for many years. So what did we try to do? 8 months ago, under the Prime Minister, we set up a long-term working group. So the European Commission understood what we experience every day, i.e. that the future after the pandemic is not linear. So what we considered unthinkable is now quite possible and probable in the world. It can happen in our lives. It can affect our everyday lives at that. So what I mentioned before with Mr. Stangos outside is that we live in a world that is changing, rapidly changing. There's a lot of uncertainty. There are many factors, and it's an asymmetric world. So these are the current challenges. What are these challenges, though? These are challenges that we will be called upon to deal with, not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow. So we need to have a method. We need to have a contingency plan for the future. And we also need to have what-if scenarios as well. This is something that we didn't have in the public discourse in the past and in the mindset of public administration, of governments in the past. But now with the Prime Minister's decision, this is important, meaning mindset. And I'm saying this to people from the private sector who already know this, and they do this. Mrs. Nicotsu, they have a strategy. They look at the prospects. It's part of their DNA and of their businesses. But this was not the same in politics, because this runs counter to politics and to politicians, because politicians have a 4-year, if you like, horizon. So now we have to think about the future after the 4-year term and the changes that we will be called upon to deal with in the day after tomorrow. So the government needs to work closely with the private sector and the public sector to change the mindset in general. I've discussed this with Theodoris Georgakopoulos and the Aneosis in general. For us, future is a mindset, not a time frame. So we have to deal with the challenges of the future as challenges that go beyond a certain time horizon, but it also involves a different way of thinking. The future, and you know this better than I do, is something that will not just appear out of nowhere. It won't fall on our heads. This is something we shape together. So this is the right mindset. And Maria, the state, the institutions, the private sector need to build this. And one last thing before I conclude. We in our group have small steps. We don't have high aspirations. So something that we're almost very close to achieving, and I will tell you about this when this happens. So if this happens, and I will be happy as Yannis, because everything starts from education. We're very close to having the first master's called Future Studies in Greece. So this will be in the Open University, and it will train people on how to think and prepare for the future. So only if we achieve this will be sufficient. I'll be very happy. Thank you very much, Mr. Mastroianniou, for this panel. We have Fortune Greece contributing. We have Mr. Zachos with us. They have coached me because I didn't understand all this. When you started talking about this, it was like Chinese to us, and Dianoisi played a very important role in making us understand this. They made it easier to understand, and there were specific proposals made by Dianoisi. So let's be more specific now. What are these mega trends? Trying to make it as simple as possible. So what are these mega trends that must become a mindset for the businessman in Dianoisi? So thank you very much, President, for the invitation. Thank you once again for this wonderful annual economic forum. I'm happy to be with you, and it's sad that not all of us are here. I hope next year we'll be here in full force. So mega trends. We are a Greek-centered organization. So mega trends, these have been widely discussed. One is climate crisis, and the one is demographics. Two mega trends. These are very important issues that affect all the countries in the world without any exception. Now, in Greece, these two mega trends, well, they put a lot of pressure on us. First of all, because the Mediterranean is a hotspot, the consequences that we will face here, no matter which scenario will prevail, will be harsher than in other countries that are in the north. And in the demographics, we are starting to suffer the consequences of demographics, and this started in the 1980s. Let me say a little bit about both, and you might know this. So Greece is a country which has a declining population since 2011. This is not a trend that will change. If we look at it worldwide, meaning families have fewer children when there is growth, regardless of religion, regardless of culture, and so on and so forth. This is a trend that will continue. According to many estimates, in the first half of this century, we will actually reach a plateau when it comes to global population, and then population will begin to decline. This has already started happening in Greece. And we're not only talking about absolute figures, meaning the Greek population, we're also talking about aging of population. 1 in 5 Greeks today is over the age of 65. So by 2050, it will be 1 in 3. And in 2050, it will be hotter in Greece. So we'll have more heat waves. We'll have more wildfires. We'll have more extreme weather conditions, more floods. So you actually see what's happening now. You see things have changed, but this will become even worse, regardless of which scenario will prevail. Meaning, even if we do everything perfectly, trying to mitigate greenhouse gases, for example, and if we stick to what we need to do, by 2050, we will still have more heat waves. Why? Because we have greenhouse gases rising, staying in the atmosphere. So it's cumulative. They just keep going up. And by 2050, at least, the world planet will keep adding greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. This is the situation as we have depicted it. However, in order for us to understand the future, by looking at these phenomena and investigating them further, and this is just a first thought, we can discuss this later, what we need to do is to look at the synthesis of all these things, how one affects the other. We have technological growth, we have AI, we also have transport, we have globalization. So all these things affect one another. They feed into one another. It's good to talk about them separately and to think of their consequences, but you have to look at the multiplier effect. You have to see the consequences of all these things combined, and sometimes it's difficult to predict what will happen. I hope I didn't tire you. What you said was very interesting. Mr. Veremis, when you started talking about hubs and startup, this was something fresh. It was considered very advanced for the time for Greek business entrepreneurship. They call you a guru, actually, and you've received many awards, and you've received You're in an ecosystem. So the question is, how is this valued? What's the valuation of this ecosystem? So all these steps have been made. Now, what's happening from now onwards? Because we're talking about a vision, the vision of the Greek society and Greek entrepreneurship. How can we change Greece for the better? And I'm not only talking about your own, strictly speaking, business ecosystem, but how Greece can change, how it can evolve. I think that Greece was a laggard. It was very far removed from technology and technological advances. And it entered the game slowly and hesitantly around 10 years ago. This means that we had to cover a lot of ground. We had to reach the level of the Western world. Out of the 20 largest companies in the world, 11 are tech companies, and 20 years ago there was only one, Microsoft. So 30% of S&P, that's technology and so on and so forth. So the most important thing is Greece didn't do anything original. Greece started entering a game it should have entered into a long time ago, and it suffered from this delay, meaning we had problems in our economy because of that. And what do I mean by that? If you ask Greece the biggest problem, we have a problem with our trade balance. That's our biggest problem. We are addicted to consuming. We actually consume, we have very few exports, we have overconsumption based on borrowed money, based on debt, and we keep creating deficits. This is the biggest problem facing Greece. How can we solve this? We have to have more exports from our companies. We have to have goods that can be traded worldwide. So we see that 80% of our economy, of the businesses of our economy, have a staff of under 8 people. So what we need is we need to have clusters, and we need to have bigger business units. That's the thing. Technology is important. Why is technology important now? That's the next question. So the only thing that can transform the Greek economy, as was mentioned previously, is digital transformation, i.e. the only thing that can take these small business units and modernize them, accelerate them, help their productivity go up, help them to create clusters or mergers. This can be done thanks to digital transformation alone. So this is a technology sector. It's worth 7 billion in Greece right now. That's its value. So it's a sizable chunk of the Greek GDP. And I think it will become 10% of our GDP in the future. But it's not only important as a sector. What is also important is what the sector can do and how it can act as a catalyst for other sectors. This is what we need to bear in mind. And of course, let me also say that we are lagging behind. This has to do with how we actually invest in the technology sector. So venture capital in Greece, which is a benchmark of trust, meaning how much we believe that we have a bright future. So it's 70 million a year, whereas the number, if we look at it per capita, in Germany is 700 million, and in Israel it's 1.5 billion. We have 6 venture capital funds, whereas Israel has 250 venture capital funds. This shows you how far we are from being a serious Western country. And why is this happening? What's the main reason? You can see it from RRF. Greece has a natural trend. We go back to old practices. This is the tendency, meaning we come out of the crisis, but structurally speaking, the economy of Greece has not changed. We go back to consumption, we go back to imports, we're trying to replicate and duplicate the same model that created the huge problem we're facing. This means that we need to take a bold decision. And when you have 50 billion from Europe, you need to say no to some people asking for money, the usual suspects, and you need to invest money elsewhere. Thank you very much. Mr. Stangos.
You're also one of the golden boys in this field. When you kicked off, We didn't really understand what you were trying to do. Now things are more specific, and you are rising to the occasion, and you're responding to this challenge, counting on 3 pillars. 30 seconds before I discuss the pillars, let me say simply that the future is brighter now, more than ever before, for that generation. Still, the future is more uncertain than ever before, and I agree with what Mr. Mastrogeorgiou said. It's 100 billion that will be coming from the various RRF projects and programs over the next few years, but the big wager and the big issue is whether indeed there will be high absorption rates, whether indeed there will be efficacy in using funds. At the same point in time, it turns out that for the very first time after many years, we attract investors. There's Pfizer, Cisco, Amazon, Digital Realty. They're coming to Greece, they're investing here, and this is something that we hadn't seen for years. So, in essence, in an actuarial study that we conducted, we saw that the total of funds that will be coming over to Greece could have more benefits than the ones we reaped via the Basel Plan. So, indeed, this is an opportunity. At the same point in time, changes are faster, more dynamic, more abrupt, and so it's imperative that we be more flexible. Businesses and the state must be more flexible. Now everyone has to bear in mind that the cycles and the circles are more aggressive and faster, and this is where the big wager is also at the level of the wager, the mindset for everyone, because it's nice to have this discussion, and indeed this is becoming part of our DNA and the DNA of the government. So this is a structural change, an institutional change, but in reality we are faced with a lack in cooperativeness, and this is typical of our DNA. Whenever it comes to the rub, then each and everyone seems to think they should be leader and they're slightly better than everyone else in their partnership. So this is one of the issues we're bumping into. And lastly, when it comes to culture and this whole struggle, Marcos is in the avant-garde of this struggle, and he is assisted by various initiatives. What I'm referring to is building an ecosystem of startups, which indeed have a different mindset and a different extroversion rationale for a number of reasons. It turns out that over a decade, things have changed. A decade ago, there was no investment community, there were no startups, there was no investment or business appetite. Over 10 years, reality has shifted, and now we are faced with Greek enterprises who are being successful and appear and are active abroad, and that's all 3 pillars. No, I asked you about the 3 pillars. Yeah, but we have taken stock of these megatrends, and we take stock of the needs of the Greek economy, and therefore we're embarking on a new approach that counts on 3 issues. We are creating an investment fund based on the needs and megatrends. That's one thing. Second, we are creating the first skills center in collaboration with the Agricultural School of Athens that will be smart agri-hubs. This is a critical pillar for Greece, which has a lot of potential in view of the future. And third, we have created a platform. We had an international exhibition named Beyond. We tried to do it for years through our events and also via the Thessaloniki Fair. Now we have a soft power, soft skills platform. Like in October this year, we had the first demo in Thessaloniki at the International Fair. So this is something that's starting, and it will be bringing closer to Greece international partners that view Greece as a promising hub for more opportunities. As we're approaching the end of this discussion, let me ask this. This is the end of the pandemic. We are faced with many problems. There's inflation, there's recession, interest rates are picking up. What's your take on the future? What are your expectations in the field? You're also, suppose you're a journalist, what's the title of your article for the next 10 years? I think it's what I said before. This is all about being alert all the time, because there are great opportunities and huge challenges. We have another 6 minutes, 2 minutes each. Please split your time. Mr. Mastrogeorgiou will make the final comment. Mr. Veremis, when you see the countdown strike 4, then you give the floor to the person next to you. I don't have much to say. Well, let's wrap it up. Let's sum it up. Our discussion is more future-oriented. We are talking about the vision we have for this country. What about your own vision? I believe that, at least as concerns the innovation committee that I stand for at the level of SEV, the Greek Industrialists Federation, our vision is about having technology and innovation represented as much as the tourist industry at the level of GDP. If that happens, then many other companies, more traditionally oriented, will also embrace this rationale. And what's this rationale about? Of course, we are pro-technology, but there's another 2 elements which are fundamental: meritocracy and collaboration. You see, if 2 things were missing and are still missing in Greece, then these are the 2 things that are missing. The lack of meritocracy has brought this country to its knees since day 1, and it's going on, and it's still going strong, and it's obvious in the market out there. Whenever it works properly, meritocracy is apparent. And the other thing that's a scourge for Greece since the inception of the modern state is, again, this inability of ours to think that 1 plus 1 could be 3, or it would even equal 4 and 5, to choose for us to just benefit ourselves and build small units and premises that don't work, or facilities that don't work between amongst themselves. If we change those 2, we will have a better country. Earlier on, you asked me a question about the next 10 years and giving you a title. Let's not go very far into the future, but it must be said that this is a great opportunity for Greece. I'm talking about the next decade, which is not just associated with the RRF and the NSRF and the money that's coming and will be invested. I'm talking about the favorable terms for repaying the loans and the huge debt. Over the next decade, we need to do things that didn't happen over the previous 2 centuries, to change our business model, to change our mindset, to change our culture, to make our economy more extroverted and more competitive. We have to do all that in order for us to come out of this decade being a different country. Even if we have a huge debt by the end of the decade, we should be in a position to invest in the future. For decades now, we are not investing anything. We are merely investing money from the NSRF. There's no other investment capital injected. In order to go to the day after and into a new era, we have to take advantage of the wager of these 10 years. And I'm not so sure that the Greek society has grasped so much. We are insisting on this time and again. We are trying to highlight the policy recommendations and proposals that need to materialize in order to move in that direction, but I don't think that this is fully understood by the community. But the politicians, the statespeople, must grasp that much. This is what we are after. You, Mr. Mastrogeorgiou, represent the government. This parasitic mentality, the ways in which many are working as business people, the framework that the president mentioned, everything, all the wonderful things that you've made here, everything you've built. If that is coupled with an institutional framework and the change of culture, and there's the right environment, then that would work. I'm picking up from where Thodoris left off. He didn't mean to, but I'm taking advantage of the fact that he mentioned the next 10 years. So the next 10 years, mankind will experience as many changes as it experienced over the past 100 years. This is a challenge for the state, for the governments, for the private sector. And Mr. Veremis insisted on a digital transformation. This is the backdrop against which everything will be happening. Peak technology, state-of-the-art technologies, AI, the digital transformation and evolution of everything, all that will happen at very fast rhythms and at a very fast pace. So technology will be changing at an unprecedented rate. We will have new relations with algorithms and the machines. So the economic impact thereof and the digital footprint thereof will be coupled with more changes that we have to be ready for in terms of mindsets, the mindsets of the future, the mindsets of people, humans. We will be changing much. We will shift in the ways in which we deal with technology, our connection with technology, the relationship we have with ourselves and the people. So that calls for information dissemination. This is our purpose, mindset, and facilitating the right institutional tools and education models, more education and training programs that will much will give, but there's upskilling and reskilling needs, and so the private sector will have to focus on that. I believe that upskilling and reskilling is a priority, or rather training and education of everyone with a view to the future and the upcoming challenges is critical. There will be opportunities, but there will also be risks. Earlier on I had a discussion with Mr. Stangos, and we talked about the fact that quite often we use the word challenge and we also incorporate risks. Challenges are not synonymous with risks. This is a mistake. There will be opportunities, challenges, there will be risks. That calls for proper preparation, what-if scenarios. That's what's missing from our country, and we have to work on what-if scenarios, and so both the state and the private sector will have to focus on that. That's great, says Mrs. Nichols. You were to the point. You are clearly, each and every one of you, the best example for the younger generation. So eventually the future is promising. Let's hope that since you will be working and you'll be out there, you'll do everything you promised. Mr. Stangos, Mr. Veremis, Mr. Georgakopoulos, Mr. Mastro Georgiou, thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this was a very interesting panel indeed. Let's change the setup. There will be another panel discussion, another thematic discussion, and let me also extend my thanks to Fortune on that note. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So we're coming to a topic that it concerns us all a lot, but we haven't found the right ways to highlight it as much as possible. That is culture as a component of the growth of the country, of the development of the country, and even more so of the growth of the country. Now, Mr. Mendoni is one of the very few politicians who have got a full sense of the area they represent, culture, and she's got the extra benefit of having managerial skills, so this discussion can be quite specific and concrete. As a starting point, I'd like to say that I'm impressed by the fact that Eleftherios Venizelos, back in 1936, just in his last interview before his death, when he was asked what he would like to do once again, or from scratch in his life, he said, I would want to be the permanent Minister of Culture and Education in this country, believing that this is the major capital, most important capital of this country. Mr. Mendoni, a couple of years ago, after noting that culture is the fourth leg of development and growth, you connected with the most traditional sense or other concept of culture, which is the ancient beauty that we have safeguarded, and you took a bold move, changing a static element, which was the Archaeological Resources Fund. You moved on building a new structure, and tell us why, how, and what's going on 2 years after that, or 1 year after its implementation. Of course, thank you very much for your kind words. First of all, I wouldn't have said so if I didn't believe what I said. I believe you. So, for the past couple of years, our aim has been to modernize the Ecological Resources Fund because, as you said, it was a structure, an organization of the Ministry of Culture which had become stagnant, although it manages a huge capital. In other words, the resources that the country can earn and our culture can also earn, let me insist on that, from income earned at the museums and museum bars, museum shops, etc. So a new law was passed for the transformation modernization of the fund. Its establishment was announced or published in the Government Gazette a couple of years ago, and it has become a new fund now, the name of which implies the new direction. This modernization coincided with the pandemic, therefore we haven't seen the actual results yet, but we've seen several benefits. Let me tell you an example and you're going to understand it. The average a visitor spends across European museums buying some products, souvenirs, as gifts, that is 6 to 7 euro. In our country in 2019 it was 10 cents, when the cultural reserve and the modern creations that can be coupled with our cultural heritage is vast. It's one of the largest worldwide. Therefore, what I can tell you now is that by upgrading the museum shops, the archaeological site shops, launching new products, approximately 400 new product codes compared to 2019, we have reached, although we have got 6% less visitors in 2021, we have had 300% increase in the revenues of the museum shops. This is amazing. And we haven't done much. 10 cents became 35 cents. This is the difference. However, we aim by 2025, and I'm saying 2025 because we've included the entire development prospect of this organization, into the RRF, which is going to finance this effort by 32 million. So by 2025, we aim at reaching the European average, i.e. 6 to 7 euro. And this alone shows the dynamics that the new organization is obtaining. And this morning I was reading, by chance, a new tourism trend, which has been reflected in the SET's survey, which the new trends being well-being and gastronomy. Because of the new, in the old concept of the fund, this would be beyond any conception. However, now the museums and archaeological sites can sell certified products and accredited products. For instance, in Messinia, there are sites like monasteries, the Andromonastiro. If that were in Tuscany, there would be gastronomy venue for years. Okay, so you're giving me the opportunity to link this to another area, second area, which is thanks to Kikilias and Retsos, we have got a good picture, thanks to their studies, a good picture of our tourism. Of the cultural tourism share, or rather, we have got a very small share of cultural tourism, only 6.3%. Whereas, obviously, we have got so many competitive advantages, and it is estimated that 40% of tourist income comes from culture. You already said how and a way that this could be linked. You did this beautiful thing in the Olympia archaeological site. Now, perhaps the campaign of the Ministry of Culture, along with other organizations, like I said, should move away from live your myth in Greece and towards applications as the ones in the Olympia archaeological site with specific apps. That's changing the entire model. Yes, obviously the model, there's a paradigm shift, there's a change in the model, and according to statistics, cultural tourism accounts for 40% of total tourist economy, and we are indeed lagging behind. The digital transformation of the cultural area at large, be it the management organizations and the ministry, or applications as this one in Olympia can be immensely helpful, and this is already taking place and are included in the financing programs in the current NSRF, in the future partnership agreement, future NSRF. All these applications, in other words, the development of special digital apps for specific archaeological sites, or the creation or the development of interactive exhibitions, digital exhibitions, are underway, and we can't do otherwise. And because I hear a lot of times from people of the world of culture saying, but if somebody sees the exhibition, such as exhibition on the internet, why visit it physically? Let me repeat once again, according to international statistics, such digital exhibitions act as a pole of attraction, as a reason why people would like to physically then visit the same site. During the pandemic, we fully understood that technology does help, but the actual physical visit to a museum or a theater play, live theater play, cannot be replaced, is irreplaceable, and in fact they're complementary. The physical and the digital are complementary. I think you're absolutely right. Now let's move on to another section. Dimitris Daskalopoulos, who is someone who's very helpful and a very good associate. Yes, exactly. He has said that, of course, we own this valuable heritage of classical antiquity, Byzantium, etc., but we have to learn to tap on modern art, contemporary culture. How do you include this in your priorities? First of all, this is part of one of our priorities from the first minute, and this is why we gave priority actually to the creation of this new fund. Acropole Across, for instance, in Petition is going to host all those functions that are going to support the very interesting and quite intriguing contemporary creations. From the very beginning, I had said that we should not be afraid of linking cultural heritage with modern and contemporary creation. Our heritage is part of our DNA. We may not like it, but okay, this is it. It is an inexhaustible source of inspiration. I'm not just talking about museums and archaeological sites, but also the ancient letters and from antiquity to Byzantium. And in order to overcome and give a way out during the pandemic, we created this entire Greece a culture, a single culture. So contemporary creations are exhibited and displayed in archaeological sites. And speaking as an archaeologist, I would like to say that watching a contemporary theatre play or a musical show in an ancient site, archaeological site, you take a different view of the site itself. This is why it's very important to link the two. Because one empowers the other. Very clear, and I hope that this has been embraced by the organizations. Yes, I see that it is gaining acceptance. Let me say that this year, and actually the new tender or the entire Greece a single culture will include, is going to be announced and will be inspired from the centenary since the disaster of Asia Minor. In my path so far, I've understood that there's a critical difference, that we all highlight the value of culture, but when we come to power, the Ministry of Culture is allocated the list of funding, the list of funds. I wouldn't want to disillusion you, but in the last couple of minutes, please share your vision about how the cultural policies could be harmonized and be embraced not only by a single government, but to be made understood that the development of our dynamic identity is the best thing we can offer to the country's development and growth. Obviously, this is obvious. This is so. I will just say one thing about budget. We shouldn't just look at what the state budget has to allocate to the Ministry of Culture and culture at large. Culture in Greece has been boosted in recent years because of the community programs. More than 2 billion in the past 15 years have been 20 years have been invested in culture and coming from European funds. Also, the RRF is a huge opportunity for culture, not only because 600 million is allocated to the Ministry of Culture, but because there are many other programs that are associated with culture, and funds can be drawn therefrom. Now, regarding what you said, I believe that people increasingly understand the difference between the market, the economy of culture, the silver economy in which Greece can really invest in order to raise funds, the economy of experience, and the market economy. Culture, market, and economy are concepts that go hand in hand, and this is something that we're trying to convey. This is what cultural managers, cultural scientists, and business managers fully adopt. So these are the dynamic coefficients, these are the drivers rather, and let's hope that this is embraced by the administration and by the new generation. Well, culture is a profoundly political concept, so you don't only expect agreement, but you want some sort of you want mildness and open-mindedness. And this is a form of culture. And I would like to say that this is the essence of culture, that you learn through disagreements. This is how you move to synthesis and creation. Exactly. Mrs. Mendoni, we have reached the end of this interview, and you have given crucial responses with regard to the topic of this conference. We're going to rally all forces to make a leapfrog ahead. Yes, and culture is about quality, and this quality can ensure the future of the economy in the country. Thank you.
Σε όλους κάτω. Και η στήριξη της
and Mrs. Vayonis's support. So there's a countdown. 3, 2, 1, let's go. We're on. Welcome, Minister, to this year's forum organized by E.ΕΝ.Ε. The bar is much higher this time. There was a discussion between Mr. Efthimiou, journalist and former minister, and Mrs. Mendoni, but we've had a lot of very provocative, if you like, discussions that we need to incorporate in the discussion on tourism. Let me just give you a short introduction of what happened in the last few years. I'd like to say that in the Ministry of Health, you were a great minister. It allows us to be working at a satisfactory level. Of course, we had 50% of the revenues of 2019, but it was a victory and should be depicted as such. You were called to go to another ministry, a Ministry of Tourism, and I really love this ministry, but you have given us reason to hope. So now we're called upon to address another crisis, another change in the situation of the last few weeks. So what can we expect? How do you see the coming season, tourist season, and how do you understand of the cooperation among all stakeholders in order for us to have a good business model for tourism, given the situation? So thank you very much, says Mr. Gikilas, for the invitation. It's a great honor, but also a pleasure. Let me also talk to you about the peaks and troughs of this virus, and I'm talking about the public health crisis that we've had to deal with in the last 2 years. And the big question mark in this case was something that needs to be mentioned. In the previous tourist season, we didn't have the vaccines in our arsenal, and we see that all other, if you like, countries had closed their tourism sector, but Greece took a risk, a calculated risk. We had many reference hospitals. We had 10,000 public health professionals on the islands. We had private doctors. We had hotels that served for isolation purposes. So the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Tourism, and everybody in the Greek government helped us in every way possible. So we see that the tourism sector is one of the locomotives of the Greek economy. And I'd like to say that we had a lot of businessmen, we had a lot of other professions that are dependent on tourism, and we already heard the minister, Mrs. Mendoni, Minister of Culture. We know, of course, that there was a huge public health crisis in the last 2 years, but we've all tried to adjust. We've created protocols, we set a framework, and I see with great happiness that we actually thought we were going to have 5 to 6 billion revenue from tourism. We actually exceeded 10. And I think that we look at the future with hope. Of course, there are problems. There's a lot of instability in the world, and things are difficult. So nothing is done on the automatic pilot. A decision was made by the Prime Minister to create a lockdown at the beginning of the pandemic. This needed guts, and this was done before Germany, France, and other large European countries, dear Mr. Apostolopoulos, or rather Angelopoulos, and I think that this allowed us to prop up the Greek national health system. We helped the Greek economy, and we actually rebranded the country abroad as a safe destination. And because travelers actually, whether they want to go on a city break or on a larger holiday, want a safe haven, a place where they can be safe, I think this gives us the best position for 2022. Now, what we will achieve in the end, this is the result of our common effort, and I am by nature optimistic, but I'm also a fighter. So we all work together. I know there are problems. We have to overcome these problems. We have to have a will. The goodwill is there. And what we need is cooperation, a spirit of cooperation. I made mention of Mrs. Mendoni. She is a good example of the excellent cooperation we've had in the last 2 years, and this team spirit. I feel this even before, i.e. I was an athlete, I was a basketball player, and I believe in having a team spirit. When we have this team spirit, we are successful as a country, as a society, as an economy. So when we start bickering and grumbling, and when we have petty interests at play, the country fails dismally, and the results are catastrophic. You've actually thrown a lot of balls at me, and I don't know which one to pick up. So I'll try to incorporate 3 questions in one question. God help me. First thing that's very important is that we are a country with a complex tourism product. We have a city break, we have the sea and sun, we have the mountains, and so on and so forth. And of course, we have large islands that depend on tour operators, and the small islands that have to do with whether there are flights and airports and so on and so forth. So how can we incorporate the regional actions in a nationwide level, but how can we also allow the different areas to promote their uniqueness? We saw that some areas in Greece were champions as far as tourism is concerned. Others were less successful. So let's look at regional levers, how these can be incorporated in this year's tourism strategy. Let me say that culture is linked to tourism and to extending the tourism season and the unique concept we have in Greece as far as tourism is concerned. So we're talking about access to the country. That's true. We worked very closely with the minister, and when it came to the cruise sector, all the professionals were vaccinated. A lot of cruise ships came to Greece and to Greek ports and marinas. So we're talking about prime tourist destinations in Greece. So they also visited museums, archaeological sites. A lot has been done in this respect, and I would like to say that this is actually giving us some very good results. In 2022, cruise ships want to start coming in March and not in April, 1 month earlier, that is. And following the announcements made by the Port Authority of Thessaloniki, we see an estimated increase of 200%. Look, it's the Port of Piraeus. We also have Katakolo Port. And we also want to have more, if you like, for local society. We want to have additional value. We want to have a bigger revenue, a bigger income as a result of these efforts. So there will be a draft bill. This will be tabled in Parliament and adopted beginning of next week. Hopefully we have different things, for example, comprehensive or integrated destinations. For example, we can have the public sector working together with the private sector, meaning municipalities together with airlines, tour operators, private sector individuals, hoteliers or hoteliers associations, and so on and so forth. So we believe in working in that way. Now, wellness, medical tourism, mixing and matching. So what we want to see what's happening in Austria, Germany, and to follow suit, we have this essays for springs. We also want to have PPPs, meaning how can we make use of the 300 million from the RRF? How can we actually maximize its results? So what we're trying to do is to create a compatibility. We want to have the National Tourism Organization working with the DMOs at the local level, with Enterprise Greece, how we can promote all our tourism products. We also have to promote the cultural aspect of tourism. This is timeless. Of course, we have modern, if you like, art, but we also have our cultural heritage, which is very rich. And we're also talking about the developmental aspect of all these models that include the private sector working with the public sector, religious tourism, DMOs, wellness, gastronomic tourism, the wine routes, for example, as well. So I see an increase in the average stay in cities. For example, it was 1.2 days in Athens, now it's 1.6. I'm talking about average stay of travelers in cities. So if you add all this together, if you add it up and you look at what's happening in the coming months and make some forecasts, I believe that we will have good news to announce from now on, and I'm sure that all sectors will be further intensified. The last quarter is always a difficult one for the tourism sector. So we will have a campaign for winter destinations. We will have a city break for Athens, Thessaloniki, and other cities. This is also a first. And the Greek state, it's here to support all the stakeholders, those in need of support, in order for this difficult period to pass. And Omicron variant is after the Delta variant. But as I said, this is a battle that we have to fight. It's before us. We're prepared. We know what to do. And we will actually do the stock-taking exercise next year. A friend of mine from abroad asked me, why do all the variants have Greek names? So I turn around and say that you'll come back to us. So don't ask us now. Just one last question, because time is pressing us. So a senior executive in the government said end of 2020, we can't have a bad year like the one we had in tourism. So revenue, state revenue is highly dependent on tourism. So we believe in E.ΕΝ.Ε that hospitality is a very complicated and complex sector. And Mr. Pitsouras is from Elladikamas. He'll talk about it later. And we keep saying that we need to have a synthesis in order for us to create a future foolproof model. So the fact is that many believe that a bad year in tourism, it would be catastrophic for the economy. And this doesn't only concern tourism professionals. As Mr. Yanidis from Vitex said, let's see what's happening in hotels. How do we do? Vitex, 30% of its revenues, Vitex is a company with paints, so 30% of its revenue comes from hotels. So how can we have these synergies in order for us to come to the understanding that with new technologies, we still don't kill the milk cow? So what has been proven, and there are facts to support my case, that 25% of the GDP, meaning 1 out of 4 euro, is linked to tourism directly or indirectly. This is very important for tourism professionals. So we have to actually praise them for their hard work. And I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for making me Minister of Tourism. So I believe that we need to have more revenue from tourism. How can we do this in 3 levels? We should look at it in the near term, the middle term, and the short term. So in the near term, we need to protect our brand. And at the same time, the new tools, i.e. digitization, digital nomads, digital booking, the tools from DMOs. We're also talking about promotion of tourism for all regions of the country, not only the ones that are the heavyweights when it comes to revenue all year round in our cities. So we need to have concepts so that we can attract tourists. So Greece is far from other countries. Here you need a plane to arrive here. And you can't go by car. And for example, we can have in September people from Israel. We can also have the people from France coming when they have school holidays. For example, this is just something that we could consider. And July could be a good month for French tourists in Greece. We had a lot of tourists then. Let's look at the elderly and wellness and how we can create all these clusters, meaning villages where there will be travelers coming, elderly people with good health care provided in these areas. Now, infrastructure. How can we support our infrastructure? What plans need to be made? How we can help infrastructure that offer a boost to the Greek economy. Remember the information provided by the National Bank of Greece, talking about the prospects of the Greek economy. Things have changed when 5-6 billion was provided by tourism in 2021. So we have a lot to expect from tourism in the coming year. Our hopes are high, and I think that we have the right, since we actually offered to Mr. Skylakakis and Mr. Saikoura that we should ask them to give something back to the people in tourism, meaning we should capitalize on the NSRF, the RRF. Of course, the tax rate should go down for tourism professionals, and I think this is a big success, meaning from 2025 we will have reduced tax rates, which will be permanent. This is not the case in the crisis. It was only for some islands of the Northern Aegean that we had low tax rates. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but I'd like to say that some understood that tourism only involved going to trade fairs. That That is wrong. That is not what tourism is about. We are the number 5 brand when it comes to tourism in the world. Tell me another sector of the Greek economy which ranks so high, another business sector in Greece, another business activity that has such a huge percentage or ranks so high. So we have the 5th best tourist brand in the world. We intend to defend it with all our might and not something that is done on an occasional basis. We need to have a strategic plan for the future, and we need to boost the tourism product so that the coming generations will try to see how they can participate in the tourism sector, how they can attend different programs organized at the university level or the higher education level, because they want to have highly paid jobs, good quality jobs. So it's all about giving back to the economy, or giving back to the average Greek family, to the middle class. We're working for them, and they should participate in this. Sir, I'm very happy because you speak like a true professional. So I want to actually just speak for a couple of minutes, saying that Mrs. Manthoni talked about the silver economy, but we also have Mr. Pierakakis, who will be talking about digital, the digitalization of the NTO, new programs, and so on and so forth. So a lot is happening, and we're talking about digital nomads, new technology, the possibility to have data. Maybe the big problem in tourism in the last few years is, apart from SETE and the National Bank of Greece, data from tourism doesn't come from anywhere else. So what we want is data evidenced policies. And in the past, this was impossible because we didn't have sufficient high quality data. So we're working with them. There's collaboration, and we really expect to do a lot. So we have to see what we need to plan for health tourism, winter tourism, religious tourism, what the professionals want. What's happening with the flights and what's happening with the cruise sector, how you can develop it further. But in order to develop it, you need a lot of data. So I wish you the best of luck in your post. I'm sure that you will have a difficult, if you like, role to play. But if a basketball player doesn't know how to play ball, nobody does. So I wish you the very best of luck. Thank you very much.
Καλησπέρα σας και από μένα. Είμαι ο Τάσος Ζάχος, editor-in-chief.
Good afternoon on my part. We would like to thank Mr. My name is Tassos Zachos. I'm an editor-in-chief of Fortune Greece. We'd like to thank the organizers for this invitation. And we, of course, in Fortune support business to business 2.0. A lot has been heard, Mr. Pierakakis, about the role of technology and digital transformation, etc. I read recently what you said about a digital skyscraper that you're building, that is being built as level by level, story by story. In 2021, what were the most important levels that were seen? And in 2022, is there a ceiling? Are you going to reach the roof of this skyscraper? First of all, I'd like to tell you how many flats and levels there are, because we were discussing the budget at the parliament today, and we announced the data about about digital transactions in 2021 so far, and think that digital transaction is anything from a login all the way to the state operating without bothering you, without asking for anything from you. If you are that, you have got to get a measure of digital transactions. So they start from 8.8 million in 2018, 34 million in 19, 94 million in 2020. And we had seen some of the data for 2021. We knew that the first half of the year we reached about 100 million, and we expected double that amount. But we have reached 490 million digital transactions so far. We're going to exceed 500 million. Most interestingly, though, most is about interoperability. Most of them come from interoperability. And if we divide this number, actually, it's 55 queues per adult in this country. So most of them are due to interoperability, which means that the state has started working in a smarter manner, increasingly smart manner. And this is a major feat, because getting all the way from 8.8 million to 550 million, it's actually, we're talking about an exponential increase. So the state is becoming an assistant, or is coming to the service of the citizen. Yes, and this is the nature of technology at large. If we look at the vaccination system and how it was designed, the state has not been designing its services around the citizen, but around itself. This is something quite problematic, because you may have to go to 50, 60 queues in your life, and you may be wasting your time when we transfer some property, for instance. This is something that is still pending, but major quality change has not taken place yet. We have made most steps digital, but now we need to simplify them. In property transfer, there's going to be a major change in the digital transfer of property. These are examples. The state has to design citizen-centered services. We did this with the vaccination system. We're doing it gradually. We have been doing it gradually as we're moving towards the digitization of services. And now you're passing the ball. About a new question. A lot has been said about it has been said that since we have got this vaccination certificate and we know the process, can we have a digital certificate that will link a decrease in the non-salary cost that will be reinvested in digital reskilling or upskilling? This is a very interesting proposal that I heard. This is something that we have to look into. But you know that when we become ministers in different ministries, we realize the major importance of the Ministry of Finance. So discussing about the budget, this is an issue in the remit of the Ministry of Finance, and this is something that they will have to look into. Now, of course, it is very interesting for one to give the proper incentives in order to move to better cases, or rather to the upskilling of employees over the time. This is something that will be happening increasingly from now on, because as we're talking about Industry 4, increasing life expectancy, etc., all this means that people will be having more than 2 careers over their lifetime, not us, but our children. And a child 5 years old will have to be in a society where the education system will be so adaptable that will adapt over time, since nobody can tell what the economy there will be throughout their life. So reskilling and upskilling will have to happen constantly. Okay, I will dwell upon this digital skilling, upskilling and reskilling issue. How can we have equitable access to technology unless we're all upskilled and reskilled? Well, it's definitely a popular policy. And it's popular policy in the sense that It is digital policy can be a mechanism on decreasing inequalities. The policies had been designed in such a manner as to favor those who have got time and money. A state that moves fast and equitably is a state that creates a fair ground for everyone, fair playground for everyone. And if we think that education was the mechanism of social mobility in the 20th century, and this was the Greek dream anyway, our grandparents wanted for their children and grandchildren to study, to go to university, to be educated. Now, this mix now is joined by digitization, because first of all, we have got a state that will work properly for everyone and only for those who can approach it. And second, it improves productivity, infrastructure, and equal access to infrastructure will become a key human right, a fundamental human right. And given the challenges, the geographical challenges of the country, in order to approach all age groups and release all its potential, we need such infrastructure. So this is what Anglo-Saxon call the technology creates a level playing field. Yes, this is what I call digital justice or digital fairness. Now, it was said earlier that the business world wants for technology to be the tool in order to have changes in justice as well. In other words, have some sort of digital technologies to speed up some processes. And I think this is part of the RRF as well, isn't it? Should we accept something for 2022? Well, the RRF is the current Marshall Plan, is the new Marshall Plan. It's being launched. It's very useful. It's going to take some time. You gave the example of the skyscraper earlier, which is quite illustrative because there's a change in the paradigm, there's a shift in the paradigm. In the past, in IT people know that there was the waterfall. There's the waterfall concept. You expected the pharaonic project at the end of the project. Programmers and developers in startups have got a more agile concept. You build a sustainable product and then you build it gradually, step by step. This can only happen with digital developments only, of course. This is what we have been doing. This is the concept of GovGR, 1,200 services, service by service, bottom to top. So, because justice is one of the areas where digitization is most efficient, we have got a series of programs of OSDPPA, for instance, about criminal justice, Athens, Chalkida, Thessaloniki, and Piraeus. There you can digitally submit your legal files. Now we're granting digital signatures free of any charge to all lawyers and engineers and notaries, as well as SME managers and administrators across the country. This is part of the digitization process. This is a smart move.
Από αίθουσα ελληνικού δικαστηρίου γνωρίζει ότι η αναμονή.
Also, what's becoming digital is the daily agenda of the courts. These are going to be digital, and everybody will be able to say when the case will be tried in the first instance courts. So we need to find solutions that are flexible and that respond immediately to people's requests. And there are, of course, some other large projects that call for major tenders, long-term design. We have got they've got longer timelines, but if we look at the strategy of the entire digital transformation, the so-called digital transformation paper, one will understand that, one will see that this is something that extends all the way to 2025. So by 2025, we will have started commissioning all the RRF projects, all the projects financed under the RRF. Yesterday there was an announcement by Deutsche Telekom regarding its footprint in telecom. fixed telephony. This is, in mobile telephony, Greece has been doing excellent. If you travel to the US or other countries, you will realize that the coverage is less. You realize that coverage in Greece is anecdotal. If you go to a remote area in Greece, there might we come 25 in the world, whereas when it comes to fixed telephony, we're 100. In the place 100, we haven't moved into the elimination of copper from our networks, and now it's time. It's high time that we moved on to the optical fibers for good, and to do this we need radical and very fast investments. We have had a plan, and I've said this, of 4.8 million lines potentially. So one line means one flat or one factory. So we were missing 2 million lines. But yesterday, one of the providers, Cosmote Telecom, said these 2 million, 75%, we're going to cover it, we're going to make a private investment. So there's a small balance, a small part to be covered by us. And then we have got the satellite internet as well from various providers. This is a pending issue for the country. There's another pending issue, which is digitization in the parliament, or rather the digitization of everything. So paperless services, EFCA. In EFCA, why are there delays? Because we've got the information, but we haven't got it in digital format. Indeed, we have improved our digital competitiveness, but in order to be upgraded as a country, as an economy, we need digitization of the companies, of the businesses. Shouldn't we find give some incentives to private businesses? Yes, I like this question. I wouldn't have imagined some years ago if we said in a conference in the past that the private sector should go hand in hand with the state digitization, everybody would laugh. But this is a fit at European level, because we had the pandemic, which sped up our strategy, and there was a most rapid digitization. One of the 4 pillars is this. So we have got the state, telecom, skills, and then businesses. This is the 4th pillar of digital transformation. So we have got programs for businesses included in the recovery fund, like cloud services, cyber security, data analytics, AI, 3 areas where there will have to be development in businesses. But there are more. There are SMEs in our country that haven't got fundamental ERP systems or rudimentary ERP systems. It's not a matter of who's going to take what. A good law firm in Greece managing sensitive cases in Athens or in Thessaloniki or anywhere, shouldn't they have cybersecurity too, so that there is no leakage of personal data of the customers? This is an obvious example for all those who manage personal data. So in this exercise, everyone is a stakeholder, the entire society, all of the businesses. It's a horizontal and not a vertical exercise, and this makes it even more intriguing and more necessary, as well as complex. And so they need the private and the public sector need to be tuned. Now, what's going to happen with the identities, the ID cards? In the first quarter of 2022, the existing ID cards will be in our mobile wallets. Very clear. Thank you very much.
Συνεχίζουμε και μετά τον κύριο Πυρακάκη.
Let us continue. Now, I have the honor and the pleasure to be in the presence of Peggy Andonakou, the General Manager of Southeast Europe Google. Welcome, ma'am. We had a lot of interesting things. The Minister had interesting things to say, but first, a video before we have a discussion. Sure.
This year has been extremely challenging for me. I am broken, and I am healing.
I'm here at the memorial wall. I wanted to do something to remember my mum.
For some reason, I'm having anxiety. Obviously, it's normal with everything that's going on right now.
I think I'm going to take a break for a while.
You can get through it, and if you can get through it, there's a greater reward on the other side.
Just like anybody else, I'm just trying to do my little part to try and save my community.
I'm just really excited we're back open.
And I am smiling under my mask.
Incredible scenes on the day the fans came back.
Welcome back to the theater.
You guys, it's been so long.
You're looking at yourself in the mirror and you're just like, there I am.
Be your best. Never, ever, ever stop dreaming. I don't care what they tell you.
We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 3, find the defendant guilty.
I am trying to be ages.
We are not drowning. We are fighting.
We cannot keep quiet about climate injustice. No action is too small.
We just have to band together as a community and get people's lives back.
Even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious.
Κύριε Αντωνάκου, fight to come back stronger, όπως λέει και το...
Mrs. Andonakou, fight to come back stronger. People always do the best they can in order to come back stronger in the face of hardship. So what's the message you're communicating? In 2021, what you saw was, of course, what Google search would give you the world over. 2021 has proven to be a year of reconstruction, restructuring, and I think that this is something we'll agree on. We kicked off this year feeling already tired. We embarked on this year already feeling disappointed. Still, with hope that 2021 would be our comeback year. 2021 would be the year when we would be back to some sort of normal. To an extent, this has not happened, not the way we expected, and so somehow, some way, we are in the same position a year later, and we're still hopeful that 2022 will be a better year. We as a species never give up, we never stopped, we proved so much, we become stronger, we find the best we have. Mr. Pyragakis said that there's a certain density of events amidst the crisis, and I liked his statement. And I believe that in a special way this crisis pushed us forward. Is there maybe no normalcy and maybe we should reset the future? I don't think we're going back to what we were used to. To an extent, I'm hopeful that we are not going back to what we were used to before. I hope we learned our lessons, and a fundamental lesson is the importance of the environment and how significant it is to take into account the environment in everything we do. And I hope that we also learned that the way we used to work and the way we work needs to be ameliorated. So the way things are, we're never going back to how we used to work. We are going forward with some sort of hybrid model. There will be certain flexibility, and I think that to a certain extent people are asking for it. The new ways of working have improved people's lives, and then we've also seen that it's important for this to happen in an equitable manner. There are many studies indicating that women tend to pay a higher price because of the pandemic. in terms of their work. So how can we be equitable? How can we make sure there will be no collateral damage? Productivity is still high, even in these circumstances, so there was a sense of trust between the enterprises and the working people, so let's build on it. People say that to have equality, to have sustainable technology, to have access to tools, big companies such as Google play a critical role. What is sustainable technology for you? You know what is really interesting for people who've been working in this field for many years, like me, is the fact that a few years ago, I remember we used to say that all companies will become tech companies, and there are many companies in all sectors that state they are tech companies to a certain extent, indeed, to a certain extent, in the sense that they have certain applications that they will be using technology vertically in shipping, in health, in the tourist industry. They'll be using specific applications to make sure they have a global presence, which is now needed. At the same point in time, there's this contradiction in terms. On the one hand, all companies are headed that way, and then there's a gap in terms of digital skills. It's obvious. There are studies and surveys conducted by Google and McKinsey, and it turns out that about 90 million jobs will need digital skills which are missing as we speak. And on average, 25% of the jobs per year will go through some sort of digital transformation or convention. How can we do that in a viable manner? Sustainability, the whole sustainability debate is huge. It's pertinent to the state, the government, the business people, and also the citizens. And so big platforms and companies like Google can operate on 3 different levels, all 3. One thing they can do is to provide citizens and businesses alike with tools, and even the state, tools for them to make more sustainable choices. A typical example is this. Google Maps will now be giving you the alternative routes, especially the most sustainable ones, and whenever you book a ticket, flight ticket, you'll see the footprint of your flight. It's important to show so much. Citizens, consumers are paying attention to such issues, especially in the tourist industry that you mentioned before. We at Google post signs next to or label those hotels that abide by ESG parameters, and this is something that consumers take into account whenever they make a decision. So it's very important, one, to have such tools. That's one level at which we can help and operate. The other thing is to become models. So the company is committing itself to have zero carbon footprint by 2030, which means that data centers, offices, everything we do over the world will use RES. When you have such global companies do that, then it's possible for everyone to do that. So clean energy for Google as well. Yes, absolutely. Now, practically speaking, when it comes to skills as such, you've done things because you have tried to help people that are entering the labor market. Globally speaking, this is a huge priority for us, and I'm very happy that a lot is happening in Greece with regard to this particular issue. And I'm really proud because even in the toughest quarantine of the past 2 years, during the lockdowns in particular, we never ceased our operations. All that training became virtual, digital. I'm not talking simply about a platform where you download a video. I'm talking about people on the other side of your screen, of your monitor. You can go virtual and make appointments one-on-one or more. And I think that over the past 2 years, we have trained over 50,000 people, and I think this is important. And along the way, we were more specific. We trained people in the tourist industry, in the retail business, and you know, a lot has to happen, and we are lagging behind compared to the average of Europe. But they adjusted, indeed, they adjusted really fast. And then there was the issue of regions. We trained the regions, the region of Crete. One of our recent trainees, we helped the region of Crete provide its own Cretan business people with such access as skills. It's important to look at things that way. And then Education must become more flexible and pick up speed. Adjustability must happen faster. And so when you have degrees, that's a good thing. But when you want to go faster, or you want to upgrade yourself, there are digital grades and digital degrees that we provide in conjunction with Coursera. Over the period of 6 months, you can trade in certain fields. You can start from scratch, and therefore you can also try to get a job with Google. It's important. So education and training, second opportunities, giving people second opportunities, yes. And then again, lifelong training. Since we are pressed for time, I would like to have 2 comments of yours on 2 issues. First, multinational corporations of the past few years are coming more and way or another to Greece. I'd like to know whether you would like to proceed with digital deepening in this part of the world, Southeastern Europe. And another comment I'd like to have is what the title of this meeting means to you. Entrepreneurship 2.2. I'll start with the latter. Entrepreneurship 2.0 is about a CEO or a business person who's no longer just caring about his or her shareholders, but rather they care about the stakeholders. We're talking about the people who are interested in what this company can do. So the social partners, the environment, the working people, the customer, the investor, we care about all of them as a total. We also care about the example we are setting. We are also interested in labor and diversity of labor. So this is a good fad to me. This competition, there's also good competition. Everybody is trying to make good and they're competing on be better in that. So we want to make sure that we communicate diverse messages. We do good for the workers, the environment. So this is a good message overall, and this is what one would expect now when you're faced with CEOs or business people. Of the past 2 years, Google has created a special program for Greece titled Go Greece with Google. Lots happening there. I've been working in this field for many years, and I've been in Greece working in this field for many years. I was looking forward to getting to where we are today, so I'm happy. This is a good story. These are good things happening. We are ushering in change. There's a state and there's a platform. As the minister said, we are trying to help the private sector, and I'm sure there's a lot ahead of us, a lot of promising things. So a more inclusive capitalism is what we need based on what you said, and thank you very much.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους.
So, good afternoon. I will be chairing this panel, which is on the essence of digital transformation, the challenges, but also the opportunities that arise thereof. I will speak to a pioneer in this matter, Mr. Doukidis, and the founder and CEO of Umbrella Securities, George Patsis. I also would like to welcome George Patsis. Let's begin with you, Professor. With a macroeconomic picture, we know that the digital transformation was the result of the pandemic. So the pandemic was an accelerator and a catalyst. Have we seen this in practice? What was the effect on the business ecosystem, and how did this actually affect your sector? Thank you very much. I will make a prediction for 2021, meaning things we normally see in March we'll be looking at today. I believe that e-commerce was 14 billion euro. 5.5 million Greeks buy online right now. We have some dozens of Greek e-shops with a turnover of over 11 million euro. These are record numbers. They're record highs because of the pandemic. Well, thanks to the pandemic, of course, you may ask, are we happy? Are we satisfied? No. We lack maturity in e-commerce. We're lagging behind 3 years. Based on what we see in the rest of Europe. So this is a market that should be close to 20 million. So we still haven't reached our ceiling. And another thing that I need to tell you, another figure, is that we believe that 18,000 Greek companies have a digital organized channel of sales channel, but we believe that this number should be close to 30,000, so there's room for improvement, and this is linked to the problem we have in Greece, i.e. the small size of Greek companies. Finally, what is of great interest for commerce is that after 15 years, we see a change, a transformation in the trade sector due to the new channel. We see start-uppers for the first time. We see newcomers that don't come from the traditional, if you like, business family. And it's not a chance, it's not by coincidence that we see such activity when it comes to investments in the trade sector. So from 500 million that were invested in 2021 in the startups ecosystem, and I think it's important to mention this later on as well, around 200 million have been invested in digital. So we have some record numbers. We still have room for improvement. So the sky's the limit. Let me say that every company invests in digital channels, and 10% of the GDP is moving digitally when it comes to transactions. Now, let me move on to Mr. Patsis. Mr. Patsis, we hear that the volume of transactions has gone up. Mr. Pierakakis mentioned this. We're talking about our relationship with the public sector, public services. It's become more digital, but we're also talking about entrepreneurship. So this growth in our digital footprint, is it only rife with opportunities or also challenges? And what about the security provider when it comes to the internet? I know you have a short video to show us. Let's begin with that. Let's start with that. So, interesting video, interesting data. So you have the floor, sir. Can you hear me, first of all? Can you hear me loud and clear? So back to your question. What you call digital footprint, we call digital universe. So it's the new digital universe that is being created, And I think that it all started in 2000, early 2000, when we started having the world using the internet. And what we actually had is that physical products were transformed into digital products. So the digital universe is a new creation. And as in the case of mankind, when people discovered new areas to expand, for example, when America was discovered, when we created the airplanes and started moving in the air, when we discovered space and started space travel. So back then, and also in the time period, we had a clash, a collision. We had a clash of interests, a clash of civilizations. We also had crime. And this is what we are experiencing now in the digital universe. We see clash of interests. We see the creation of a new crime footprint, so to speak. And let me just cite an example, if I may. Money, if you can think of money involved in transactions, it's $60 trillion. Only 4 to 5 billion is actual money, banknotes. The rest is digital transactions. So one of the first things that shifted to the digital universe in the beginning of this revolution was money. And then we had the shift of other products. For example, we now have e-commerce, we have media, we have news on the internet. So we already have the metaverse, where there are actual plots that you can buy and that you can pay for. And these are intangible plots. So this creates a new situation, a new status quo that we need to protect because it's of great value. So where the problem lies, the most important lies, is the interface, between the natural world and the digital world, the digital universe. So we in Umbrella, we monitor factories. We started monitoring, surveilling their infrastructure, their computer facilities, and then we realized that their entire production line, their systems for industrial production, the whole chain of these industries, be they energy, cash, telecommunications, or whatever. So they have within them robots. We also have computers. So robots use AI, for example, in digital infrastructure. So now we realize that this is at the edge, if you like, at the boundary between the natural world and the digital universe. So these are in need of protection as well, because a hacker that can conquer the digital universe cannot touch on the natural world. So this transition to Industry 4 is linked to cybersecurity. So our production process needs digital protection, digital security, in order for the supply chain and the the production, if you like, of a factory is linked to cybersecurity. So the entire digital economy is based on two cryptographic algorithms. So two algorithms move the digital world. All transactions use two encryption algorithms. So if these algorithms are hacked, then the entire digital financial universe can collapse. So what we need is we need to have security behind the scenes. So we have to keep your business in business. We work 24/7. We have operation centers all over the world. We have headquarters. So 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, ensure the smooth flow of transactions, financial transactions. So there's a real war being waged out there. If I invited you to an operation center where we visualize these threats, you would think that this is a science fiction scenario, but it's a reality. It's not science fiction. Professor, let's go back to the macroeconomic picture. As you said, innovation is more and more digital. We see a big footprint. We see an idea that then becomes a company, and it can become a $1 trillion company. So we have the Greek startup ecosystem, which has moved forward in leaps and bounds. E.ΕΝ.Ε president and vice president talked about export-oriented companies and whether digital channels can improve exports, providing, of course, we have the right bridges. So what's your take on this? So first of all, digital marketing helps export-oriented companies like Umbrella. Now, the interest in this particular company is that it renders services. So when you have a service product, it's not just a promotion channel. The internet is a distribution channel at zero cost. This changes all the fundamentals of doing business. So you can be on beautiful Greek island and you can have a business activity which you sell in 100 countries. And this is the most important thing we need to discuss in Greece. We have a difficult geography. We do not produce any products. So the question is, how can we promote what we call digital commerce when it comes to the service sector? And we can do this worldwide. So another thing I'd like to talk about is exports and technology based on what we heard previously. So the Greek ICT market is worth 5.5 billion, out of which 4 billion is telecom. So the number seems fine. But when I tell you that in Portugal the market is 9 billion and in Hungary 9 billion, so we're lagging behind because we don't have any exports. Like Umbrella, we only have another 14 IT companies, and maybe 20 at most. So we are missing 400. If we actually have 400 companies instead of 20 umbrellas, we have 200, then we'd add 2.5 billion to our export revenue. And we're talking about exports with a high added value because companies like Umbrella have a lot of employees, a lot of staff. So these companies offer jobs, which a factory would have to be much larger to create. So at a time of unemployment, high unemployment, it's important to have such companies. Now the question is, how can you change the vision that a country has? The main asset that this country has is its manpower. So how many IT special experts do we have? 2,500. Why? Because we have 27 IT departments in universities. Right now, instead of having 2,500 graduates, we'd have 5,000 graduates. What would the added value be? We would be on the world map as a country. So if we have 5,000 ICT graduates, Greece will enter the global map of all large technological companies that are on the lookout for such countries. For example, like Romania. And we in Greece, our biggest resource is the 100,000 unemployed STEM graduates that we have. There's no other country in Greece that has this wealth that we have. So we have 100,000 STEM graduates that are unemployed. So if we have boot camps, we can turn them in 8 months in very productive people for companies like Umbrella, for example, but also for large multinationals. So what am I trying to say by this? I believe that if this is our vision, then in 2-3 years from now, we can really change. And this country can become a regional hub, a regional technological innovation hub. Mrs. Kerameos will speak afterwards. We will ask her this because it's close to the positions by E.ΕΝ.Ε, but it also shows a huge window of opportunity because we talked about education and how education can be linked to all of this. So we have a low-hanging fruit. We have a great opportunity to train these 100,000 STEM unemployed, and we can then use them. And of course, we know that we can add a zero, so going from 20 to 200 companies like Umbrella. Now, Mr. Patsis, we see a lot of digital investments taking place in Greece right now. We also have a lot of cloud companies. We have data centers, digital transformation described by Mr. Doukidis and by yourself is underway in the business community, and your sector is growing, it's expanding. And I looked at the data, and we see that the country is underinvesting in security, but particularly in cybersecurity. This seems to be more domestic. We don't work with external providers. Is it because there isn't that much risk, that there aren't that many attacks, that the Greek companies are not exposed to cyber threats, or are we on automatic pilot? Have we not realized the exposure that our companies face? And it's an honest question. I think it's both. So the market is transforming, it's changing. Service provision and creation of cybersecurity providers or cybersecurity service providers is something that is underway. Umbrella is one of the very few companies worldwide that has this model. So what we undertake to do is like putting a system, an alarm system in your house, meaning you will install the alarm system, but you need to pay a subscription so that when the alarm sounds, somebody will come and help you. So we saw that there was a gap in the cybersecurity market. We see that a large part of the market has purchased all the security alarms. It has installed them, but when on Friday night, for example, there's nobody at the office to pick up your call, you may have a cyber attack, and this is something we might find out 3 days afterwards. And the average is for us to understand that the cyber attack can be happening for 6-7 months. So according to the statistics, from the moment that we fall a victim to a ransomware, ransomware is one of the most significant trends in the last 2 years. So the question is, first of all, to understand that we have fallen victim maybe 6-7 months down the line. A friend of mine in NSA said there are 2 different options for organizations, those that have realized that they've been hacked and those that haven't realized that they've been hacked. So this is what we offer. We offer timely management of threats, identifying the threats before they become huge. So let me tell you about the average KPI, meaning response time, and the service level agreement that we provide is 15 minutes, 15 minutes response time. So if you compare this to the months that I mentioned previously, you understand that an organization stands to gain. So what we add to cybersecurity is visibility. So we offer the image, we have preparedness, we have the ability to quickly respond to a security incident after identifying it, first of all. And then we also have we give the possibility to our client to improve his or her weaknesses. So thus we can help them constantly improve. So we're talking about resilience at the end of the day. So these are the new things that we actually offer in the market. And I believe that we transform the market to a great extent. Mr. Pratsis, we talked about entrepreneurship 2.0, Greek entrepreneurship. So tell us about the Greek ecosystem, whether some things need to be taken care of, meaning when we are intervening and investing in digital infrastructure, whether we should invest more in cybersecurity or whether we are safer compared to other countries. No, we do not differ from other countries in the rest of the world. We're all together in this. We're all in this digital universe. And if there's one attack in a bank in Bulgaria, this will affect a Greek bank in Greece. So I think that what we call attack landscape, so we're talking about the attack landscape, meaning the landscape that can be potentially attacked. There's one single landscape. It's not that the cyberspace of Greece is separate from that of Bulgaria. And there is no governor. There is no captain, no leader. This means that there isn't one person worldwide responsible for the cyberspace. And this is what's led to this problem. We don't have an Interpol which says no matter what happens in the cyberspace, you're going to call me. There is no 999 or 991 or a hotline where you can call the police and say, hello, I've been attacked. And if there is a cyber address in the police headquarters, well, it depends on another set of directorates in the countries from where this crime started, meaning somebody will not attack Eurobank Piraeus from Greece. This will be from Russia, or a Russian, Chinese, Thai infrastructure will be used, and Piraeus will be attacked after a while. And when you find out the truth and go to the source, it might be too late. So we see that nobody uses legal recourse or going to the police and so on and so forth. So just one thing before we close on an optimistic note. We're talking about digital transformation as an ally to growth. So we're talking about synergies when all these big companies come to a country. It's not just human resources. Mrs. Antonakou said that many of these companies have great synergies with local economy and local society. So we're not talking about jobs. So another thing compared to what Mr. Pierakakis said, for the first time we see the public sector being a step ahead from the private sector. So Mr. Skylakakis made an announcement 2 weeks ago. He talked about e-invoicing for the public sector. He made it compulsory. So 190 suppliers of the public sector in 2022 will send an electronic invoice. This is something that we waited for the private sector to launch. And I see that Mr. Skylakakis and Mr. Pierakakis lead the way. They show the Greek business ecosystem what it needs to do. So we see that we need to have a compulsory element in B2B. So we live in interesting times and things seem to be changing somewhat. So I am optimistic about the result. So we will renew our discussion. Mr. Doukidis, Mr. Patsis, thank you very much. We'll stay in the room. We move directly to the next panel without a break.
Λοιπόν, κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα και πάλι.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon again. Indeed, a lot of news has come out from this conference of yours, this annual conference of yours, and now we've got the honor and pleasure of having the Minister of Health here with us. And Mr. Levris, you do realize you're one of the hottest ministers from a news and business point of view, so we'll have the opportunity to discuss health and business. So let's start with hot topics, current topics. 130 fatalities yesterday, a record. We broke a record once again, and in view of Christmas, are we expecting any new measures, anything new with regard to measures? Well, first of all, thank you very much for this invitation here today, and it will be a success of any Minister of Health when he is not the most interesting, or she's not the most interesting minister in the government. And this is true for all countries around the world. The fourth wave has reached its peak, and it seems that it's currently in decline. Unfortunately, on the one hand, it is true, it is very important there is a decrease in the cases, because since last week when we had 7 to 8,000 cases, now we are 30% lower. Fortunately, we're reaching the peak in terms of hospitalizations, hospitalized patients and deaths. Now, following the decline in the number of cases, there's going to be eventually a decrease in hospitalizations and deaths as well. This fourth wave is the most challenging one for our country, because both the economy is open and working, up and running, and therefore the healthcare system is under a lot of pressure, just like every year. And we also have COVID-19. Now, by the end of next week, we'll have a clearer picture regarding the decrease in hospitalizations and deaths. However, we remain vigilant, because we have got the Omicron mutation, which has not affected us yet. We're currently being affected by the Delta. We've been affected by the Delta mutation. It seems that the Omicron mutation is going to take its toll as well. So this is why we're rushing with the vaccination campaign, because this seems because the third boost, the boost vaccine seems to be quite protective. Now, when we will have reached 80% of the adult population, 70% of the total population, by when everybody will have been vaccinated who has already had an appointment for a vaccine. So it is said that in February there was going to be a fifth wave of this pandemic. Are you afraid of this is going to happen, or you believe that with the increase in the vaccination rate, we might avoid this fifth wave? Well, obviously, this pandemic has been taking us by surprise, has been surprising us all along. We're expecting the Omicron to deploy, but we've reached the fourth. When we entered the fourth wave, we didn't have as many people vaccinated as we would have liked, and this is made obvious by the fact that the fourth wave affects mostly the areas where there has been a low vaccination rate, especially in northern Greece. And Thessaloniki has been the most difficult. Athens has been under a lot of pressure, but because the vaccination coverage has been satisfactory, it has been under less pressure in terms of hospitalizations and deaths. Now, regarding the fifth wave, our response is that we will be hopefully in a much better position in terms of vaccinations by mid-January. We believe that by mid-January, with the first, third, and third vaccinations, and as it is clear that it's mostly the non-vaccinated who are mostly affected, and by adding the extra measure that anyone above the age of 60 who has not taken the booster shot will be considered non-vaccinated, will be helped. Now, a couple of comments with regard to the current affairs and this wave of anti-vaccination.
Αυτό να το πω πολύ απλά, πολύ λαϊκά.
Anti-vaxxers. Is this something you can do to persuade them? Or is it something that you can't do anything about? Well, first of all, we have to. There are different types of people who have not been vaccinated. Those who haven't had the chance yet, and those who don't believe in the vaccines. I will make it clear when we vaccinate our children. I can't understand the argument of any 70-year-old person who says that he's afraid or she's afraid of being vaccinated. Our health care system is under pressure because of our fellow citizens who are above the age of 70 and have not been vaccinated. And this is why we have taken measures that limit their activities unless they're vaccinated. Now, people who add a ideological aspect to this, well, we as ministry are going to take all measures in order to protect our medical doctors from any actions, legal actions taken against them. I'm not going to accept any actions taken by lawyers against doctors who just do their jobs in terms of vaccinations or intubations, mechanical ventilation of patients. But any talk about manipulation of ICUs are mostly offensive for people who are in the front line of our medical system, because there's a very standard procedure. There's a standard procedure that is followed and implemented when it comes to patients admitted into ICUs. Therefore, we're going to protect our doctors and nurses. And when it comes to society, we're not going to tolerate any burning of books or violence against medical staff. Now, I opened this. I'd like to pass the floor now to Mr. Apostolopoulos, the president of E.ΕΝ.Ε, for an issue that pertains to your areas. You represent the private healthcare system. First of all, I'd like to welcome the minister. He's the only guest who has come to the panel wearing a face mask. So the minister last week in a conference on healthcare talked about the entire aspect, the entire range of issues pertaining to healthcare, pharma, private healthcare system, and we're all happy with his intentions and his positions. Now, what we know in Greece, that good intentions over time have been good intentions over time, but to no avail. So my question is the following. What is the timeline for the implementation of everything that you have announced, and the qualitative criteria, which is a key point that is going to signal change in the way that the Ministry of Health perceives of the private sector, sees the private sector? And second question, the worst problem in both public and private sectors is the availability of nursing staff. And this problem seems that it will not be easily resolved. So what do you intend to do in order to have more nursing staff, to produce more nursing staff? Thank you very much, President. And now I kindly ask Mr. Livios Papandreou to join our discussion. He is the president of the pharma industry. He's very well aware of the pharma issues from his institutional and business capacity. And I'd like to encourage a discussion between the ministry and the private sector. So, Mr. You answer to this first, and then Mr. Papandreou take the floor. Okay, thank you very much for these questions. We've had a lot of discussions regarding the restructuring of the AOP. Let me tell you what we intend to do with AOP. Right now, unfortunately, although it is the key provider for the insured, the criteria is that it has to meet the criteria of healthcare providers. AOP will work on conditions, on terms and conditions of insurance companies. So there will be quality standards, and anyone who fails to meet these criteria, they will not be contracted with LP. Yes, indeed, there are providers who shouldn't be contracted with LP. For instance, LP might say that they're not going to enter into contract with providers that use old technology or outdated medical equipment. So this quality indicator will be introduced and included, and not only avert any contract signing, but also providers who deliver the service, they will get a tiered rebate. So depending on the quality criterion or indicator, they will charge a different amount. Now, what does this mean? Because it will be the key reform. It means that in the forthcoming days, I hope that, if not within this year, but in the first days of 2022, the bill, which is almost ready, will be announced for public consultation. And in January, the law will be passed. And because the quality criteria is a dynamic process, there will throughout the half of 2022, they will be applied to providers. So this is a reform that will be launched in January 1st, 2022, and will be fully applied in the second half of the year. So, Mr. Papandimitriou, I asked Mr. Papandimitriou, I asked him, how are you? He said, I'm quite enervated. And why? I asked, and it says some news that pertains to his industry. Well, thank you very much.
I will follow what Mr. Minister is doing. I will wear my mask. Let me tell you why I'm angry. Normally, I am not angry. I try to keep it under control, but I actually am in despair because of my business. I am representing the business I work in, and I was able to get a full picture of the mandatory refunds that we called upon to pay. And I suddenly come to realize that the sales we actually made to LP, which are at prices regulated by the state based on the two lowest prices of the euro area, it was an X amount, and 59% of these sales in total must be given back to the state. So under these conditions, there is no entrepreneurship. There is no company that can function as a company, because if you give back 59%, then we have to cover our cost, products, our overheads, and of course, how can we have a profit? We need to have a profit, at least a small percentage. So what actually comes out of my mouth, and this is spontaneously, is there's undervaluation, and we see that the budgets, the public budgets, are stable when it comes to pricing of medicine. Some small moves have been made, but morbidity is high. There's a need for new treatments, and so on and so forth. So is the intention in place? Because the minister knows everything in relation to pharma. So the question is there intention to take corrective action? Because 2021 will be in mourning at the close of year. So from the first meetings we had with the pharma industry, Mr. Papandimitriou, you shouldn't be surprised. I had told you the figures that you should expect for the first half of 2021 from the first meeting we had. So we're talking about a clawback, and we're talking about in-hospital and out-of-hospital for specific Law 1 drugs. The total clawback is 1.5 billion without measures being taken. Right now, last week, we took some measures. I'll start in the opposite direction from what was mentioned by Mr. Papandimitriou. In order for us to finance the system, we first have to exhaust the structural measures in place. So some of these are applauded by the pharma industry, others bother the pharma industry, but I believe they're in the right direction. You said that prices are based on the prices in the two lowest countries. You also have a 7% cutoff point, which acts as a protective mechanism. So we have two countries with the lowest prices plus a 7%, which is like the cutoff value. So in some cases, based on the two lowest countries, the price should be lower, but it's not because there's this buffer. So we know that we will have negotiations. So the negotiations will be based on terms where you'll have consumptions from all over Europe, because in Greece there's a high consumption issue. You talked about under pricing. You say we accept the uninsureds in the public health system, and could you speed up? So you said we take out the uninsureds. There was a lot of criticism, and we see that the scandal of prescription is that it went to the social security numbers of uninsureds, and this was to the detriment of clawback and rebate. And we also have the protective measures of prescriptions and therapeutic protocols. These will be implemented in 2022. Sphere's proposals are in the right direction. They need time to be implemented. I believe that the first measures will give us some good results, and I'm certain that when we enter into the discussion of the budget, as you yourself mentioned, in order for us to see whether more money needs to be injected, we have to look at the structural measures and exhaust all these structural measures first. Now, uninsured, you will get money for that, but in order for us to add additional money, I want to be perfectly honest, in order for me to go to the Ministry of Finance and say that the budget is not enough, it's under the ideal, I first have to exhaust the structural measures. And there's something else I've mentioned to Sphere, is that we're carrying out a study. We're trying to see which medicines were used for COVID. This is also important in order for us to take it out of the budget of 2 billion. We're talking about 528 from hospitals. So we are making moves, and I believe that we've got good cooperation with the pharma industry. So we're not trying to carry out ex-post solutions, but also a proactive solution. So we have 2 minutes. You can ask a question to the minister. So God help you. A spontaneous question that comes to mind. If one gives back 59%, what remains to be given in negotiations? And I'd like to say that this 59% is determined not because this is the surplus, the average surplus, but because the state decided to see how the clawback is allocated among companies, as if it would make it smaller. Clawback does not become smaller like this. There can only be controls. We need to have stricter regulation. And I think that the recent example that was in the papers shows that if there is a squandering, it's not the farmer's fault, because all these years a farmer has the burden of all these surpluses and overruns. There are other things that create demand, and they're trying to make use of the loopholes in the system. This is why we said there should be better computerization, being able to find the problems and attack them at their root, try to attack the root causes. So what I would like to ask is the following from my side. What are the timetables, the timeline? And I'm talking about the adoption of control mechanisms. We talked about patients' records. We talked about e-invoicing in hospitals, linking diagnostic tests to the treatment of a disease. All this is important in order for us to see that the money is properly used. So when will this happen? What's the timeline? You have 59 seconds. Try to condense the answer. So from now, for uninsureds, we're looking into it now. Let me inform you that I've already asked from the negotiation committee to look at vitamin D, magnesium, and iron, for which the total cost was 100 million. Some of them can be outside the a positive list. Other may have a strict protocol and very limited budget, which means that money will be saved there. The patient electronic records, well, unfortunately in 2022, you can't have an electronic patient records to control consumption, but prescription in hospitals electronically, the e-patient records and digitization in hospitals, and I believe that from mid-2023, we will have the first visible results. So for 2022, we will upload all these cutoff, if you like, values, and I believe that in 2022, we'll have a more rationalized clawback because there's a commitment on the part of Greece, but I want to commit myself vis-a-vis everybody in the healthcare sector, whereas we have committed to reducing the clawback by 50. This is not my intention. I want it to be much higher. I want this to be rendered sustainable, even though the creditors have a lower, if you like, number. So this is a huge issue. I can't discuss it at length now. Thank you very much to Mr. Papadimitriou. I'd like to thank Mr. Plevri. I hope that the Greek pharma industry is on the rebound, that it will make a comeback. And I'd like to say that this government will not accept and will not tolerate the phenomena which make it difficult for the country to address the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of this panel, so there's a change of panel and we will proceed. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα κυρίες και κύριοι.
Good ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed. Indeed, we have had very interesting panel discussions, and we are indeed faced with various scopes. Now we will have a discussion with Minister of Climate Crisis and Civil Protection, Christos Ilianidis. This is the toughest ministry, I guess. It's a challenge, but you've served as a commissioner. You're aware of processes and procedures, and you know very well how to deal with crisis. But you are now called upon to tackle such issues against the backdrop of the pandemic and in a country that's faced with an economic crisis. And now there are natural phenomena. Yesterday, you went over to Evia, an island that has been destroyed. You went there with the Prime Minister. So what are the inhabitants of Northern Evia expecting from you? I will try to lighten the atmosphere. A friend of mine, when I was assigned the ministry, he said, "You're addicted to the minefields." He's an American. He was right. Wherever there's a minefield, I tread there. So the important thing is for you to not explode and for you to help to make sure there will be fewer, we can't eliminate them, but fewer explosions. Yesterday in Evia, something very important happened. We presented the holistic program for the restructuring of the island of Evia. You know very well that Mr. Penos is in charge, and indeed this is a very innovative program. It's a holistic program which connects economic sustainability and reconstruction with due care for everything that touches on growth and development, including culture, civilization, all the way to sustainable growth and regeneration of the forest, risk management issues, which are in our ministry, and also the ways through which businesses will have better prospects and perspectives, and how all who work in the forest or elsewhere will help contribute to regenerating the area. Indeed, this is an innovative program. It's a landmark. It's a crossroads as regards how we will be dealing with reconstruction and development issues from now on, especially after natural disasters. But the problem has always been that we were always listening to promises about this and that and things improving, but whenever natural disasters struck, there were always worse situations that followed. So why do you think that the timeline will be different now, that the promises will be kept and the results will be different? I believe, and everyone who was there yesterday, there was proof of the fact yesterday indeed that there is a concrete, a specific program and projects. There's in advance financing, and there's profound knowledge of the subject matter. Already, the Premier announced one of the biggest projects, i.e. connecting Halkida with the northern part of the island of Evia. This is very important. It will be funded through the European funds. I believe we can use the funds as fast as possible and get started. I'm not saying that it won't be difficult. I'm just saying that I think that this is a project that can be implemented as fast as possible in order for Northern Evia to be reborn. This is an opportunity after a disaster. There's this opportunity for us to get off to a new start, and that will encompass all the residents, all the inhabitants, but mostly this is going to breathe new, fresh air in an area that was also faced with unemployment and other problems. You mentioned the pathogenies and the specificities and also the bad things in Greece. Nobody is doubting the fact that there are things that are going wrong. There was the economic and financial crisis that went on for years, and it stood in the way of both the state and the society investing in prevention and readiness issues. So it stood in the way of us thinking in terms of climate resilience. And there's also corruption. Corruption was always a problem. Every single time there was an effort made with a view to changing environmental issues and so on and so forth. The fact that as we speak there are houses that were built on rivers and riverbeds or maybe cairns, and there are also problems when it comes to managing forest fires, that's common knowledge, but the main thing is what we will be doing from now on. Now, First off, the Prime Minister of Greece, and I was telling you so much outside, in Glasgow, that is at the level of COP26, the Premier was at the heart of discussions, and he was also there at the limelight as concerns the national media because he established a new ministry which connects climate crisis with civil protection issues. This signifies that this innovative approach must demonstrate that it works in practice and indeed is successful in prevention, readiness, and resilience. Two things. Let me give you an example. A few days ago, when there was this development, there was lots of rainfall in western Greece, in Etolokarnania at 9:30 p.m. We received the information from the Mornos Dam engineer that huge quantities of water were coming in and maybe we had to do something about the dam. So overflooding the dam can happen in engineering-wise, but then again it can lead to problems to the adjacent areas. Maybe you will have to evacuate some areas and so on and so forth. So in order for you to prevent that, to be ready for that, just as long as there's a good crisis management center which will be counting on valid and reliable information systems, then that will help in terms of civil protection and everyone. Will we get that? Are you getting there? Yes, there is a program and projects that are being funded with 1.7 billion through EU funds. This is how we will be upgrading civil protection to get what I said in order for us to be ready, prepared to prevent things and to be resilient. So that signifies that we have to pick up speed. We have to rush and run. Unfortunately, there are some judicial issues or legalistic issues. We're trying to overcome them, but we think that during the next season, where there will be new threat of forest fires, we will be in a position to create new anti-fire zones. We've already opened some in Evia, and anti-flood projects that were needed have already materialized. That's why we don't have any floods. We didn't have any floods, and so that's what we have embarked upon. This is no easy thing. If you think that when there's a natural disaster, there are some easy elements therein, you're naive. So we will be working on these so that we may have a contemporary crisis management center established over the next 3 years to deal with natural disasters, to prevent things, and we also act upon whatever is happening, making the right operational decisions. Today we were talking about megatrends, and what you described is a mega policy, but I can't help that this time last year we had snowfall in Kifisia, in the northern suburbs of Athens, where people are well off and still people were left without water. Then there were fires, the cabling was destroyed. Aren't you scared, faced with the complexity of the situation, the fact that people tend to blame one another? There's this entangling situation with the local government. How are you going to put things in order? Yes, indeed. We said before there's overlapping of responsibilities and competences. There are so-called pathogenies. But institutionally speaking, about the institutional framework, are you going to strike there? Are you going to change there? Based on my experience, the European Commission and the Crisis Management Commissioner have no legal capacity, so they can't intervene at the level of member states. There's political jurisdiction, so we're not going to change that here. It's going to be like that in Greece. It would be a mistake to state change things, but our coordinating role allows the new Ministry of Climate Crisis and Civil Protection to sound the alarm. And given the scope of responsibilities and its capacities through implementing the aforementioned program, the project, the name of which is Aegis, I expect that it will be helping us to upgrade the capacities of Greece to deal with natural disasters. I'm not saying everything will be resolved, but we decided to be determined based on our expertise when it comes to crisis management. In Balos, for instance, we decided to shut down the Kifisos River for a night. That's what the model suggested, and it's a good thing that the meteorologists were wrong, so the forecast was not right, but it was good that we made that decision. The model that we're using, which has been tried the world over, this is not something that we came up with, nor did we decide overnight to opt for it. So we are using the same model in Brussels, in London, and elsewhere, and it said that if the indications materialize, then you will get that and that, so do this. I have many questions. We just have another 4 minutes, so this is no provocation. It's a simple question. Whenever it starts raining in the winter, are you maybe looking at the skies and praying that nothing bad happens, because it's still not winter? Not really. When you're active in this minefield, as I said before, you're always concerned and worried. You have to learn to live with danger. You have to have a cool temper and deal with the risks. I'm a man of medicine. The fact that I've witnessed many crises in the political arena, but also in Europe. With the Ebola virus, I was the coordinator then. I believe that my knowledge at least allows me scope to keep a cool head, and I hope I will continue this way. And we hope that your ally will be the weather. Always, we're praying that we have the weather and God on our side. Now, by way of conclusion, there are the uninsured buildings. It turns out this is a big issue. So what is going on there? Right, as of day one, when I was posted here, indeed, we realized that when it comes to insuring residences, and generally speaking, the insurance is lagging behind in Greece. Let's make a comparison. I'll give you some figures. It's about 14.5%. That's the total of insured residences. It's 77 in Cyprus. In Western Europe, it's maybe more than 77%, which means that I have more numbers, but I know that we're pressed for time. Let me give you one figure based on what is being compensated for by the Greek state given the natural disasters. 60 to 70% of the ENFIA tax is being reimbursed. In my opinion, and this is a personal view, let me be clear about it, and I think, because I'm not going to run and I'm not going to be an MP, I'm here to do this mission. I'm here to help. So you'll call a spade, exactly. So I'm sharing my thoughts with you, and of course I'm documenting my thoughts and I'm giving you data. You're here to be useful. Yes, I'm here to be useful. So given all that, when 60 or 70% of the MFIA tax is paid, it becomes a compensation for natural disasters. Eventually, this state will be faced with difficulties, and that will be a marginal position, especially for a state that has gone through this crisis, financial crisis. So we have to find a way to reinsure or underwrite that risk. Other countries have done that. There are many data suggesting we proceed that way. In England, there's a tradition. The private entity and the insurance company. I'm talking with actuarian friends of mine. One last comment. In Greece, maybe we could have a tripartite cooperation involving the state and private entities. I believe that if we have a universal tripartite collaboration for compensation and insurance payments for an average size residence, be it in a seismic area or not, I believe that the cost would be less than €100 a year. If you involve the state and part of it is paid by the state, then this is a manageable amount of money per annum, and that will help the state. We should start this discussion. Once the dialogue, the debate starts on this, we will come up with the best possible solution, just as long as we all kick off on the premise that we all care about the general public's interest. So all the best to you. So get your gear ready, because winter is coming and it's going to be tough. All the best to you. Thank you, says the minister. Ladies and gentlemen, says Mrs. Nicole, see you over to the next.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another session of the 7th Annual Economic Forum. I am Mariana Skilakaki, founder and editor of Athenea. I am chairing the 6th thematic discussion, that of education, the most important lever for growth in Greece. We have the honor and pleasure of having with us Niki Kerameos, Minister of Education and Religious Affairs. Welcome. Thank you for the invitation. I think that the most decisive step in a country is that of education in order for us to prepare for entrepreneurship 2.0. So my question is, how, as a state, are you preparing the labor market for these different demands? Demands in relation to skills, in relation to knowledge that is ushered in by this new era? Well, that is a tough question. Let me begin with what you said, knowledge and skills. And I say this because I believe that an educational system should offer both. Of course, the major mission of an educational system is to transmit knowledge, but I believe that cultivating skills, that is also a sector, an area which acquires greater and greater importance in education in general. So how do we prepare? Meaning, when do we prepare people? So children that are now in primary school will enter the labor market in 2035, 36, etc. Probably from 2035 onwards, first grade of primary school and so on and so forth. So the world will be different then. Very different. And why am I stressing skills? Because the world will be changing at a greater pace in 2035, and everything, all studies show that whereas in the past you would study one thing and get a job on that particular sector, now we see that people change jobs, and this will be more the case in the future. So you need to cultivate skills in children, skills which will allow them to constantly adjust in an ever-changing world. So how do we prepare it? It's a bottom-up approach, meaning we start from nursery school, and this is why, because years in nursery school are formative years. There is a lot of information, and we see that most synapses are created till the age of 6, which is why we decided to start the age to go to nursery school is 4, and this is something all over Greece. So we have English being taught in nursery school. Why? Because we want to offer more skills to our children. I'm talking about language skills. This was a practice in private schools, but not in public primary nursery schools. So we want to offer equal opportunities to all children. And this is why we did it, but also because, according to international studies, a child that is called upon to handle more than one languages, well, this allows it to develop more skills. So nursery school starts at the age of 4, English in nursery school. So we have a new policy, new subjects. So we're talking about the skills workshops. What are they? They're new subjects. It's just like maths, history, physics, ancient Greek. So in the same way, we have road safety, climate change, entrepreneurship, vocational training, sex education. So all these new subjects are part of the mandatory all-day primary school. It's equally important to learn how to behave in society, to respect people with handicaps, to set your limits and see where other people's rights begin and where yours end. So we also have, it's equally important as to being good in math, history, etc. So skills are now part of the curriculum from the age of 4 to the age of 15 in all schools. So who will teach all this? Our teachers. We need to have training, teacher training. So we're talking about skills workshops. And they started this year on a pilot basis in Greece, but we had training of all our teachers, training on this new philosophy, because I think this underscores a new philosophy. Now, a new curricula. So we're talking about the material taught in schools. A couple of days ago, we presented 166 new curricula. The new curricula lead to new textbooks. And those of you who have children have noticed that, unfortunately, many of the books we have in schools are very old. There is an IT book which talks about storing data on a disk. If I tell my son about these disks as storage facilities, they'll think I'm from outer space. So how we teach changes, what we teach changes. We have a more experiential approach. Instead of children called upon to memorize historical events, so there's no parrot learning. Now they play roles. For example, a historical figure, and the teacher will say to you, you are so-and-so. Write a letter as if you were that person and that time period. So it's more experiential, more creative, and more critical. So the main aim is for this to be analyzed in greater depth for the children, so the children may understand root causes, consequences, and so on and so forth. So we need to train our teachers. We change the curricula. We have more experimental schools, more model schools in Greece in order to offer more opportunities regardless of the family you come from, and also minimum requirements for entry into universities. Just about a year ago, somebody could get into Greek university getting a 0.6 out of 20 in a subject. That's impossible. Now we have a minimum, if you like, base. This is determined by the universities themselves. This shows that there is a great change in philosophy. So we have a minimum passing score. Why? Because we want our children to actually be able to study something with a future. If somebody gets into university with a very low grade, the possibility of this child graduating and getting a job in this field is very unlikely. And of course, we're talking about training, we're talking about national universities and colleges, so children will be free to choose what they like, and this is why we have a parallel system. So the children can now not just choose to go to a Greek university when they describe their preferences, but we also know that there's a big demand for web designers. There's a big demand from the labor market, and because we understood that there's this need, almost in half public vocational training centers, we now have this course in web design. So whatever's offered in these colleges is based on market needs. So we go and see what is needed in the Cyclades, what tourist professions, what is needed in Western Macedonia because of delignification. So we're looking at specific professions, for example, technicians dealing with renewable energy sources. There's a high demand for this, and this will increase in the coming years. So we have to offer these specialties when it comes to professional training. So there needs to be a closer link to the labor market. And finally, I don't want to be long-winded. There'll be greater freedom given to the universities. So we have the possibility for universities to choose the rate, the minimum pass score. And for example, the chemical department of Athens say that I want the students that will pass into my university for them to get at least so much in chemistry, at least so much in composition, and so on and so forth. So it is the universities that will determine the entry criteria for the students who will then study there. And this is self-evident in other countries. But now it's time for us to do the same in Greece, to do the self-evident. A university department where for the first time we have funding of universities which is linked to objective criteria but also quality criteria. Mrs. Skilakaki, when I went to the Ministry of Education, one of the first decisions I had to sign was the annual funding given to universities. And they provided a long list of universities in Greece, university departments, and then 23 blank boxes. And I asked, how will this funding can be decided, and they say, well, it's up to you. You can judge and decide. And I thought this was unthinkable. This is why we have a regulatory framework in place according to which funding is linked to objective criteria, number of students, number of professors, number of departments, geographical, if you like, spread. It's different if you have one university which is in one location and one that is spread over, for example, 5 islands. And the funding will also be linked to the evaluation, the assessment. And I think that it's the only, so universities depend at least to a certain percentage on the assessment they receive, and I think that the university should be very proud of the step that has been made. They've become more autonomous, but also the quality of university education has been upscaled. And then we dealt with a problem of eternal students. All these are measures for us to have better skills for our children, because that is the ultimate objective. Of course, I understand that there's a change in philosophy. A lot of things are happening in all levels of education. Now, a question comes to mind. The difficulty of the state designing things now when the future of labor is so uncertain, when we don't know exactly what will happen in the labor market. So how do you incorporate this uncertainty in your policy? Well, one word, using skills. So we no longer have a system that just educates you, but the question is learning how to learn. So the system will teach you how to learn. We don't know what the future needs will be. So your duty as the state is to provide the children skills that will allow them to constantly adjust. And because we will have an ever-changing future, the duty, the obligation of the state is to give the children the possibility, for example, to manage the information, because there's this barrage of information. They should be able to identify what is useful and what is useless, what is good and what is bad. So you need to give them skills. What do we mean by skills? Critical thinking, for example, problem solving, empathy. These are important skills, critical skills that will allow our children, when they complete their studies and their education, to be resilient and to be versatile and to adjust constantly. You cannot predict the future, but you can give them the skills to adapt in the future. And I remember when I was a child that we talked about specialization, that you need to learn something very well, something very specific. And I understand from what you said and your policies that you have an even broader range in this new reality. Do you agree? Yes, it's a different approach. Meaning, yes, it's good to have an in-depth knowledge. It's good to have general knowledge, but the thing is, how can you manage your knowledge and how can you handle things? So again, we come to the issue of skills and the emphasis that we place on cultivating these skills through 4 thematic axes. How do we cultivate skills? This is what we have in the Greek educational system. We have 4 thematic axes. The one has to do with FZIN, to live well, a good nutrition, sex education. The second has to do with the environment, climate change, protecting the environment, prevention against natural disasters, taking precautionary measures. Then we're talking about rights, respecting others, respecting people who are different, volunteerism, offering to society. And the 4th axis has to do with innovation and creation, robotics, STEM, STEAM, entrepreneurship, school vocational orientation, vocational guidance. So these are 4 thematic pillars or axes, and thus we cultivate these 4 important skills. And so I'd like to say that so far, I see the children being very enthusiastic about these changes, and I'd like to tell you a story. The other day, I was in a public school in Attica, and I went into a class. It was 4th grade of primary school. I just wanted to say hi and leave. And I sat there for a long time because we had this lovely discussion in this class. 4th graders, they talked what empathy was. This is 4th grade of primary school. And then they analyzed how Mount Kilimanjaro at its top has less snow than what it had 10 years ago. and why this is due to climate change. And I thought, well, did we think the same way? Did we have this way of thinking when we were at that age? So we want the next generation to be better from the previous generation. I think that the next generation will definitely be better than ours, and I think that we are helping them a great deal. At this point, I want to invite two people who are experts on the subject so that we can broaden this subject. Mr. Theofilos Vasiliadis, CEO and founder of Karriera.gr, and Mrs. Rebecca Pitsipa, CEO of People for Business. You have the floor.
So, welcome, first of all. Thank you, welcome, Ms. Pitsipa. I'd like us to expand our discussion, starting from an X-ray, let's say, give an X-ray image of where we are and what we're missing in terms of HR and skills. So, Mr. Vasiliadis, give us your perspective. What is the actual picture of the Greek labor market? The gentleman's microphone is not working. It's apparently off. The microphone is not working. I will fully agree with the Minister regarding skills. The truth of the matter is that the world that is changing so fast, as we saw in the case of the pandemic, any discussion about the skills that will be required 2035 or not even there, 2028, 2027, when for people who are currently studying at university for Greece, too, makes no sense. It makes some sense for policy that needs to be designed, but in terms of businesses and the economy, what matters is what will happen next year, in a few months. What's going to happen now that so many people who actually leave the Greek labor market, without even moving abroad because they can work remotely. So any professional without any data visibility or for the foresight that we're discussing today, how can they operate? So this is linked to a fourth level education, as I would call it, everything that happens after graduation from university. And of course, we need the policy to set the framework, but we need also the people who need to learn, not only people who are currently students, but also those who are already employed in businesses. Organizations need to teach their people to learn all the time, to unlearn and learn again. So to be constantly reskilled, to people, this has to be taught to people who are currently 40, 45 and still have a long career ahead of them. Now, Ms. Pitsipa, I'd like to ask you, what is the role of employees in all this? Because I understand that when we talk about people who are already in the labour market, there are things that the state can do, but I believe that a lot can be done by businesses themselves, isn't there? Well, I'd like to say that I'm going to agree with both the Minister and Theofilos regarding how employees and businesses alike need to invest in knowledge and skills. What we see in businesses, the following paradox. Businesses place emphasis on both retraining and reskilling of people at this time when employees, because due to the pre-existing education system, are not accustomed to being skilled and reskilled, and acquiring soft skills. They place emphasis in getting certificates and diplomas, etc. So they lack critical thinking, team working, communication, all these soft skills that are critical factors. In which, however, employees do not invest. At the same time, I've talked about training and retraining, which are very important. In Greece, however, according to a recent survey that I've read, approximately 27% of businesses invest in the reskilling or retraining of their employees at the time when the EU average is 72%. There's a huge gap, you realize. So it's very important for businesses to realize the need of investing in lifelong learning, even more so when the cost of replacement or new hiring, because this is something we also see in the the labor market. I'm not happy with this new employee, so bring me a new one. But the cost of turnover is 25% higher than retaining the same employee and investing in them. It's what you're saying is very interesting with regard to how well people are prepared from the education system to acquire new knowledge over time. And I'm asking you, Minister, how large is the gap between the academia and the business world? And what initiatives are you taking in order to bridge this gap? Because it's very important. First of all, the gap does exist, not only in our country, but in our country, it's more pronounced. So what do we do? First of all, what we have done, invest in skills in a tangible manner through new courses, new subjects, and this is why these subjects have to be part of the mandatory curriculum, so that this is conveyed to the teaching staff of the country, of our country, which has been very adaptable and adjustable. It has proved how fast they adapted overnight almost to the new situation caused by the pandemic. And I'd like to thank our teachers around the country who have worked so hard and tried so hard in order to cater for the needs of the students during the pandemic. So, first of all, placing emphasis in the acquisition of skills through the skills workshops. Then our books, our textbooks. Our textbooks are not going to be a single textbook. Now we've got multiple textbooks. Why is this important? Because, as Mr. Pizzika said, because we move away from one single textbook, which tempts everyone to learn it by heart. But when you have got more than one sources, 2 or 3 sources, you need to combine knowledge and therefore cultivate your critical thinking. And this leads to getting more skills. And when they come out, when young children come out, enter the labor market, will be better prepared. Then we have got the career orientation, which has been introduced in the third year of junior high school. Why that? Because according to the Educational Policy Institute, is the most critical year for children to make decisions. So they need to have as much data as possible, as many data as possible in order to make their decision, as much data as possible. Then internship or practice in vocational training and institutes and university, because in the forthcoming period we're going to invest a lot in our universities, where we have followed a bottom-up approach, starting from nursery schools, primary schools, secondary schools, university entry exams, and now we're going to focus on our universities. And one of our initiatives will be to have a more extensive framework, institutional framework for internships and apprenticeships, but internships and placements both for universities and employers. And this is going to be key to bridging the gap between education and labor market needs. And with regard to vocational education and training, I believe our effort to bridging the gap will become more manifest, because on top of seeing what kind of educators we have or teachers we have, we're going, and based on that, see what kind of training we will offer. On the contrary, we're going to look into the needs, the labor market needs, and then decide on the curricula. In Florida, for instance, we have got a new training institute with, a new curriculum that will focus on the training of RES engineers. Okay, good. So, Mr. Vassiliadis, please tell me now how young people react to all this. Do they want different things, different from previous generations as employees? And this is going to be interesting, both the employers and the state. Well, first of all, I'd like to take it from pick up from where the minister left off regarding ownership and practice. Apart from the after studies, this is a major need, and because there is no legislation, employers cannot use people or hire people for internships and placement. Now, if the young people see what it means to actually work, then the discussion will become more practical because, and we're going to see it over time. For sometimes we hear that the millennials and the Z generation want more impact of what they do. They want more work-life balance. My question is, will they be willing to get 30% less, to earn 30% less in order to have more work-life balance? Because, okay, this is good in theory. They may say, okay, when they earn 3,000, they might say that I would be happy with 2,000 in order to have more balance, work-life balance. But would they say the same if they earn 900 euro per month? So having an understanding of the actual working environment would make a huge difference. So they will tell us what they want when they actually start working, unless the education system can bring them closer to the labor market. It is impressive indeed. I think in our first job, we all got a different picture of the world and of the labor market, of how things work than before we worked. So this is a key priority. Another priority that emerges as we exit from this prolonged crisis is that of brain drain. A lot of worthy young people left the country, and I wonder whether Ms. Spitzika could give us a picture of what some of these people want in order to come back, in order to enrich the labor market and labor force of our country with the knowledge and skills and experience. These are very interesting questions because quite often we hear from companies that we work with that they want people from abroad. They want us to attract young people from abroad, to give them the right packages, to offer them the right packages. It has to do with whom we're talking about. First of all, brain drain and brain gain are questionable because it's not a bad thing for young people to study abroad and work abroad for a while in order to earn experiences, but to gain experiences. The thing is whether they can come back to their country. If we look at different age groups, I'd say that it is easier to attract those people who have graduated abroad and worked for a couple of years, and then they are looking for opportunity to come back to their country. And also the age of 45 and 50, people the age of 45 and 50 who, having brought up their children, they want to come back to their home country. The intermediate ages, the experienced executives are difficult to move because they have built their life there. They may have got a loan in order to buy a house. Their children are going to school, so they're difficult to come back. Is this good or bad? Well, but the world is changing. The working environment is changing. In the modern world, the contemporary world, where we're talking a hybrid working model in the next 5 years, and Mr. Mastrogiorgiou says in his service about foresight, we'll be talking about a metaverse environment where it's not going to be myself working, but possibly my digital avatar. So what we need to for Greek businesses to be attractive, first of all, to give perspective to young people, to learn and evolve. This is what young people ask. Am I going to learn more? Am I going to develop and evolve? Obviously, a good remuneration package is attractive. The employment cost is a key parameter. The overall employment cost or salary and employer cost is very important in order to offer better packages. So education, training, incentives, flexible working environment, these are key parameters for Greek businesses to attract people from the global labor market. Regardless of their presence, physical or digital presence. Okay, so we're talking about bridging a gap with regard to businesses and employees. I'd like us to talk about these initiatives of spin-offs. Now, how is this linked, Minister, with this discussion? Well, this has to do with how research, university research, and research performed by research centers can be commercialized, can be used for business purposes, and lead to communication. Recently, in collaboration with the Ministry of Development, we, for the first time, passed a legislative framework for spin-offs. It's, in essence, it is the procedure to set up a spin-off is simplified. Incentives are given to our academic to academia to take part in these spin-offs for their past experience and past service to be taken into account in order for them to evolve. So incentives for involvement and participation, and an extensive, comprehensive framework that will ensure a link between production, research, and labor market and the solutions required.
A recent spin-off, or rather, a research solution that materialized concerned digital assistants from a certain age onwards. This is a solution that the society needs, and indeed it's happening thanks to academic research, and indeed it's leading up to commercial products that are benefiting the society. This is a very interesting solution, says the moderator, and I think there are many such solutions that can come through research conducted in Greece, just as long as we find ways to connect the two. I can't help but wonder to what extent Greece could become a hub for education of the next few years. Mr. Vassiliadis, what is your take on this? I'm asking this question to all three of you, but over to you first. Thank you for letting me kick off. Maybe I am ruining the party or throwing a wet blanket. I think we have a huge opportunity as a country to change gears, to move forward. There's an impetus, there's a mood on the part of the government, but there's so many needs. And the fact that we don't have the right people is a bomb at the foundations of Greece 2.0. What I really don't care about is new foreign investors, but I want us right here, right now. We're not the United States of America. We're a small Southern European country, and what I care most is how we can possibly invest all our resources to train and educate everyone, from kindergarten to those who are about to retire. So sorry for rephrasing the question, but the main question is how can we not waste one single resource, because we have to find skills. We have to find the people with education, with knowledge, with experience and skills. That's the main thing we need to win this wager. So more initiatives in this field, and you believe this is prioritized or ought to be prioritized. Yes, you know what? Businesses always want to do so many things, but normally the resources are limited, and the same goes for the state. It's a good thing that the government in power understands that. For 30 years, they failed to understand the fact that there is no such thing as limitless resources. So we have to remember that, or else everything will be at stake. And of course, we have to keep our focus. Ms. Pitzika, do you agree? Do you have a different take on this? I would partly agree with Theophilos as concerns the following. We are going through a radical overhauling of the educational system, and so it's very important to see what we can do to help it, to sustain it, to improve it in terms of skills, of how to stop learning things by rote in order to develop other skills, to add new techniques, to add new knowledge. All of that is very, very important, starting from the level of kindergartens and all the way to tertiary education, that is colleges and universities. And from that point onwards, of course, it's critical to become an education hub. Cyprus managed to put it within a few years. Being such an education hub would signify more revenue for the country, plus attracting brains. So if it's not our top priority, maybe it should be the second best. And moreover, we have very good edifices and buildings in Spetses, the Energerio School, which is gradually being utilized. We can create campuses on all levels, not just for the benefit of colleges and universities, but also for senior and junior high schools. That would also generate revenue. I have this Cypriot example in mind, and that's why I asked this question. So I'm coming to you, Minister. By way of conclusion, is this a priority and can it happen? Allow me, says the Minister, after what Mr. Vassiliadis said, to be challenging and provocative. One thing won't exclude the other. So a few weeks ago, at the level of the National Technical University, an announcement was made. It's going to team up with Columbia University in New York, and they will be giving a degree, a shared degree between the two of them, and that's available and up for grabs for Greek students. So this is meaningful. It's not just about bringing in foreign students, but it's also important to provide new opportunities to our own students. At any event, there is the political volition to make things happen. Of course, we have to invest in our own human resources, and including professors and teachers. It's no accident that over the years, the 2 years that we are in power, we appointed permanent staff after 12 years. Each and every year, about 2,000 or until 2,000, 7,000 would retire, and we failed to hire a single teacher and professor. You have to invest that way. Human resources are the most valuable thing you have in education, or else you won't be able to make changes happen. So, of course, priority is given to investing on the domestic human resources. These are changes of rational and paradigm. They would call for time. You need time to see the outcomes of such changes. But then again, I also think that one invests in the education of our country by providing our own universities with scope to claim their own position in the academic map of the world. I believe we have excellent universities. It's no accident that many Greek students graduate from Greek universities and excel abroad. How many times have we had stories about Greek students who graduated from Greek universities and excelled abroad? This is no accident, nor is it random, but I also think that globally speaking, our universities do not have the position, or rather the acknowledgement and the recognition they ought to have. We provided universities with scope to put together postgraduate degrees or even graduate degrees in foreign languages. We have English-speaking medical studies. It started in Thessaloniki. There were 60 positions for new students. There were more than 1,000 who applied for that. Then we had the Athens University Medical School in English courses. There's another Greek university doing that pretty soon. So this is a noble competition between and amongst universities, and between Yale and the Athens University, or Johns Hopkins and Ionian University, the International University of Greece, and the N1U. All of the aforementioned are teaming up. These are collaborations that I think are providing a lot to universities and human resources. So by way of answering to your question, Mr. Skilakakis, I'd say yes, we can do it, but our objective is to upgrade the education of Greece by taking initiatives like the ones that I mentioned before to provide better opportunities and scope for knowledge and acquisition of experience and skills to our children, but we also claim the position we are worthy of in the global arena. We, of course, are wishing you the best. I think we are concluding on a more positive note. Thank you very much, all three of you, for this interesting discussion, and there will be a short lunch break, I'm told. Thank you very much.
Ελβάλχαλκορ, η ελληνική βιομηχανία που έχει εδραιωθεί διεθνώς στους κλάδους αλουμινίου και χαλκού. Με συνεχείς επενδύσεις στην πρωτοπορία της έρευνας και της ανάπτυξης και σε προϊόντα τεχνολογίας εχμής. Πάνω από 40 χρόνια εμπειρίας με προτεραιότητα στη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Με πελάτες τις μεγαλύτερες βιομηχανίες του κόσμου και πωλήσεις σε 100 χώρες. Ελβάλχαλκορ, δύναμη ευθύνης και εξωστρέφειας για το σήμερα και το αύριο.
Λένε πως κάθε μέρα είναι και μια μάχη. Και είναι. Άλλωστε για εμάς ήταν πάντα. Τι σε κρατά ορθιό? Το καθήκον. Αυτοί οι άδειοι δρόμοι να γεμίσουν ξανά ζωή. Η ελπίδα, όταν βγουν αυτές οι μάσκες, να φανερώσουν χαμόγελα. Ξέρω όμως πως δεν είμαι μόνη. Αρκεί να κοιτάξω γύρω μου. Καθένας στο πόστο του, από την πρώτη στιγμή. Όπου και όπως χρειάζεται να βοηθήσουμε τους πολλούς απέναντι σε αυτή τη νέα απειλή. Αλλά και κάνοντας ό,τι είναι απαραίτητο ώστε να είμαστε εμείς καλά. Για να μπορούμε να φροντίσουμε όλους εσάς. Για να συνεχίσετε να μας εμπιστεύεστε για κάθε σας ανάγκη, όπως συμβαίνει χρόνια τώρα. Αυτό κάνουμε και σήμερα, με υπερηφάνεια και υπευθυνότητα. Γιατί όταν είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, είσαι και στα δύσκολα.
Impossible. For some, it means it can't be done. Stop trying. Give up now. But not for us. Impossible inspires us to give everything, to try harder. Impossible tells us there's more to know, more to explore, to use science to change people's lives for the better. With mRNA technology, we're making a new generation of vaccines possible. Thanks to remyelinating therapies, rebuilding damaged nerves is now possible. And by developing groundbreaking gene therapies, we're making treating rare disease possible. But we're not stopping there. With over 8,000 new medicines and vaccines in development. Together, we're making the impossible possible.
Ελβάλχαλκόρ, η ελληνική βιομηχανία που έχει εδραιωθεί διεθνώς στους κλάδους αλουμινίου και χαλκού. Με συνεχείς επενδύσεις στην πρωτοπορία της έρευνας και της ανάπτυξης και σε προϊόντα τεχνολογίας εχμής. Πάνω από 40 χρόνια εμπειρίας με προτεραιότητα στη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Με πελάτες τις μεγαλύτερες βιομηχανίες του κόσμου και πωλήσεις σε 100 χώρες. Ελβάλχαλκόρ, δύναμη ευθύνης και εξωστρέφειας για το σήμερα και το αύριο.
Λένε πως κάθε μέρα είναι και μια μάχη. Και είναι. Άλλωστε για εμάς ήταν πάντα. Τι σε κρατά ορθιό? Το καθήκον. Αυτοί οι άδειοι δρόμοι να γεμίσουν ξανά ζωή. Η ελπίδα, όταν βγουν αυτές οι μάσκες, να φανερώσουν χαμόγελα. Ξέρω όμως πως δεν είμαι μόνη. Αρκεί να κοιτάξω γύρω μου. Καθένας στο πόστο του, από την πρώτη στιγμή. Όπου και όπως χρειάζεται να βοηθήσουμε τους πολλούς απέναντι σε αυτή τη νέα απειλή. Αλλά και κάνοντας ό,τι είναι απαραίτητο ώστε να είμαστε εμείς καλά. Για να μπορούμε να φροντίσουμε όλους εσάς. Για να συνεχίσετε να μας εμπιστεύεστε για κάθε σας ανάγκη, όπως συμβαίνει χρόνια τώρα. Αυτό κάνουμε και σήμερα, με υπερηφάνεια και υπευθυνότητα. Γιατί όταν είσαι πάντα ένα βήμα μπροστά, είσαι και στα δύσκολα.
Impossible. For some, it means it can't be done. Stop trying. Give up now. But not for us. Impossible inspires us to give everything, to try harder. Impossible tells us there's more to know, more to explore, to use science to change people's lives for the better. With mRNA technology, we're making a new generation of vaccines possible. Thanks to remyelinating therapies, rebuilding damaged nerves is now possible. And by developing groundbreaking gene therapies, we're making treating rare disease possible. But we're not stopping there. With over 8,000 new medicines and vaccines in development. Together, we're making the impossible possible.
Ελβάλχαλκόρ, η ελληνική βιομηχανία που έχει εδραιωθεί διεθνώς στους κλάδους αλουμινίου και χαλκού. Με συνεχείς επενδύσεις στην πρωτοπορία της έρευνας και της ανάπτυξης και σε προϊόντα τεχνολογίας αιχμής. Πάνω από 40 χρόνια εμπειρίας με προτεραιότητα στη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη. Με πελάτες τις μεγαλύτερες βιομηχανίες του κόσμου.
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me from the room?
Και το αύριο.
1, 2, 3. Γιώργο, μ' ακούτε? Hello? One, two, three.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you. We were just testing. Please share your screen and open your PowerPoint in slide presentation mode, please, so that we are ready for your presentation to be live streamed. And you'll just wait for 10 minutes. We have a 10-minute delay.
One second.
Την έκανε? Την έκανε? Γιώργο, την έκανε?
Why does it not show?
Βέβαια τον ακούω χαμηλά,
Just one second. I've been trying to share. Why does it not appear? So it's there.
Hello, can you hear me? Are you facing any problems with opening your PPT or sharing your screen?
Yes, I've got a problem. But,
I want you first to open your PPT on your desktop.
It is open.
Yes, push the share button on Zoom.
Yeah,
did you push the share button? Like you did.
Here we are.
Is it okay?
See this?
Can you put your PPT on full mode slide presentation?
It is.
It is full screen. Okay. Yeah. We are ready. We are set. We are starting in about 3-4 minutes. Okay. Okay. Good luck. Bye.
Thank you.
please share again.
Okay.
Share your presentation again. You stopped sharing.
You can see this?
Okay, guys. It's okay. Full screen. And don't stop sharing.
No, I do want to stop sharing because
Okay.
I only want to show this halfway through.
Okay, we're taking just your camera separately and your PPT separately, so you don't have to worry about nothing.
Excellent.
Stay as you are. You don't have to change anything. Okay?
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
so
you.
I can just I'm sorry. I can just refer to the slide halfway through when I need to do.
Stay as you said it, so you are ready to launch. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά την Ένωση.
So, we are waiting. We are not on air, not just yet.
Είμαστε στον αέρα. Καλησπέρα λοιπόν κυρίες και κύριοι.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to thank the Hellenic Entrepreneurs Association, or E.ΕΝ.Ε in Greek. Thank you for extending this invitation to the 7th Annual Economic Forum. So over the next 15 minutes, we will have the chance to converse with Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister 2011-2012, Professor of Constitutional Law, Aristotle University Thessaloniki, Evangelos Venizelos. Thank you. I would like to also thank the organizing committee of this event. They always invite me. It's a set date I think of it in serious terms, and I think it's quite efficient and effective. Thank you very much for the invitation. So we are talking within the context of and against the backdrop of the Hellenic Entrepreneurs Association. The entrepreneurial environment matters over the next few months and years. There are uncertainties. We can see that. There are many risks. It's obvious. But then again, there is a context and an environment therein which can be described. We could have, or rather, could we have ever foreseen that we would be faced at the end of 2021 and the start of 2022 with such high energy rates and such inflation? Was there something wrong with the European reflexes? The possibility of having inflation and of having an increase in interest rates, I think, has always been a concern for scientists and scholars and also commentators, analysts and businesses for quite some time. And these were the reasons why people were reticent in terms of possibly having new bond loans and issuing loans for big corporations and big groups of companies. Now, the problem is not the inflation rate as we speak. The problem as we speak is the recession rate of the German economy. This is a bad omen for the European economy. So there's stagnation, stagflation in the biggest EU economy and therefore within the context of the European Union. And I'd like to think that the supply chain problem is temporary, but it's huge, and it's not just leading to an increase in prices, but it's also affecting adequacy of quantities. And there's also the energy crisis, and I believe that those who are overly optimistic would like to think of it as ending by the start of spring 2022, but I think that maybe they're wrong, and maybe there will be a chain, a series of energy crises following suit, and we should think of it more profoundly and more seriously. Of course, there are many reasons why we should be more optimistic. We're aware of them. We've talked about them. When it comes to Greece, the fundamental optimistic note is the fact that we're getting lots of funding from the Union from various sources. So we are waiting for new investments. And indeed, there are new externalities, as we call them now, externalities and uncertainties. And so we have to reassess the whole framework within which we will be moving over the next year. Earlier on, you referred to the German economy's recession. There's a new administration in Germany, a new government in power. Should we expect a change in policies? Will there be some sort in the context of the ambience? There are the upcoming elections at the end of spring 2022 in France. The German government, says Mr. Venizelos, will always be the German government. And you see how cautiously and carefully they forged an agreement, the three that are co-governing, the three parties. Now, the fiscal foundation of their agreement, that is, that in reality they are going to use funds that are available and were the outcome of loans made by the federal government, but they were never used for the pandemic. They are going to take that money, as they said, and they're going to use this amount to fund in a front-loaded manner the policies of this new government. That was the precondition upon which the liberal leader agreed, and then he assumed the Ministry of Finance. But as of 2022, they will be slamming the brakes on the debt on the basis of the federal constitution, and this is a catalyst. So now, CDU, CSU, that is the opposition parties, say they are going to take this to the federal court and they would like to have a change made to this decision because that would be cumbersome for the debt. And so because of the pandemic, they said that they have to take this to the German Federal Constitutional Court. Let me note one thing here, which is very important in my opinion. Maybe then again, I'm influenced by my profession. I'm a jurist, and so I'm a constitutional jurist for that matter. When the infamous vice decision of the German Federal Constitutional Court in May 2020 versus the initial PSPP, which is normally called APB. So The rationale behind it was that there is a primary market that appears as a secondary market, leading to a certain instability problem that affects the European Central Bank's system. So the European Commission took Germany to court because there was this previous federal court decision, the constitutional court decision about a month ago. The German government that was leaving office under Mrs. Merkel, the caretaking government at the time, stated before the European Commission that they recognize the supremacy of the European law and the exclusive competence of the institutions of the EU, i.e. the European Court of Law, to have control over acts and deeds, also those of the ECB. So there's no ultra vires control. And so, following that statement, the European Commission decided to withdraw the case because the European Commission said that the German government was actually representing the German state and not the German Constitutional Court. This is telling. It shows you how difficult it is for the European Central Bank to make a decision as concerns what Greece will do and how it could possibly continue to be part of the QE program after the end of the pandemic program, which should be concluded by March 2022. And tomorrow there's a critical meeting. Do you think we will be exposed eventually, Mr. President? Will we be all of a sudden faced with a sudden increase of interest rates? The fundamental objective of our country is and ought to be to get better ratings. Investment-wise, this has not happened. So we can't be part of the normal QE program if it continues. And if we can't do that, then we have to have a certain partial substitution clause in order for us, if we can give something, because there's also some shallowness in our titles. Because a big part of our sovereign debt is still hybrid. That is, it's in the hands of the institutional partners of ours. That's 35 billion. Yes, and it's not in the hands of the market or the private sector, global private sector. It's about, unless I'm wrong, it's about 62% of our debt. Despite the slashing and the fact that debt was rolled over towards the market over the past few months and years, so this is an issue. So the fiscal framework within which Greece will be moving over the next year. So there's the supply chain issue, the energy crisis in progress, the inflation rate exerting pressure. This is historical ideological pressure, especially vis-à-vis Germany. There's the recession in Germany. There are the institutional legal problems of Germany too. And there is also the profundity of energy issues, which will not be solved easily. There's also a discussion about the new fiscal framework in Europe. This is not going to be over easily, nor is it going to be concluded formally. So there will be no official change in the treaties or the pact. There will be interpretations. There will be methods. I believe that the best thing we should and could do is to listen to what Klaus Regling says, a good dear friend. We and him and I signed off to the second loan supporting the Greek economy. Klaus is a serious person. I would always pay attention to what he says when it comes to managing the indicators and indexes of the Stability Pact. But I want us to get the historical backdrop and the feeling of history. How come we got these indicators? You see, they're the result of the averages of the fiscal performance of the 1992 EU states. So this is dating back to the Maastricht Treaty. This is not a doctrine. There was no analysis, the result of which were these indicators. They just legalized an economic junction. Now, after two financial and economic crises, the European Union and the Eurozone have understood that they still have pending issues with history. Nothing is definitive, nothing is over, no issue of economic and fiscal or financial policy has been settled based on rules that are quite potent. So there has to be flexibility. Everybody sees that. And so the European Union understands, the European Commission understands that you have to take stock of what's happening within a society. What's the use of having fiscal stability or discipline if you can't keep the communities together, if you can't have inclusive societies, if you can't have the democracies work in a liberal manner? During the pandemic, especially over the past 2 years, that is, during the pandemic, there's a certain laxity in terms of fiscal affairs. There are many programs which are granting benefits to these citizens. I think the economies are addicted to this. Well, during the pandemic, there was the workshop, or rather the laboratory that was Greece. So the experience of the financial and economic crisis of Greece had led to the formation and the forging of new institutions. 136, the article was recast. There was the ESM, there were QE programs and projects. So the OMT was the very first program which touched on countries that had signed for memoranda, but this was never enforced. But the OMT's mere announcement impacted on the markets. So this experience was a lab, and on the basis of what happened, the EU moved fast and swiftly to deal with the pandemic. So the EU had stopped using the general escape clause, and then state aids are no longer controlled by the European Commission. They have been unregulated, and that's why Germany, for instance, gave colossal amounts of money in benefits, and this is impacting in the long run on competitiveness. This is a structural problem, and we followed that example because 43 billion were given by the Greek government. So what sort of stability pact are we talking about? Maybe there's no such thing. The PPP also materialized, and it inflated QE, and all the securities and everything was bought, and it was just given out because the market was secured. Even the constitutional judges in Germany said this appears like a secondary market, but you know that this is going to be absorbed by the system. So overall, you're burdening the central banks, all of the central banks, should something go wrong. And given that, now we have to eventually strike some sort of balance, but the pandemic is still raging. Now there's the Omicron variant, there are problems, nothing's over, there's no certainty that from a health point of view, we are faring better. The public opinion is becoming more lax and loose. We have lost track of the fiscal situation because of the benefits granted during the pandemic. People are no longer paying attention, and we had managed to be very careful, but with huge sacrifices during the memoranda and during the economic crisis. And if not all, many have been addicted now, have grown addicted to these benefit policies that are giving more benefits and grants. So theoretically speaking, I guess we will decide where we stand in 2022. It's not as simple as that, says Mr. Venizelos, but we don't know what the background will be in terms of the health crisis, the energy crisis, and what sort of global international premises will apply, because as we speak, or rather pretty soon, we will be facing issues that touch on serious foreign policy, that is the relations between the West and Russia, NATO, the Ukraine, the relations with China, always with China, because behind this there's always the West and Russian relationship. So there's the pursuit of a policy while there's this effort to make Russia a partner of the West and not China. So this is the main issue there, and this all puts the European Union in a difficult position because the United States of America are not dependent on Russia, unlike Europe. You also mentioned good things, or rather you alluded to positive things. Well, positive things, there's optimism, there are funds multitudinous funds, because there's not just the RRF, but there's also the NSRF, the MMF, there's also the political climate. The political climate, the availability of private capital and funds, the willingness of them to invest in Greece. We'll see. What I really am interested in is making steps, doing real things. It's one thing to make promises, it's another thing to deliver on those, but we need different preconditions for this to work, and we can't even allude to them because we're pressed for time. Nonetheless, we are faced with serious issues that touch on the workings of justice. Justice is, or the late administration of justice is the number one issue that investors always take into account, but there's also public administration issues, not just the digitalization issues, but leaps and bounds are happening there, but it's the essence of things, the decision-making process, the fact that public procurement agreements are made, that's an issue, how they made and so forth, and there's also the so-called administrative acts. That's also another issue that's pending. So we have to strike a balance there. We have to talk about this. And we shouldn't be too optimistic, nor should we be overly pessimistic. We have to be perceptive as much as we can. Thank you very much, says the moderator. Thank you, Mr. Venizelos. Thank you for listening to us. We will continue with the next speaker. Bye-bye.
Great pleasure that I'm welcoming Professor Kevin Featherstone in a live collection from London, the Eleftheros Venizelos Professor of Contemporary Greek Studies at the London School of Economics. He's also the Professor of European Politics in the University and the Director of the Hellenic Observatory. Professor Featherstone, I hope you can hear me well.
I can, Pavlo, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great privilege to be with you in the King George Hotel, and a special pleasure to follow Evangelos Venizelos. So my greetings to everyone there.
I'm glad to hear you managed to follow the panel, and I want to thank you on stage for the support of the Hellenic Observatory once again at the E.ΕΝ.Ε Annual Economic Summit. Let me go straight to our first question due to time limitations. Research and development can contribute significantly to successful entrepreneurship.
Μπορούν να συμβάλλουν στην επιτυχή επιχειρηματικότητα και είσαστε πρώην μέλος του ΕΣΕΤ στην Ελλάδα. Ποια είναι η δική σας άποψη για τις επιδόσεις έρευνας και ανάπτυξης στην Ελλάδα και τα μελλοντικές δυνατότητες? Γνωρίζουμε ότι η μακροχρόνια θέση του συστήματος έρευνας και ανάπτυξης στην Ελλάδα είχε μια σειρά από δυσλειτουργίες, χαμηλή χρηματοδότηση ιστορικά και ασυνέπη χρηματοδότηση. Υπήρξε κάποια βελτίωση πρόσφατα. Το ποσοστό του ΑΕΠ που δαπανάται είναι πλέον στο 1,49% πάνω από την Πορτογαλία, για παράδειγμα, ειδικά στην για την έρευνα και ανάπτυξη. Αλλά το επίπεδο της επενδύσης παραμένει πολύ κάτω από το μέσο ευρωπαϊκό όρο όσον αφορά την έρευνα, την ανάπτυξη, αλλά και κάτω από το μέσο όρο του ΟΣΑ. Υπάρχουν όμως πολλές δυνατότητες στο σύστημα. Υπάρχουν τομείς διεθνούς αριστείας, στον η έρευνα, ας πούμε, στην ιατρική, στην υγεία, στην πληροφορική, στην θαλάσσια βιολογία. Υπάρχουν λοιπόν δυνατότητες, αλλά το σύστημα δεν αποδίδει. Η Ελλάδα έχει έναν υψηλό αριθμό σχετικά ερευνητών, αλλά αν σκεφτούμε σε επίπεδο διπλωμάτου ευρεσιτεχνίας, η Ελλάδα μακροχρόνιος έχει πρόβλημα από την άποψη αυτή. Πρέπει να γίνει κάποια αλλαγή στην κουλτούρα, θα ήθελα να προτείνω, και να αποδεχθεί την πρόκληση να ανταγωνιστεί παγκοσμίως και να αποδεχθεί και την αξία του να θέσει σαν προτεραιότητα την έρευνα και την ανάπτυξη. Πολύ συχνά, θα ήθελα να πω, σε θέματα έρευνας και ανάπτυξη, όπως και αλλού στην Ελλάδα, η επιτυχία φαίνεται να εξαρτάται σε υπερβολικό βαθμό από την ηρωική ηγεσία της επιχειρηματικότητας, των επιχειρήσεων στην έρευνα και ανάπτυξη, και αυτό υπάρχουν λόγω μια σειρά από προκαταλήψεων αλλά και έλλειψης θεσμών. Υπάρχουν λοιπόν δυνατότητες, αλλά χρειάζεται περαιτέρω προαγωγή, καλλιέργεια και βεβαίως αλλαγή στην κουλτούρα προκειμένου να δεχθεί να ανταγωνιστεί διεθνώς. Η αριστεία είναι πολύ καλή λέξη που θα μπορούσε κανείς να υιοθετήσει. Καθηγητά Featherstone, αναφέρατε την πολιτιστική αλλαγή, την ολογική κουλτούρα θα μπορούσε να τονώσει και να επιταχύνει την επιχειρηματικότητα στην Ελλάδα. Σε ποιο βαθμό πιστεύετε ότι οι προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζουμε σήμερα είναι διαρθρωτικές και σε ποιο βαθμό είναι πολιτισμικές ή θεσμικές? Φυσικά είναι ένα μείγμα όλων αυτών. Τα προβλήματα αυτά εντοπίστηκαν ως ενδυμικά χρόνια πριν. Υπάρχουν θεσμικά προβλήματα, όπως η γραφειοκρατία, με υψηλή φραγμή για την είσοδο στην αγορά, αλλά και η υπερπλοκότητα του φορολογικού συστήματος. Τώρα ξέρουμε ότι πολλοί ταλαντούχοι νέοι άνθρωποι επιλέγουν να στραφούν στον δημόσιο τομέα και αντί για τον ιδιωτικό τομέα για πρόσθετη ασφάλεια. Φυσικά στο πρόσφατο παρελθόν, στη διάρκεια της κρίσης, 27% του ΑΕΠ χάθηκε. Και αυτό δεν αποτελεί μια πολύ καλή βάση προκειμένου να δημιουργηθεί μια επιχειρηματική κουλτούρα, αλλά τα πολιτισμικά προβλήματα όσον αφορά την επιχειρηματικότητα προϋπήρχαν στην Ελλάδα. Έχουν δείξει έρευνες ότι η Ελλάδα είναι μία από τις χώρες που με το υψηλότερο ποσοστά φόβου αποτυχίας στην επιχειρηματικότητα. Επίσης και στην κάλυψη των ΜΜΕ επιχειρήσεων, η επιχειρηματική αριστεία έχει το χαμηλότερο ποσοστό κάλυψης στην Ευρώπη. Τούτου λεχθέντος, υπάρχουν παραδείγματα βελτιώσεων στην Ελλάδα προσφάτως. Σκεφτόμαστε την καλύτερη εικόνα των πρόσφατων επιτυχιών, όπως η εφαρμογή BIT για τα ταξί ή το ηλεκτρονικό κατάστημα Scrooge. Πέρυσι είδε ότι η Ελλάδα είχε την καλύτερη χρονιά της ως προς τα ποσοστά εξαγοράς νεοφυών επιχειρήσεων. Όλα αυτά αποτελούν ενδείξεις βελτίωσης. Στην κοινωνία των πολιτών θα μιλούσα και την εργασία, την δραστηριότητα ΜΚΟ, όπως η εμπιστοσύνη, people's trust, και υπάρχει μια συνέπεια άνω το 90% και αυτό είναι εντυπωσιακό, και η επιχειρηματική υποστήριξη αφορά και τους άντρες και τις γυναίκες. Τώρα, σκεφτόμενος τα hedge funds που βοηθούν τις νεοφυείς επιχειρήσεις στην Ελλάδα, ο Αρίστος Δοξιάδης έγραψε σχετικά με το θέμα αυτό. Επίσης, πρωτοβουλίες από ελληνικές τράπεζες, όπως η Τράπεζα Πειραιώς για την βιώσιμη επιχειρηματικότητα. Άρα λοιπόν δεν θα πρέπει να επαφήμεθα ή να βασιζόμαστε σε στερεότυπα. Υπάρχει έδαφος για αλλαγές και κάποιες αυτές οι αλλαγές έχουν αρχίσει να εμφανίζονται. Έχουμε άλλες δύο ερωτήσεις, κύριε καθηγητά Featherstone. Καταρχάς, σε τι βαθμό πιστεύετε ότι η ελληνική εκπαίδευση και ιδίως η πανεπιστημιακή εκπαίδευση μπορεί να παίξει σημαντικό ρόλο στην καθοδήγηση, στην όθηση, αν θέλετε, της πολιτισμικής αλλαγής ως προς την επιχειρηματικότητα, και ταυτόχρονα μόλις ολοκληρώσαμε ένα ένα πάνελ με την Νίκη Κεραμέως που είναι υπουργός παιδείας στην Ελλάδα, και ακούσαμε για τις προκλήσεις και τις μεταρρυθμίσεις που βρίσκονται υπό εξέλιξη. Είστε καθόλου αισιόδοξος για την εξέλιξη του ελληνικού συστήματος παιδείας και τα πανεπιστήμια? Φυσικά η παιδεία έχει να διαδραματίσει σημαντικό ρόλο στην αλλαγή κουλτούρας που είναι αναγκαία για όσον αφορά την επιχειρηματικότητα. Θα πρέπει να σκεφτούμε κάποια παράγοντες που αφορούν το περιβάλλον. Νέοι άνθρωποι στην Ελλάδα, όπως είναι οι άνθρωποι παντού, έχουν μια σειρά από πλεονεκτήματα που μπορούν να προσφέρουν. Γνωρίζουν πάρα πολύ καλύτερα τα θέματα τεχνολογίας από ό,τι οι υπόλοιποι εμείς. Με πολύ μεγάλη ευκολία χρησιμοποιούν εφαρμογές, διάφορες πλατφόρμες και τεχνολογικό εξοπλισμό. Φυσικά επίσης οι νέοι έχουν τη σιγουριά και τη βεβαιότητα και την νοοτροπία να θέλουν να κάνουν επιδίδοντας επιχειρηματικότητα που έχει σκοπό. Γκάρι Γκριν είναι διάσημος από αυτήν την άποψη. Έχουν παίξει λοιπόν ένα πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο στην έκφραση των νέων και πρέπει να έχουν το χώρο να εκφραστούν. Σαν παράδειγμα, εδώ στο LSE για παράδειγμα, έχουμε δημιουργήσει το πρόγραμμα LSE Generate και θα ήθελα να σας το δείξω με τη μορφή παρουσίασης PowerPoint για να σας δείξω τι σημαίνει αυτό. Εν ολίγης, το LSE Generate υποστηρίζει τους φοιτητές και τους αποφύτους να δημιουργήσουν κοινωνικά υπεύθυνες επιχειρήσεις στο Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο και εκτός αυτού. Ένα ετήσιο πρόγραμμα το οποίο είναι γεμάτο με διαγωνισμούς, εκδηλώσεις, συμβάντα αλλά και δυνατότητες δικτύωσης δύο δίνει δυνατότητα για μια επιχειρηματική διαδρομή στην οποία μπορεί να εκφραστεί ο καθένας. Το δίνω αυτό σαν παράδειγμα, το αναφέρω ως παράδειγμα. Πολλοί από τους νέους μας έχουν διαφορετικές προσδοκίες σήμερα, προσδοκίες χρήσης της πληροφορικής, προσδοκίες για να κάνουν κάτι διαφορετικό στο επιχειρήν, και τα πανεπιστήμια έχουν να διαδραματίσουν ένα κρίσιμο ρόλο προκειμένου να επιτρέψουν αυτόν τον ρόλο των νέων ανθρώπων να υποστηρίξουν όλες τις πρωτοβουλίες τους. Το πανεπιστήμιο δεν υφίσταται μόνο για την τυπική εκπαίδευση των 4 ετών και αυτό είναι πολύ ενδιαφέρον. Αυτό το πρόγραμμα LSE Generates είναι εξωσχολικό, είναι οικειοθελές, εθελοντικό, δηλαδή οι φοιτητές επιλέγουν να συμμετάσχουν και είναι πολύ δημοφιλές στους φοιτητές μας. Παρέχουμε την υποστήριξη, προσφέρουμε εκπαίδευση bootcamp για τους φοιτητές μας που έχουν ενδιαφέρουσες ιδέες για νεοφυείς επιχειρήσεις. Έχουμε διάφορες συνεδριάσεις εκπαίδευσης και κατάρτισης για να αναπτύξουν επιχειρηματικές δεξιότητες και αυτό το πρόγραμμα τώρα LSE Generate το έχουμε μεταφέρει σε πάρα πολλές χώρες, στην Πορτογαλία, στην Αφρική, στην Ιγυρία, στην Νοτιοανατολική Ασία. Συνεργαζόμαστε με πανεπιστήμια σε όλο τον κόσμο. Και προέκυψαν πολλές ενδιαφέρουσες νεοφυείς επιχειρήσεις, για παράδειγμα στην Ινδία σε υποστήριξη της γεωργίας ή αλλού για οικολογικά προϊόντα, δημιουργία οικολογικών προϊόντων. Άρα λοιπόν μια σειρά από ενδιαφέρουσες νεοφυείς επιχειρήσεις έχουν προκύψει. Παύλο, γνωρίζω ποιοι είναι οι περιορισμοί, οι πολιτικοί, οι πολιτισμικοί περιορισμοί για τέτοιου είδους πράγματα στα κρατικά πανεπιστήμια της Ελλάδας. Πρέπει να ξέρουμε όμως ποιος είναι ο προορισμός, ποιο είναι ο τελικός προορισμός και προτείνω ότι τα πανεπιστήμια δεν είναι δεν ανήκουν στην εποχή την νεολιθική εποχή. Πρέπει να εξελίσσονται. Δεν πρέπει να μένουν ως είχαν. Υπάρχει για παράδειγμα ερευνητική χρηματοδότηση από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Το σημαντικό είναι όμως να προσφέρουν στους φοιτητές κάτι το οποίο ήδη προσδοκούν, ήδη απαιτούν. Οι Έλληνες φοιτητές που έρχονται στο Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο, που που πηγαίνουν σε διάφορα διεθνή πανεπιστήμια έχουν προσδοκίες υποστήριξη από τα πανεπιστήμια, όχι μόνο στη διάρκεια των σπουδών τους, αλλά διαβίου. Η πολιτισμική αλλαγή είναι πολύ δύσκολη, αλλά στο ελληνικό περιβάλλον οι ενώσεις αποφύτων πανεπιστημίων έχουν πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο να διαδραματίσουν στην υποστήριξη φοιτητών και άλλων αποφύτων, να τους βοηθήσουν να καταλάβουν τι μπορεί να γίνει σε συνεργασία με τα πανεπιστήμια και ως προς τη διαβίου μάθηση στα πανεπιστήμια. Το μέλλον τώρα. Οι φοιτητές στην Ελλάδα, καθώς τα πανεπιστήμια δεν το προσφέρουν αυτά στην Ελλάδα, οι Έλληνες φοιτητές θα προστρέχουν όλο και περισσότερο στο εξωτερικό για να τα βρουν αυτά, να ικανοποιήσουν τις προσδοκίες τους. Κάτι που δεν θέλουμε. Θέλουμε οι νέοι αυτοί οι άνθρωποι να μπορούν να τα βρουν αυτά στην Ελλάδα και η πολιτισμική αλλαγή θα μπορούσε να βοηθήσει σημαντικά προκειμένου να εντελεστεί μια αλλαγή στα πανεπιστήμια. Θα ήθελα να πω ότι δεν πρόκειται θέματα επιβολής, δηλαδή επιβολή ως προς τα προγράμματα σπουδών, αλλά μια υπηρεσία η οποία είναι προαιρετική, έξω πανεπιστημιακή, μάλλον πέραν του προγράμματος σπουδών, αφορά φοιτητές οι οποίοι θα μπορούσαν να είναι διεθνώς, να κινούνται διεθνώς, και αυτό θα μπορούσε να οδηγήσει σε διεθνείς συνεργασίες και βεβαίως συνεργασίες μεταξύ πανεπιστημίων σε όλο τον κόσμο. Καθηγητά Φεδεστόμου, σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Αυτό το LSE Generate είναι μέρος της πηξίδας που όλοι πρέπει να διερευνήσουμε και κάτι πολύ σημαντικό που θα μπορεί να λειτουργήσει ως οδηγός και για το ελληνικό εκπαιδευτικό σύστημα. Ελπίζω ότι θα έχουμε ξανά την ευκαιρία να συνεργαστούμε, να μιλήσουμε. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για τις εύστοχες παρατηρήσεις και αλλά και για την πλήρη υποστήριξη του ελληνικού παρατηρητηρίου και του LSE, μάλλον της Ένωσης Αποφύτων του LSE, για την δημιουργία και τη συντήρηση αυτής της δυναμικής γέφυρας. Ευχαριστώ Παύλο, και χαιρετισμούς αλλά και ευχές για τα Χριστούγεννα. Θερμές ευχές.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, γεια σας και πάλι. Είμαι η Μαριάννα Σκυλακάκη, CEO της Αθηναίας, και έχω την πολύ μεγάλη χαρά να συντονίζω την επόμενη μας συζήτηση στο πλαίσιο της 7ης Ετήσιας Οικονομικής Διάσκεψης της Ε.ΕΝ.Ε, αυτή τη φορά στη θεματική της ανάπτυξης και της καινοτομίας. Έχω την πολύ μεγάλη χαρά να καλωσορίζω εδώ τον Υφυπουργό Ανάπτυξης και Επενδύσεων Γιάννη Τσακίρη. Καλώς ήρθατε. Καθώς και τον οικονομολόγο και πρώην Υφυπουργό παρά τον Πρωθυπουργό Δημήτρη Λιάκο. Καλώς ήρθατε στη συζήτησή μας, που θα ήθελα σήμερα να ξεκινήσει με μια ερώτηση που θα θέσω και στους δυο σας, σχετικά με το πού βρισκόμαστε αυτή τη στιγμή, ποιες είναι οι μεγάλες ευκαιρίες και ποιες είναι οι μεγάλες προκλήσεις σε ό,τι αφορά την καινοτόμα επιχειρηματικότητα στη χώρα μας. Κύριε Υπουργέ, ο λόγος σε εσάς καταρχήν.
Ευχαριστώ για την πρόσκληση καταρχήν. Είμαστε σε μια πολύ περίεργη περίοδο σε ό,τι αφορά να το πω, και την οικονομική αλλά και την κοινωνική μας ζωή, και εξειδικεύοντας στην καινοτομία, η χώρα μας είναι σε μια φάση όπου έχουν γίνει πάρα πολλά βήματα τα προηγούμενα χρόνια, προκειμένου η καινοτομία και ειδικότερα η καινοτομία μέσω της τεχνολογίας να φτάσει σε ένα αρκετά, να το πω έτσι, ικανοποιητικό επίπεδο, τόσο με δράσεις, ειδικά μάλλον με δράσεις από συγχρηματοδοτούμενα προγράμματα της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Παρόλα αυτά, αρκετές συνθήκες ανατράπηκαν με την πανδημία, είτε με την καλή είτε με την κακή έννοια. Η πανδημία έγινε ένας καταλύτης να προχωρήσουν γρήγορα οι καινοτόμες ιδέες, ίσως αυτές οι οποίες είχαν μια εφαρμογή, και η τεχνολογία παράλληλα. Κάποιες άλλες τεχνολογίες πέθαναν πιο γρήγορα. Και όλο αυτό μας έδειξε ότι καταρχήν ευτυχώς η Ελλάδα είχε κάνει κάποια βήματα, ειδικά σε ό,τι αφορά τη χρηματοδότηση της καινοτομίας. Άρα μας βρήκε σε μια καλή φάση, αλλά μας έδωσε και τον χρόνο από την άλλη μεριά γρήγορα να αλλάξουμε τη σκέψη μας και να επιταχύνουμε και εμείς, τουλάχιστον από τη μεριά του Υπουργείου Ανάπτυξης και Επενδύσεων, όλες αυτές τις διαδικασίες ή τα πλάνα μάλλον που είχαμε υπόψη μας και σε βάθος τριετίας, να τα φέρουμε πολύ πιο μπροστά, έτσι ώστε να προλάβουμε ακόμα πιο γρήγορα τις εξελίξεις και να αλλάξουμε και λίγο τη ρότα αυτών που σκεφτόμασταν για την καινοτομία προς τις νέες εξελίξεις.
Η πανδημία υπήρξε ένας μεγάλος επιταχυντής από πολλές απόψεις. Οπότε, κύριε Λιάκο, θα ήθελα και τη δική σας οπτική γωνία πάνω στο που μας οδήγησε αυτή τη στιγμή, σε ό,τι αφορά την καινοτόμια επιχειρηματικότητα.
Να ευχαριστήσω καταρχάς για την πρόσκληση. Κοιτάξτε, σίγουρα και θα συμφωνήσω με τον κύριο Τσακίρη ότι η πανδημία δημιούργησε νέα δεδομένα. Τα τελευταία χρόνια είναι η αλήθεια, θα το έβαζα χρονικά από το 2016-2017, σαφώς η ελληνική οικονομία είχε μπει σε μια άλλη κατάσταση, αναπτυξιακή, και είχαν γίνει πάρα πολλές και σημαντικές μεταρρυθμίσεις
Many
ακόμα και
important reforms had been made, even when it comes to innovation. Let me remind you that in 2015, when we came to government, the expenditure for R&D was 0.25% of the GDP. Now it's over 1% of the GDP. Of course, we're lagging behind compared to the EU average, but a great effort was made in relation to this matter. Now, the financial instruments that were then developed, let me say that back then, Yannis Tsakiris, under his previous capacity, well, we were able, thanks to the EIB, to create a new ecosystem for startups with the EPI fund, which created a critical mass. And thanks to that, we had a lot of new startups, interesting startups. But now we are in the second phase for those startuppers. So the question is, how can they grow even further and scale up, how they can become bigger in size? This is also very important. Let us not forget that. Now, the pandemic is here with us. It has created a new situation. We don't know when the pandemic will end, and I think we should all agree on that. But we need to continue. We need to push forward. I'm talking about structural reforms as well, and I would like to agree with what was mentioned by Mr. Venizelos, Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister 2011-2012. There are some pending issues. These are historical pending issues. That's what I mention them as. So they need to be resolved. I'm talking about the area of justice that needs to be reformed. Also, public administration is another important issue, and we can dwell on this further. And the question may be how we can have a multiplier effect and how we can make the best possible use of the RRF. Let's not forget that resilience is also important. It's not just recovery that's important. Resilience is also important, and how we can make use of the EU funds. I'm talking about the PA agreement and so on and so forth. So it's not that the pandemic must make us just twiddle our thumbs and do nothing. We have to move forward, and we have to reconsider our priorities because things have changed. The situation has changed. Our needs have changed. So it was within this context that you just described. But we also have a new PA agreement, a new NSRF. So, Mr. Tsakiris, tell us about the specificities, the peculiarities of the new programming period and the tools that will be made available, particularly for innovative companies. Of course. We were the first country that signed the new PA agreement. Meaning, out of all the 27 member states, we were the first. This was another first in the last few years, one of the first that we have achieved as a country. So we are now in the stage of adopting the operational programs. Innovation is part of the OP for competitiveness. Now, the PA agreement is bigger than the previous one. It's 26 billion. And another first is that we were first in absorption. I'm talking about the existing PA. So out of all member states, we're number one when it comes to the absorption rate. We might drop in position, of course, but this, again, is another way to gain the trust of the Europeans. Now, in relation to innovation and the new PA agreement, it will be funded through the old EPANEC, the new competitiveness, so 4 billion euro. That's the budget, and a large part of this operational program will be used in the classical method of subsidies. I'm talking about various programs, for example, such as kαινοτομία. And another large chunk will be used for financial instruments, FIs. And let me continue along the lines of what Mr. Liakos said. We will try to maximize the benefit. We know that there's this ecosystem of startups. We want to make it even bigger using smart money, because innovation doesn't mean it's subsidies and investing in basic research. We need financing, and we need to make use of smart money. And where does the smart money come from? It comes from these financial instruments, and Mr. Veremis this morning mentioned that there's still a big gap when it comes to making use of FIs, particularly in the case of startups. So we will make use of such smart money, and today we actually have the Business Angels Fund. There's an amount that we had given to the European Investment Fund. So now we have the first angel fund in Greece, which will actually be co-funding together with business angels. So this is a new untapped market. And exponentially, this pie of smart money is becoming bigger when it comes to financing innovation. I like your reference to smart money because absorption rate, that's a top priority. That's the absolute minimum, meaning we can't let money go by without us using it. But the question is, where does this money go to? This is one of the questions Greece had to answer in the past programming periods. And of course, we want the money to be well spent, and we want it to be put to good use, not just to have a high absorption rate. So are there any risks in relation to this matter in the next programming period? Meaning, how can we use this money in the best possible way with the biggest possible impact on the Greek economy? So let's look at the track record when it comes to absorption of EU funds. So up until now, we didn't have the influence that we would have desired in relation to the production and development model of Greece. I think that the pandemic has proven or has exposed the fact that we have many inefficiencies, many weaknesses, many shortcomings. This is a reality. The second thing is that the absorption rate of EU funds, and we must understand one thing. The money that will flow into Greece in the coming years, well, that is a huge amount of money. It's never happened before. It's unprecedented. Mr. Tsakiris talked about 26 billion, 32 from the RRF, plus the private funds that can be leveraged. And I'm talking about the loans that can be made available through the bank system. So we understand that we're talking about a huge amount of money, and this money has to be absorbed. Now, in relation to the RRF in particular, there are specific conditions. And on the 31st of December 2026, this will expire, meaning that's the end of the program, the financing period. So we have to have absorbed this money by then. So by the 31st, so after the 31st of December 2026, there will be no money out of that amount available. This is something we have to realize. So this means that we have to run at a very fast pace in order to achieve absorption rates that are high. And the question is, how can we make the best possible use of this money, and how can we maximize the benefits that we can derive from the funds? So we talked about multipliers of fiscal measures some years ago, and how the H measure has an impact on public finance. Now, the question is, every single euro that comes into the Greek economy must yield more than €1. So if we get 100 billion, we should have final results of 120 million for the Greek economy. Of course, the programs that are created by the governments, well, this money is aimed in funds and goes towards companies which can absorb the money. So we can't even lose €1 out of the amounts. And of course, we want to have the right impact, the desired result, because even in the political system, we say all these fancy words, let's go away from consumption and move towards production. It's not something that can be done just by pressing a button. Money can't just be moved from here to there. It takes time, and it takes constant effort and consistency as well as persistence. So we need to have this change in mindset, and this is all very important. I heard all these previous discussions that we need to change the way we approach things. We need to change our mindset. Well, I think we're on the right track, but we still need to forge forward. What you said is quite right. We're talking about the structural features of the Greek companies, and the small size of the Greek companies has always been an obstacle to their being more oriented towards foreign countries. Are we talking about outward orientations, extroversion? So how can we overcome this problem in the new programming period? Let me express my humble opinion, whatever it's worth, of course. I think this is the main structural problem facing Greek companies. This is something that I've mentioned repeatedly in the public. In Greece, we have 830,000 companies. Let's call them active, 830,000 active companies. Now, big companies, according to the definition of the European Commission, are only 500 out of these 830,000. The middle-sized, meaning having 50 to 250 employees, well, we have 4,500 of those out of the 830,000. And the micro enterprises, meaning from 10 to 50 people, well, that's 25,000 out of the 830. So medium-sized together with a large size are actually 30,000 out of the 830,000. So the other 800 are extremely small, from 0 to 10 members of staff. So if we divide the number of employees by the number of companies, the average number of employees is 1.7 per enterprise. This is unheard of. It doesn't exist in any other country, and it's not viable. This is more than obvious. So this needs to change. I happen to be living in a foreign country, and there isn't Bobby the plumber, Mick the plumber. That's impossible. And I'm not joking. Well, there's only one plumber who's self-employed. Normally, you have companies, and there are 5, 10, 15 people, meaning they have their officers, their secretary, their cars. They give you the invoice, and actually you pay it by depositing the amount in the bank account provided by the company. So I think we need to grow. We need to have bigger companies. The government is providing incentives in order for companies to become larger in size. So we shouldn't fall into the trap and say that we're trying to abolish small companies. So we're talking about micro enterprises. We don't want them to have 1 to 3 members of staff. We want them to have 6, 7 members of staff. And this is what Mr. Liakos said previously. These companies become more resilient. The economy becomes more resilient. Entrepreneurship becomes more resilient. If we have a company with only 2 people, well, that company will close down much more easily than a company of 6, 7 people. And another thing that unfortunately, and I'm referring again to Mr. Liakos, who talked about the mindset, and this is something I heard in another meeting. This was mentioned by a businessman. I was really struck by what he said. He said that as Greeks, we don't have the culture to work with others, to work together. And I remember this, meaning never at school did we learn to work in teams. We always used to have individual assignments and projects. So there was no team project. And I think it will take generations for this to change. Of course, this is a skill. And I'd like to come back to the previous discussion. This is something that we miss. So maybe we should encourage this team spirit. And this, of course, influences our extroversion. A lot of companies that are small and they don't work with one another, it's very difficult for them to cooperate if they decide to go abroad. What can the government do to encourage this trend for them to work together and team up? Well, there is a bill which is in favor of mergers, so smaller companies can group together and become a bigger company. So there are incentives in place, but we need to change the culture, the mindset. And I'm not only talking about working together with others as a team. The thing is for us to understand that we can grow. Let me give you an example. I was working in the investment business, and I participated in a committee in the Athens Stock Exchange. And the question is how we could develop the alternative market. So there was zero interest. Why was there zero interest? Because you spoke to businessmen and they believed that if they sold 25% of the company through the stock exchange, they would lose some of their property, whereas they didn't realize that if you have 75% of a much bigger company, at the end of the day, your property will be much larger. So there's this problem as well. And let me say the following. Of course, we need incentives. We need tax incentives. We need investment incentives. We need financial incentives, as mentioned by Mr. Tsakiris. And I think that this should become more permanent in nature. What do I mean by this? When we have a new financial framework from 2025 onwards, if we offer tax cuts or tax exemptions, they should be in this direction, meaning how to make Greek companies larger in size. So a bigger size allows you to compete in the global environment. And I am in the Association of Entrepreneurs. We know that it's a fierce competition out there, and I'm talking about the global arena. So there's a lot of competition, tough competition, and I'm speaking in particular of medium-sized enterprises. So now there's an international trend. We would have been more dynamic had it not been for the pandemic. And I'm talking about ESG, environmental, social, and governance. So right now, the Greek medium-sized companies don't even know what ESG stands for. Now, I speak from the heart, and I worked in the banking sector. And let me say that if you haven't incorporated ESG policies, the funding from the banking system will become impossible or difficult at best. I don't want to worry you too much. That's why I said difficult at best. So if we're talking about commissions, which are given to large companies, and here we have some big company entrepreneurs in the banking sector as well. If your supplier doesn't have ESG policies in place, this may be a counter incentive, and then, for example, you may stop buying services or goods from that supplier. Have a lot of suppliers understood that? And what about non-listed companies? I'm talking about companies not listed in the Greek Stock Exchange. Have those companies understood that this is before our very doors? It's ante portas. So we have to try to preempt developments, because developments are coming and they're coming fast. Another thing that we've seen is that a lot of steps have been made in innovative business, the business world and entrepreneurship and startuppers, but we enter into a new phase because the startups are becoming scale-ups and the needs change. So the question is to both of you, what about the needs of this coming period, the period of the startuppers becoming scale-ups? First of all, one thing has to do with startup and the regulatory framework for startups. And I think the Ministry of Development and Investments and the Ministry of Finance have tried to simplify the environment. They've tried to make it easy for companies to be set up and to function. And then we have the financing part. The financing part is very useful because, as you said, some startups grew up, they've scaled up, new startups are in the horizon. So what we're trying to do is to bridge the financing gap from the first idea, the initial concept, not to the buyout. Let me call it growth instead. And moving on to the share capital. This is the most expensive financing part of all. For example, if you want to find people to buy in your company. So we signed a fund for business angels, as I mentioned. This is something new. This is an invitation to fund managers for seed capital. So we're talking about seed capital. And soon there will be an invitation for funds for early stage and so on and so forth. And then we will try to have mezzanine capital and so on and so forth. So starting from Jeremy and the European Investment Fund, we had a small program, then we moved to Equifund, which was bigger, and now we have almost tripled the capital, which together with private equity, well, that's more than double the initial amount in order for us to be able to finance this ecosystem. Another example, it's got nothing to do with startups. It's got to do with what's happening in energy and the renewables sector. So let me say that we have different actions for funds which are interested in investing in renewables and smart forms of energy. So we're trying to cover the private equity and venture capital universe, and I'm talking about financing the share capital of a company. This is the most difficult thing of all, and it's the most expensive part to finance. So just one last question. Let's move away from the financial gap. I know we're pressed for time. I think we could say a lot more in this thematic discussion, but we have no time. So Mr. Liakos, could you wrap up and could you focus on the labor market and what needs are being created in the labor market once this ecosystem is growing? We talked about financial needs with the minister. What about the other needs in the market? So you're talking about the labor market. I suppose I think that your question has to do with whether the Greek companies can find the right people to do what they want to do. So we're talking about the labor market that we have right now in Greece. So we have innovative companies that are growing, and of course, they want highly specialized staff. They want people that are very educated. And I'd like to say we have these people in Greece. They are available. And I think that we see that a lot of young people in Greece have gone abroad, and we see that we have excellent, highly specialized Greeks who go abroad and get a job. Now, in relation to the education system, and we've had this long, drawn-out discussion on the education system, it's not enough to have good engineers or good IT programmers. What's important, and this is we have to have people who understand what it means to be a citizen. So we're talking about general education. This is something we shouldn't underestimate. We're talking about different problems. We had the so-called guardians of the Constitution, and they did all sorts of things. And this means that these people do not think rationally. They do not believe in enlightenment and the general ideas under enlightenment. So the question is, what type of citizens you have in a country? And of course, I don't want to underestimate this, but something else that we need to change in Greece, because we like demonizing things, technical education, technical training. Let's not think of it as bad. We can't vilify it. It's important. And let's look at the example in other countries, how important technical education and training is in other countries, and how through this technical education and training one can get a good, well-paid job. Let me finish by saying the following, and I'm addressing entrepreneurs and businessmen. When you want to create a trend in the market, you create this trend by increasing salaries. If you have 700 and 800 euro and then you wish with that amount to create a trend, well, sorry, I think it's wrong. Maybe we need to revise our position on this. Thank you very, very much. I thank both of you. And we now move on to the next thematic discussion, which is again on entrepreneurship and outward orientation or extroversion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Καλησπέρα.
Good afternoon everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anastasia Paretzoglou, brand manager for Fortune in Greece. It's a great pleasure and an honor for me and us to have Forbes support the annual economic forum of E.ΕΝ.Ε. This is the 7th annual economic forum. We are always supportive of E.ΕΝ.Ε. Every single year there's continuity and profundity in our collaboration. Over the next few minutes, I am happy because I will be coordinating and moderating 3 panel discussions or live interviews with 3 iconic leaders from the Greek economy and the business arena. First, the chairman of the BOD, Hellenic Federation of Enterprises. He's also the chairman of the board of Titan, Dimitri Papalexopoulos. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for describing my sector as a peak or state-of-the-art sector. Indeed, quite often it's downplayed. Quite often, the extent to which industry and production have changed and how much they depend on state-of-the-art technologies is often downplayed. Technology these days is forging the very DNA of production and industries and also the outcomes thereof. Let us kick off this discussion, which of course we're all interested in. But I will associate your interview with another capacity of yours. You are the Vice Chairman of the European Roundtable for Enterprises, and you're also a Vice President of the Committee on Climate Change and Climate Transition. You travel a lot. You actively participate in various international fora. Moreover, you are well versed in terms of best practices that businesses are called upon to follow in every country in order for them to deal with this huge challenge that is also a risk, i.e. climate change, the climate crisis, and transitioning over to clean energy. And let me ask you, as concerns your institutional capacity, first off, your capacity in SEV, what initiatives are you taking in that direction? Let me kick off with a general statement. SEV, the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, aspires to standing for conscious and conscientious business and entrepreneurship in Greece. So we fully embrace the ambition of the European Union to make Europe the first climate neutral continent by 2050. And not only because this is morally right, but most also because just if this is done in a proper manner, then we will have a win-win situation that will benefit both the economy and the environment, that is. The big question that still remains is not if and whether this is going to happen, but how this is going to happen in a way that will combine, as is necessary, climate ambition on the one hand with the need to have safety and security in terms of energy supply to benefit businesses and consumers at competitive prices and costs, while at the same time, during the transition years which are critical, the competitiveness of European businesses will also be guaranteed. And this very elaborate and long-term problem to a great extent, in my mind, has been downplayed and underestimated as to its difficulty, on the one hand. And as to the fact that if we want to get this nirvana, in order for us to get to the peak, i.e. the point where we will have lots of clean energy and lots of energy at competitive prices too, we will need many years. There will be years intervening that will be tough. So we have to start investing early and heavily. We have to agree that during this transition there will be a higher cost involved, and we also need to know that there will be risks and there will be ups and downs, just like we are having an energy crisis now. Now, what does that all signify for Greece? These decisions, to a great extent, are made at the level of Brussels, and the challenges, the opportunities, and the risks are more important, and they are more increased for Greece. They're more pronounced because we are here in this location, and we're also less prepared. We see 4 priorities which we are focusing on and will be focusing on the next few months and years. Our first intention is to have a climate law. A draft bill was brought before or rather is being discussed, so it's up for consultation. The climate legislation that will weigh properly ambitious goals with what we can realistically achieve within the span that we have. A second thing, we have to pick up speed, and we have to pick up speed in terms of investing in the energy sector, especially green energy and energy infrastructure, as well as interconnections, and an energy market system which is not working in a satisfactory manner in order for us to get the energy we need. This is a major challenge. If you look at it just from the mere point of licensing, it's tough to see how we will be able making to the goals that we have set, and we need to achieve those goals. A third priority, now that production and energy generation, or rather industrial production in Greece, which is energy consuming, is doing very well, then we have at this point in time to ensure that it will be competitive globally, of course. The government was right when it first tried to accommodate the needs of vulnerable households, but it also needs to take stock of what is needed in terms of Greek industrial production. And the fourth priority is also about having a level playing field, so to avoid illegal competition, because Greece is exactly in this corner of the world, at the apex of the European Union or the borders. There's the risk of carbon leakage, i.e. there's this risk of having Greek industrial plants move to European countries, and there will be a cost, not just economic one, but also environmental cost involved. That's why CBAM and the carbon adjustment mechanism and other such mechanisms are being discussed as we speak in Europe. They will allow, over the next few years, the critical period that is, for Greek enterprises to still be competitive in order for them to invest in the transition. Your analysis is very, very pertinent and interesting. I don't think these priorities had ever been set in order. To my understanding, all of that should have been done yesterday, but they would need time, Mr. Alexopoulos, and I don't know whether there will be enough time, sufficient time, for us to eventually not be lagging behind because of our singularities, because of the problems of the delays for businesses. It's up to us. It's in our hands. Okay, I'm making a mental note of that, says Mrs. Paradzoglou. So let me add something which is optimistic. Greek manufacturing during the crisis demonstrated great reflexes. There was extroversion, there was growth and development. We've seen that happen even during the pandemic. Despite that, that part of the industry is really lagging behind compared to the rest of Europe, i.e. the European average. And so Greek manufacturing is called upon also to make it into energy transition. So will we be able to cope, and what sort of prerequisites should be there? Listen, we have set a goal. SEV and the government have expressed this. They've said so much. So our goal is to make sure that manufacturing will go from 10 to 15%. The participation of the manufacturing business in terms of climate change and the adjustment thereof over the next 10 years should go from 10 to 15%. So some have something to do with the energy transition, but a lot is pertinent to the innovation economy, which we've been talking about today, all day today. And it's also something that depends on the capacity and the capability of the industry to take part in the supply chain and also European clusters to have the level of innovation that it needs. You used a keyword, innovation. And I will be straightforward. I was impressed when you said something, and I'll quote you, when you had your last conference, you said our prosperity depends on upgrading our collective capacity to be innovative. What exactly is the meaning of this? Please tell me. And to what extent do you think that businesses are already being innovative in all sectors in Greece? Well, listen, says Mr. Papalexopoulos. This is also a subject, was rather during the previous panel discussions. The previous panelists said that we are lagging behind in terms of innovation, so we all agree on that. Let me also add on top of this that because we as business people like to complain about the state, and quite often we're right to complain about the state. When it comes to innovation, Greek enterprises compared to their peers in Europe are lagging behind. But the state has surprised us during the pandemic in a positive manner because it made leaps and bounds in terms of digital transformation. So we have to set the record straight, says Mr. Papalexopoulos, and it's not an easy thing. As Mr. Liakos said, it won't happen overnight. And so it would take time, and it would make it imperative that we deal with certain pathogenies even in the educational sector. But let me dwell on three or four elements which I believe can afford us to be optimistic. One of them has already been mentioned, that is, out of nothing, or rather 5-10 years ago, we used to have nothing, and now, as we speak, 10 years down the line, we have a startup community which is vibrant and it keeps growing. We are trying to boost such enterprises and to help them pick up speed. So we have included 60 such companies. They are not listed in the stock exchange, but the total value of these 60 startups is a handful of billion compared to what's the current situation is in the States. It's peanuts, but these are good numbers for Greece, and such figures can be helped to be tripled within 50 years' time. And of course, there's funding and financing needs. The stock exchange of Athens has to become more appealing and attractive. A lot has to be done, but this is yet another goal. Let's have more startups. Then can you fathom a system or a cluster of startups in 5 years down the line when it has 15 billion, that's its worth, and it has thousands of workers or working people? That's one thing. Second, the universities a few years ago, when you talked about business and entrepreneurship at an academic level, people would just be allergic to hearing that, the mere mention thereof. Now we have made already various memoranda agreements with universities in order for them to be placed with enterprises, in order for students and graduates to discuss with their peers and so on and so forth. So indeed, as we speak, on the part of universities and academia, there's an appetite, much more appetite to work together. And now even traditional universities who were better at R and not D, so they were good in doing research, but there was no development of products and services. Now they've changed. They're shifting their attitude. In Ioannina, Patras, Crete, I'm just giving you examples. The rest are also active in this field. The work they're doing in certain cases in practice now in the field of both R&D is quite promising in view of the future. Last but not least, let me mention iconic foreign investments that are materializing in Greece from technological corporations. Yes, they're investing in the Greece of knowledge, not just in the beautiful country that we are. Having said that, I believe that these are positive signs. They are telling we can do a lot, and indeed we are lagging behind and we have to pick up speed. I would go so far as to say, Mr. Papalexopoulos, that what really matters as we speak for the enterprises, regardless of whether we're talking about big enterprises or smaller or SMEs, what really matters, what really is important is a change in business culture. I think during the previous panel discussions, it was mentioned that we have 700,000 smaller enterprises. If there's no effort to be made to have synergies and collaborations, then it will be difficult to have the scale up that we're waiting for. You're right, and I would like to highlight what Mr. Tsakiri said before from a different point of view, but I'm saying the same. when it comes to big enterprises and corporations, that is, those who have more than 250 people on their payroll on average, you have 35 to 40% of European citizens working there. In some cases, in Germany, it's 50 or 60%. In Greece, it's less than 15%. So if we think of the fact that in order for our country to be competitive on the global arena, or rather in order for a Greek company to be able to be competitive abroad, in order to invest in R&D, in marketing and development of its own human resources, in order for it to proceed with collaborations, then it has to have a critical size, and therefore it is imperative that we have more companies that will have this critical size in order for them to be able to invest in the future. And as the previous speaker said, they were to the point, of course, taxation, fiscal taxation and tax incentives play a role, but we have to deal with deeper pathogenies. And I'll be straightforward, and I'm not ashamed. I work for a family enterprise, and I am where I am because my predecessors gave me this right. Maybe it's not just on merit. But one of the things we have to do is to look at the ways in which family businesses are working and take advantage of this in order for them to do away with the negative stereotypes, in order for these small and medium-sized enterprises to embrace ESG, to get to the bigger size that is needed. Of course, what you just said is closely associated with the ways in which leadership is called upon to change. After the pandemic, we realized that what is needed is a change in the leadership paradigm that businesses are following, regardless of whether we're talking about big or smaller enterprises. We're talking about the human element, the strengthening thereof, the human resources, all the chain, skills that all these people are called upon to have. And then there's the climate crisis, technology. Technology is entering the field of enterprises, and that's where it becomes apparent that we have to change in the leadership paradigm, but also the culture of Greek enterprises in order for us to be able to pick up speed, to have rapid growth that will be enduring and profound. I'm optimistic, says Mr. Papalexopoulos. On the one hand, there's this generation that is being raised in a different manner. So, by default, this new generation, the younger generations, will find it easy to adjust to the new models and paradigms. And then again, I'm also optimistic because one of the few positive side effects of the 10-year crisis that we've been going through, and it had a toll on our society, is that a great part of our society and also the business world has by now stopped expecting the state to provide it with solutions. By tradition, I think we counted on the state telling us what to do and the state providing us support to act. I think that now more and more people, and especially more and more business people, are opting for a new mentality. They know that change is happening too fast and it's too big, so the business world will continue and proceed, but they're not waiting for the state. It would be good if the state helped them out, but still they will proceed nonetheless. I think we had embarked on this process prior to the pandemic, but I think the pandemic was not really helpful because incentives were given during the pandemic and benefits and subsidies in order to keep the businesses still standing on their feet over this 2-year period. But maybe the fundamental mistake of our past was that not just the enterprises, but generally speaking, the Greek community was expecting everything from the state. But I understand from what you said that things are changing and there's a mindset shift as we speak. Let me say something about it. Quite often at the level of SEV, the Hellenic Federation of Greek Enterprises, we try to take stock of how the community, the Greek society, views entrepreneurship. And we know that traditionally speaking, for many years, society tends to think of enterprises as the opponent. They don't really embrace the business people or entrepreneurship. Over the past few months and years, things are changing. It turns out that entrepreneurship has now a positive impact on the Greek public opinion. Almost 80%, 80, seems to embrace it. Of course, we're talking about entrepreneurship in a general manner, in an abstract manner. When you start talking about this and that business person or the Federation of Enterprises, then this 80% shrinks. There's a certain idealization, but there's a clear shift. We can build on it. So, as I'm bringing this very interesting discussion of ours to an end, Mr. Papalexopoulos, let me ask you this. As of day one, you have always insisted, especially when you took the post of chairman of the BOD of SEV, you said that businesses are now called upon to get closer to the community. Given the pandemic as well, I think we saw that happen. But what's your take on things? Are businesses now closer to the society? What else will it take in order for us to eventually discuss on the basis of an equitable, democratic, inclusive capitalism, affording everyone equal opportunities? The responses, I don't think I have the time to elaborate on it. I think we're moving in the right direction. There's still a long way to go. We have to invest in proper governance and transparency. We also have to invest in conversing with the community, lending an ear to what the citizens have to say. We have to develop products and services that consumers wish to buy, not what the system wants. We have to invest in the growth and development of our own people, because our employees are part of the society and they're the best ambassadors of ours. We have to demonstrate that there's indeed corporate responsibility, and this was apparent during the crisis of insecurity in our communities. It turns out that the businesses, along with the community, can be faced with a win-win situation just as long as they work together. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for being part of this meeting. Thank you, says Mr. Papalexopoulos.
So we're ready to start. I've got the pleasure, once again, and honor to have here with me the first Vice President of Ε.ΕΝ.Ε and President of the EFA Group, Mr. Hadjiminas. Mr. Hadjiminas, thank you very much for this talk that we're going to have together. Well, I've read a lot about your group before meeting you here, and indeed, I was impressed by the fact that 30 years ago, you thought of investing in high tech, which is linked to defense, security, and space technology at a time when we hadn't even thought of digital transformation. And you've done so well in the past 30 years that you've reached having a high level of exports to over 50 countries around the world, approximately 600 million. And you also export know-how around the world. I'm impressed, and I'd like to ask you, what made you 30 years ago to decide to invest and risk in this sector? Well, thank you. Back then, I may have been impulsive. I thought that in Greece we can work miracles. I'd just come from abroad, and I couldn't just stay here doing nothing in Greece. I saw Greece like a window to the world. But I wasn't impulsive or naive when myself or my colleagues, when I noticed that we had good engineers with good value for money. Even back then when wages were higher. And these proved to be right and came true with a combination of other things. This proved right, rather. And apart from our sector, I believe in engineering a lot. As Mr. Papalexopoulos said, even in their sector, new plants, new production methods, automated processes need real engineers even more more than ever before. And in Greece, we've always had good engineers, but they need to enter the labor market. I mean, they are, but I mean, they need to understand what is going on to become business developers themselves, so that anything they design and do should be oriented to the end customer. Clearly, and you're right, at the same time, what I would like to ask is, because I believe that you wouldn't disagree if I said that the idea of high technology back then was not enough, but the entire economic development model that you implemented. So what is your philosophy? What is your concept behind the development model that businesses, industrial businesses need to follow if we want to talk about development and growth long term, that will, in the long run, that will be quite competitive as well? I'll be brief. There are three things that are quite important. The model we followed, and of course the one that we would recommend to others, if we could, is that first of all you need to have a product. In Greece, due to the long-term crisis, we looked into our drawers and our lockers, and I saw that in the food and drinks industry, there are companies that took the recipes of their grandmothers and turned it into an exportable product. So it's not only about high-tech. Theon, the most important E.ΕΝ.Ε, which is the most important company in our group, our flagship, we realized that these things did exist, but we had to develop them. We have to make them better. So we need to have a product. We have products. We have products that are lying around us, and we can identify them. I might sound naive, but I believe this. Then, being outward-looking, aggressively outward-looking, it would be exports is only part of the outward, the openness of the economy. For instance, in the U.S., Papalexopoulos with his company Titan was one of the first companies that invested and then invested in the U.S. It's not only, of course, cement is not easy to transport over long distances, but and Delta as well, the dairy industry. Chipita paved the way. Ancient Greeks were not just involved in trade. They built settlements because they would create connections with local communities. They would carefully listen to their markets, the local markets, and this is why we did well. They did well. So it's not about exports. When we talk about outward orientation, it takes more than exports. Look at Chipita, a model in which we really believe in, a model in a product that involves no high tech, like croissants. Nonetheless, pastry products. They adapted it to different markets. They shared their know-how and invested with local businessmen, and they managed what they have. And then there's the connection between business development and research and development and engineering. Engineers should not we should not design and develop our products based on certain ideas of engineers, but the ones who develop the technology should be and the products should be the ones that would be able to sell them. Having monitored the way you work, having followed the way you work in your group, I saw that you place emphasis on quote-unquote settlements, settling, and also skills, ongoing training, lifelong learning, ongoing training of your employees, and actually in a way which is much more than reskilling and upskilling. For instance, you place emphasis on how your employees, in order for them to be open-minded and to be imaginative, your employees must have classical education, to be in touch with arts and culture. This is very interesting indeed. And please tell us how you support your people with knowledge, not only skills, but also knowledge. This is very simple. First of all, it's something that we launched a couple of years ago, and next year, indeed, we're going to reach the peak. We're going to roll this out across our group because we've seen the first results of an experiment we ran. Well, experiment. Most important thing is to try and connect the dots. And to do that, you have to have a holistic approach, which you can't have by simply getting a digital skills certificate. It is important, but unless there's more to it, you can't do much. And how do you do that? Through culture and education. And I'll give you 3 examples to explain what I mean. You can go and can you sell in another country unless you speak at least 2 languages and unless you've read, you've studied history, not only our history, but not only the history of your country, but the history of the other country. How can you sell them to them? This is, well, this is a prerequisite. We've started exercising pressure on our employees, regardless of their position in the organization, to learn at least 1 foreign language. And those who learn a foreign language, we help them develop their career. We promote their careers. That's one example. Second, might sound a bit peculiar. Art is key. Theater. In theater, think of an actor or an actress, theater actor or actress who needs to perform and cannot make a single mistake. Do you understand the level of discipline? Yes, you're talking to a former actress who's currently running Fortune, and so I fully understand what you mean. I endorse this idea of culture that is required, especially in the current context. Yes, exactly. And now we're bringing theater people into closer to us, and it might sound funny, but I do believe in this, and so do my associates. It takes a lot of discipline when your people go abroad to make a presentation physical, and they're there in person. When they make presentations to customers in person, there is technology can help a lot, but a lot of artists have not managed to sell this properly to business people, to this discipline and this talent. Now, art again. What is art? Visual arts. It teaches you to see things that others can't. It definitely is very important for anyone who is a product designer, industrial designer. It can but help them. So what do? We try, and actually it's a pleasure, it's quite enjoyable, it's not only about money. So we're trying to drive our people in whatever way we can to be in touch with art, to be... Okay, thank you very much for this very interesting talk. And at this point, I'd like to point out that recently in a workshop run by Fortune in EMEA, one of the most influencers people in Europe talked, Mr. Leonhard. He said one of futurists currently quotes Peter Drucker when he said art has technology for breakfast. Indeed, art plays a key part, a leading part, as long as you can include it in the way you're trying to deal with in a certain context, environment. And I'd like to ask you another question, which is very important, because this talk is on how Greek economy and Greek businesses can take a development path at a fast rate and in the long run in order to deal with any future crisis, create jobs, have outward orientation. But right now, Mr. Katsiminas, there is a lack of talent. We may have very capable Greek people who excel abroad, but the brain drain is still going on. And the pandemic led lots of young people to redefine what the concept of well-being and what reprioritize what matters in life. And in the US, we've had millions of young people quitting their jobs. So where is the key in order for a business to fill vacancies that require talented people right now? I'd like to add something to something you said in the beginning, because we are in the area of defense, in the sector of defense, and you do realize that science and technology are their best. I'd like to add that science, technology and science without art can be dangerous. In other words, when you deal with things like that, not lethal necessarily, because we're not into lethal equipment, but art and culture should set the limits to science and technology. And to respond to what you said, we did not lose a lot of people because of the brain drain, only a few, and actually they were right when they left back then. And now we're bringing a lot of people back because in the past couple of years, things have improved significantly. Nonetheless, you can't gain all these people back because they've created a new life there. So there's this phenomenon of lack of talents. This is a shortage of talents. This is a problem that can be reversed and become a great opportunity. So what have we done? We've realized that there aren't enough talents. There aren't enough talents, but we're going to create our own from our own people. So we will do what everybody calls reskilling, upskilling, retraining, everything we've heard so far. So from one point of view, this is good because Greek businesses will be forced, like we are forced right now, we're being forced for the reasons we said earlier, will be forced to look at their people from a different point of view and see how they can upgrade them, since there is indeed a lack of skills, lack of specialties, lack of people who have got skills that we need for the reindustrialization of our economy. So perhaps this is an opportunity to revisit what I said earlier. In fact, when the crisis emerged, we looked into our drawings to see what we could build and what we could sell. Now, due to the lack of talent right now, we're going to look into our households, into our businesses, and see who are those who are capable enough to gain the skills we need in order to replace the talents that we miss. Work loyalty will play a part. Mr. Tsakidis and Mr. Liakos mentioned that. Specifically, Mr. Liakos said, how can you keep a talent? How you can retain talents, because the lack of talent is not an actual lack of talent. It's just that we miss them, we lose them, because when you pay them €1,000 when they've done a lot of studies and when they can have a better quality living standard abroad, why should they come back? I'd like your opinion. Well, look, let me tell you what we do. I can't talk about everybody. We have stopped paying minimum wages long time ago. We're going to be interrupting, they're going to be right. But anyway, we try to have all our people having a share in our profits. So when we do well, they should be rewarded. So they feel that if they stay here and if we do well, they will do better themselves. So then thirdly, we try to make our workplace more interesting so that they feel that where they are, they're going to learn not only a craft, but they will learn another language, another foreign language. So we invite them to take advantage of this opportunity. Now, all this, hopefully, will help us retain these people. And so far, we haven't had any leakages. We wish you the best. We wish you personally and the Greek businesses all the best. Mr. Katsiminas, thank you very much for this talk.
Ναι. Ήχο, εντάξει. Λοιπόν, και περνάμε...
So we now move on to the third part of this session with the live interviews. Mr. Stasinopoulos, thank you warmly for being here. Please allow me to introduce you to the audience. For those who are watching us from their home or office, this is Mr. Michalis Stasinopoulos. He is an executive member of the board of directors of Viochalco. He is president of the BOD of Elval Chalkor. And of course, he is also member of Ελληνική Παραγωγή, Hellenic Production, the non-profit making company. So we can talk to you about manufacturing. And I would like to set the tone and say that our discussion should look into how the Greek economy can start growing through a virtuous cycle. And what does this mean? It means creating the right jobs. It means being extroverted. It means being outward-looking and being able to face the next crises in the horizon that are not just financial or public health crises. So what is the role of Greek manufacturing at this time? So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you. And I'm really impressed by the previous speakers. I think you've touched upon very interesting points. Let's talk a little bit about manufacturing now. And let me go back to basics. Let me go back to the fundamentals. In the past, we had industrialized and non-industrialized countries. That was the distinction made. So the Industrial Revolution actually changed the standard of living in the countries where there was industrial production. It was based on technology, on innovation, throughout the last 150 to 200 years. This has not changed, not now. There is still a big link between the industrialization of a country and the standard of living in that country. And it is more than obvious that when an economy wants to have a high standard of living, meaning Greece wants to have a standard of living equal to that of other EU countries, because we want to be part of the West, the Western world, and we want to be at the same level as other countries where the standard of living is high. So we need to have production, a production base. So production is a very important activity. It's not just that the certain products are being produced. So it's not just production of products. We also have the different parts of society and the economy that are linked to one another. This is also linked to research, to education, to young people's dreams. And this is all in combination with globalization, with extroversion. So production is a means to link the country and the economy to what's happening in the rest of the world. Two trends, the trends that are present in the world, the big markets and big value chains that are being created, and the opportunity is provided even to small players to go global. And I also heard about art. I think that this, what Mr. Chatziminas mentioned, this reference by him was very important. If a country wants to support art and culture, among other things, for example, we want to support the elderly, and we also want to have more advanced and sophisticated infrastructure, there must be sufficient income. And there must be a certain standard of living. So without manufacturing, this cannot be possible. It's never happened. There can't be a country that is only dependent on tourism. And I believe that manufacturing, sometimes we say one or the other, production or manufacturing or tourism. It's not right. When we talk about manufacturing, we're talking about many sectors. Tourism is one sector. It's a specific sector, and it's a service sector at that. And of course, it is also an export-oriented sector. But tourism, when there's a crisis, a geopolitical or public health crisis, tourism as a whole suffers. So manufacturing is a sector of the economy, it's multifaceted, and it can have lower risk, meaning when it comes to growth and the economy. So manufacturing, as we mentioned previously with Mr. Papalexopoulos, played a very important role in the 10-year financial crisis. Let me talk to you a little bit about Greek manufacturing, the Greek manufacturing sector. I just want to add a couple of things, if I may. So let's go back in time and let us say that Greece, when it comes to industry, well, we are a wounded country. We've suffered injuries. It's not a country where industry developed and grew normally with its different stages, and we ended up here where we are. There was a big drop in the 1980s. This is something that we can easily see. If you take the OECD diagram for industrial production, you see that Greece has a unique curve in the European Union. We've got a downward spiral, and this is something that cost us 15 years, if you like. We're lagging behind. So from the 1990s, and then we had the boom in the stock exchange, and then there was an appetite again for investment, and there was some extroversion. We became more outward looking, but we actually had a bad start. And this is a very unfortunate situation. And there was also a view held by important players in the political and social system that Greece cannot have an industry, that there can be no industrial production. And this, of course, created many problems. There was a great anguish and anxiety for the future because there was no production. But over the passage of time, we came to the time of the financial crisis, and Greek manufacturing was able to withstand the problems. It propped up exports. It helped Greece survive the crisis. So the question is, what is required right now in order for Greek manufacturing, the Greek manufacturing sector, not to be that far behind from the EU average? How can it start growing again? What are the incentives that would be required? What are the preconditions for that? So Greek manufacturing has showed its potential. It showed its potential in the crises of the last 12 years. And I believe that whoever looks at this in this way and analyzes the figures and facts and wants to carry out an in-depth analysis, an analysis that is linked to the strategy of the country and its production model, I think that it then becomes crystal clear that the increase in manufacturing will help, particularly when this is export-oriented. This manufacturing, which was geared towards exports, did not suffer from the public health crisis, and the same happened in other EU countries. They were able to rebound quickly after the crisis. So the same applies for these manufacturing companies in Greece. They were able to increase production levels in the midst of the crisis. This was truly impressive. So, I believe that Greek manufacturing has shown its potential. We're talking about all sizes of companies. And I believe right now that the companies that have survived the financial crisis and the public health crisis and are still active, well, these companies have realized what needs to be done. They're ready to support the Greek economy by making investments. And of course, let me talk about the environment. I think one of the biggest challenges right now facing companies is this transition. The transition, we're talking about the energy transition, and we're talking about this being coupled with the climate crisis. So what will the role of companies be when it comes to all these matters? So what will manufacturing companies do? So we're talking about digital transition, energy transition. These two transitions are the biggest challenge, not only for manufacturing companies, but also for the Greek economy at large and of Europe as well. Europe, as Mr. Papalexopoulos mentioned, has decided to go ahead and to tackle this head-on. And we see a lot of large European companies that have their concerns. A lot of efforts are being made, and there's a lot of caution, careful planning. The challenges are very huge before us. So Greek manufacturing is called upon to adjust, and the economy has to adjust to a new paradigm, very different from the one we have now. We're still in the beginning of what's to come. And I personally want to convey the following message based on my own experience. The overwhelming majority of companies has realized this. We are not in a country where we talk about training and ESG and so on and so forth. I believe that any businessman, and I'm not speaking about 5-staff companies, I'm talking about productive companies that are middle-sized and above. No, even small ones, but not tiny ones. I believe that those that envisage a great future believe that the market and the supply chain, even commodities and so on and so forth. So all this can be measured in terms of CO2 emissions and in relation to ESG. We are being measured constantly, and large clients come and they look at everything thoroughly. So the truth is that the ESG criteria are being faithfully followed by more and more companies. It's not just the matter of the social footprint that a company has, the footprint it has in society, but also the interest of investors to invest in such companies, companies which have published ESG criteria. But, Mr. Stasinopoulos, I'd like us to dwell on the following. In Greece right now, we have a unique opportunity, a historic opportunity to turn page, to turn a new leaf. And in order for us to do this, we need to change mindset. How optimistic are you? Do you believe we're on the right track? Do you believe that we can truly change the business mindset, the way that businesses think and behave? How can we have synergies? How can we have clusters? How can we have quality criteria in this growth, a growth that will stand the test of time? Let me just say that Peter Drucker didn't only talk about culture eating technology for breakfast. He talked about strategy. He says, we know that culture eats strategy for breakfast. He also talked about that, yes, and I quote, the first thing he said is that culture eats strategy for breakfast, unquote. He also said art, or rather culture eats technology for breakfast. Yes, culture eats strategy for breakfast and technology for lunch. That's what he said. Interesting. So culture. Well, culture is very important. The word culture is linked to the way we think. It's linked to the history of a people to a certain extent. I believe that Greek companies that have been successful so far, well, there's no way they could have succeeded without having a sound business culture, without having good relations with executives and employees in general. So I think they first have a good understanding of corporate culture, working hard. And I don't want to talk about my companies and pat myself on the back, but our companies are very successful in the global arena. This is known to everyone. And I'm not bragging here. So we have a very sound business culture. This is something that started in the 1950s. We set a good example. And we embraced our employees. So this is very important. And I would like to say that culture in a company can be further reinforced. It can be strengthened by the business environment in which a businessman operates. So when a businessman feels that the state doesn't pay attention to him, and there are many such examples, let me say that we now have the energy crisis, and Greece didn't have quick reflexes. There's studies by big organizations who say that this country reacted in this way, this country reacted in that way, and we are the laggards. We're almost at the bottom of the ladder. And the business world is very disappointed because there was a late reaction. Let's call a spade a spade. If you ask businessmen, even in the street, if you ask them that, has Greece supported its industry? Has it supported production? The answer would be no. It hasn't done so sufficiently. And it's a matter of culture. And that's what I have to say. So I believe that we need to look into this further. I think that production should be given priority over other sectors. So manufacturing sector has a big multiply effect in the economy. For every euro spent in manufacturing, we can leverage 3-4 euro out of this. And generally speaking, when the manufacturing sector becomes a priority, I think there will be a lot of positive results. The companies are ready to step up their efforts and deal with things in a positive manner. So I think we also need to add to this something that was previously discussed as well, i.e. a change in business culture, in business mindset, means that companies cannot expect the state to offer them everything. They need to be proactive, but they also need to look at their priorities, redefine them based on the correct business plans and the right products so that they have to rise to the challenge. Well, there's a lot to be discussed here because the state needs to do its part. If we have an energy market which is distorted and which doesn't allow companies to acquire electricity at a competitive cost, the issue of energy is very important, and it will play an important role in the years to come until we have a stability when it comes to energy prices. There are a lot of companies that run the risk of closing down. So the state needs to have quick reflexes. So we can't expect the state to give us everything, but we ask the state to support us and to help us in dealing with problems that are due to unpredictable situations. for example, the cost of energy. Now, we're talking about amortization and depreciation. We had a lot of depreciation cost, which was in favor of investment. So when you have a quick amortization, this is not a subsidy. You have a deferral of taxation. So you have deferred tax. And suddenly in 2016, for various reasons, this accelerated amortization stopped to apply. But we have the worst policy when it comes to amortization in Europe. So this is a problem. Mr. Stavsinopoulos, I take note of that. You actually have given us food for thought. This can be discussed in another discussion. We're pressed for time. Thank you very much for this discussion. Thank you.
Λοιπόν, καλησπέρα και πάλι.
Good afternoon yet again. As time goes by, we get more and more interesting news. Mr. Plagiotakis will have to go really fast. That's why we are giving him the floor. We had a discussion, a debate on the budget at the level of the Hellenic Parliament. When you're faced with the Minister of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy, you can't help but wonder, where should I start? And I asked him outside, shall we start talking about migrant and refugee flows? Normally this time of year, that's the discussion topic, and the minister told me to start with discussion. So today we are going to talk about growth and development. To discuss about growth and development, I would like to listen to what you have to say with regard to Greek maritime affairs. The pandemic is still here, so what's your reading and your take on the situation and development so far? To begin with, let me extend my thanks to Ε.ΕΝ.Ε, the Hellenic Entrepreneurs Association, for this meeting, this invitation, and affording me scope to address such a distinguished gathering. I believe that shipping and maritime affairs are amongst the strategic advantages of this country. Amidst the pandemic, nonetheless, Greek shipping and maritime businesses managed to not just continue playing their strategic role with regard to promoting free trade. Let's not forget, after all, that the transport sector was faced with huge issues during the pandemic. But in essence, since we're talking about 90% of the global trade, the vessels, shipping, maritime business act as a catalyst in order to facilitate the transportation of health and sanitary material, merchandise, commodities. This was critical, but generally speaking, shipping over the past few months is doing great. And still, this is a sector faced with huge challenges. There are challenges given the new environment rules and principles, new regulations, new challenges such as the digitalization of shipping and cybersecurity. So Deep seas shipping is excelling and it's breaking records. Coastal shipping, unlike that, has been suffering damages, millions in damages of the past 2 years, but the challenges ahead will be huge. Now, the thing is, you, the ministry, you are the minister, have been the minister for 2 years. Do you have the know-how? Do you have the expertise? Rather, do you have the infrastructure? I guess the political volition is there in order for you to deal with such challenges. Because if Greece has one thing to be proud of, and it's certainly the avant-garde, it's the ships, the vessels, our shipping business, and our seas. It's true that over the past 2 years, we have taken a number of important initiatives in terms of appealing and attracting new vessels to fly the Greek flag. We have proceeded with institutional reforms. We changed the ways in which we entered the ships into the registry. There were institutional interventions. We had the national framework for the so-called bare vessel. And there are other important developments. We are digitalizing the sector. We have a fully integrated information system, so we are not just sitting idly by, we are proceeding with taking initiatives to deal with such initiative challenges, and we're also taking stock of developments at the level of the IMO and also the European Union. Now, what about the big challenges ahead of us? There's the climate change, and of course there's the issue of environmental protection. And so what we really care about, what we're interested in, is a smooth energy transition of deep sea shipping and also coastal shipping, with a view, certainly, to achieving and pursuing the goals we've set to have zero carbon or decarbonized shipping. There's an important suggestion. We recommended that we establish a new research center for alternative fuel and alternative technologies in order for us to rise to the occasion and deal with the challenges ahead. And which brings us to the ports. We have to have investments, private investments. Where are we as we speak? Well, as we speak, you see, at the level of the ports, we have a concession through international competitions. We have Thessaloniki, Kavala, Oumanitsa, Iraklio, the 4 ports we started working on 2 years ago in close collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and Taipei. There's a lot of interest on the part of local and foreign potential investors. This goes to prove that we were to the point when we chose to proceed that way. And most importantly, this goes to show that the regional ports of Greece have an important footprint, geopolitical footprint, economic footprint. So within the year 2021, we will have all 4 competitions, and we will be starting a similar process with regard to Volos, Kerkira, and another 4 ports. Despite that, let me discuss the refugee and migration issue. I'm a journalist, and I want to ask this question. The migration flows, maybe there's not as intense as it used to be, but it's not over. It's part of the global reality, and depending on what's happening and depending on whether there's pressure exerted on Erdogan or maybe he's under pressure, there are challenges here in the region, in the neighborhood. You're obviously able and capable of dealing with that. You have shown so much. I would like to have your comment. How ready are you? Listen, the result speaks for itself. If you discuss with the residents of the islands, there are people from the Eastern Aegean here, over there, excellent representatives, worthy representatives of the island of Mytilene. They can corroborate to what I'm saying as we speak. There's no migration issue the way we used to know it in the past. Let me give you one indication or rather figure that corroborates indeed the efficacy and efficiency of our people. Out of 67,000 illegally entering migrants and refugees that we used to have in 2019, as we speak, we have 4,000. What's the meaning of this? In practice, this signifies that the people working, the men and women working for the Coast Guard are doing an excellent job. We have increased and enhanced the operational capacities of the Coastal Guard. private entities, including associations such as the Hellenic Association of Ship Owners, have helped to that, and other private entities have been instrumental in that. Moreover, we are proceeding with the systems and the upgrades of our means and instruments. We're doing that, and we are working on a 24-hour basis, 365 days a year, with full respect to international law, always prioritizing the protection of human lives. Over the past 2 years, we have managed over 10,000 cases, and the loss in human lives has been minimal. And this is what we are proud of, because when you have a boat of refugees and migrants leaving Turkey without any life vest, pay note to that, no life vest. They are boarding bad quality boats. You can understand that. So essentially, people are trying to instrumentalize the migration refugee issue. But then again, Greece, as it ought, protects not just its borders, but also the European borders. And therefore, I can assure you that we will continue to work this way with full and absolute respect to international conventions and agreements, while being fully prepared, operationally speaking, in terms of human resources and means too. And in order to praise ourselves on a national manner, not politically or partisan way, you are a dear friend, but we are not here to cajole you or coax you. I have to say that over the past few months, you've been receiving various delegations, especially European delegations, who wish to be updated and informed about the ways in which you are dealing with such developments and such situations, because they are being faced with similar issues. It is a fact that this improved efficacy and efficiency of the Coast Guard of Greece, just as I said before, has gotten the attention of people at a European level. Everybody's turning to us. They want to know more. They're asking for a know-how. They want to know how to deal with such issues. And of course, this affords us scope to have meetings during which we can inform each other, and then we can also exchange information this way, so that our interventions will be more focused and more effective. It's also a fact that, and I will repeat that, Greece, let it be understood, is not just protecting its borders, it's also defending the European borders. And I think this is something that everybody is conscious of at the European level. That is the efficacy and efficiency of the Greeks as concerns the protection of the maritime borders. We're not talking about land borders, we're talking about the sea borders. We're talking about thousands of kilometers of coastline. And Greece is rising to the occasion in a very effective and efficient manner. Last question, if I may, because this is the annual economic forum of the Hellenic Entrepreneurs Association. E.ΕΝ.Ε, to what extent do you believe that your arena can help foster Greek entrepreneurship and eventually help achieve Greek growth and development? Well, like I said, Greece was and still is the top maritime power. So it's top of the list in terms of shipping, and therefore we have a huge capacity and also a great opportunity to attract young people, to appeal to the youth who might be interested in working in this field. Of course, that would presuppose an upgrade of public education provided in the field. We've drafted a new educational institutional framework within 2022 that will be ready. There's also the digitalization of our training and education, which is happening as we speak, but I also think that this is a sector that can be changed, not just in terms of how to deal with a huge problem that's joblessness, because the circumstances, and I would like the young people to understand that the circumstances of working on vessels, on board ships have changed. The living conditions have nothing to do with what applied in the past. Now, that's one thing, joblessness and fighting it. Moreover, we can help. There's yachting It's another sector. We could go on and on for hours. There's huge scope for growth there. And it's also the ports that I mentioned before, the ports project. Generally speaking, this is a sector which, over the past 2 years, has proceeded with taking many initiatives aimed at growth. Thank you very much. I would like to wish you all the best. May you have good seas and calm seas whenever you travel. Thank you.
Καταρχάς, καλά.
First of all, Merry Christmas. Season's greetings. Happy 2022 without a pandemic, with lots of investments and a fast growth rate. It is my pleasure, Mr. Apostolopoulos, ladies and gentlemen, that I am here present in this 7th Annual Economic Forum of E.ΕΝ.Ε to talk about the prospects of Greek economy at a highly favorable juncture. And I'm saying this, dear friend Michalis, because a year ago we were here saying that we are going to have a growth rate of over 8% in 2021, as it seems going to be. If I told you so, most probably you would have told me. Some of you, my friends, would say, okay, well, let's not insult the minister. The others would say that the minister does not know what he's saying. But this has happened, and this is not by chance. It is because we've all worked together, both the government and you, with a lot of zeal and will. 50 days ago, the CEO of Amazon in the US went online with us in order to announce that Amazon Web Service was going to invest $200 million in Greece. Of course, not a major investment for Amazon, but it is large for Greece, and it's the first time that Amazon has ever invested in Greece. And you do realize that this came after Microsoft, Digital Realty, and all Pfizer and other companies. So the Vice President told the Prime Minister, we decided to invest 200 million in Greece, and this is going to be our first investment in Greece ever. At this time, this decision has not come out of the blue. It is because of your worthy leadership that has totally changed the image of your country abroad, and the two ministers. Well, Mr. Pierakakis, and he also, who was the other minister president, and myself. Well, our government the past couple of years, as you know, has been trying hard to change the image of the country and create a more favorable investment environment. I'm not saying that we're resolving all problems. It would have been magic if somebody could do that. The energy crisis that has broke out, obviously, is something that nobody could have predicted, not the scale of the problem. Unfortunately, we historians learned that the world is ruled by the unpredictable. So it's not an issue of whether we're going to have problems. There will always be problems in life, and new problems will arise all the time. The question is to have good people who are willing to resolve problems by working hard and give the market, local and international markets, the feeling that if you go to Greece, you will find people with whom you can reach understanding, and you're not going to be in trouble going from ministry to ministry and secretariat from secretariat to secretariat to find your way through. Greece is climbing up the index of FDI, EY. We have had 18.8% increase in FDIs, the best performance in the past 10 years. The reason why I believe that in 2022 we're going to be successful, we will succeed in exceeding 25%, which will be the best performance ever in the past 25 years, is because in economy there is established opinion that if you decide to invest in Greece now, you will find people willing to help you solve your problem rather than raising obstacles. Now, on top of this, because goodwill intentions and goodwill are not enough, there is the juncture where Greece has got an unprecedented liquidity coming from European resources, European funds, the RRF and the NSRF at the same time. The lowest interest rate it has ever had in its history, and we're expecting the latest decision of this ECB, and regarding the QE, but a very The interest rates are the best ever then, and I believe that the ECB is going to have pass a favorable decision because J.P. Morgan made give out a very positive communication about Greece recently the other day. So, in order to cut the long story short, we have got people who understand about economics and liquidity and who are willing to help businessmen find their way around. We have got liquidity and financing that we didn't have in the past. The banking system that has been recapitalized and has cleared its non-performing exposures to a large extent. Therefore, it can inject liquidity into the economy much more than in the past. And an image of Greece abroad, or a brand name, Greek brand name, which is totally different from what it was 2.5 years ago. And I'm not saying this to praise ourselves. Anyone who travels abroad, anybody who talks with people abroad, even if they're most fanatic Syriza fan, must have understood the difference, must be able to tell the difference. The difference is huge. Greece until 2019 was a problematic country, an ailing country. This is what they saw in us. Greece in 2021 to 2022 is a country with a lot of opportunities, a country that is intriguing worldwide, is a country that manages to do things. So with these thoughts, thank you very much for the invitation, and I will be glad to take part in the panel along with the other guest speakers so that we can have a dialogue. Thank you very much.
Υπουργέ, να σας...
Minister, welcome and thank you for attending this event and thank you for everything that you said, which is true, and it's not about the new prospects and perspectives for Greece. Let us also welcome Mr. Iatridis.
Βρήκαμε να καλωσορίσουμε τον πρόεδρο της ΕΛΠΕΝ, τον κύριο Τρίφων.
Let us welcome the president of ELPEN, Mr. Trifon, and Mr. Iatridis, pray forgive me, is the executive director Hellenic Ports Association. Let me also welcome
Καλώς σας βρήκαμε.
Mr. Pistiolas, and Mr. Tsautos.
Αντιπρόεδρος.
Who is the Vice President of Ελλαδικά μας, Mr. Pistiolas and EPSA. Indeed.
Indeed, there is a new context for the country. Indeed, for the first time ever after the Marshall Plan, according to actuarial study that we performed, that we saw that the potential leverage of 100 billion can have made higher impact than the Marshall Plan on the Greek economy. And this gives new dynamics, attracts new investments and outward-looking policy. And under your leadership, the Greek Development Bank part acquires a new identity. The Greek Investment Bank injects new funds, and for the first time ever, there is a strategy for startups with an innovation center and a policy for the development of spin-offs, and a very good junction where there is a startup ecosystem with companies growing, the first unicorns like ProGround, Viva Wallet. Now all this shows major dynamics, and this is where And in this panel, the dynamic Greek entrepreneurship is fully represented. These are the people who can actually become the leaders locally, domestically, but internationally. The question is whether inflation pressure, the increased energy cost, and the standard problem that we have had with the previous financing tools like the absorption rate, given plus the asymmetrical new reality could be an opportunity, but with shorter economic cycles and asymmetrical threats and risks. Now, could this hamper our success story? First of all, if any minister of development around the globe said that they're not worried because of the energy crisis, they would be full. Of course I'm worried. And the inflationary pressures, as they emerge after the restriction, the lifting of the lockdowns, have been longer than expected. Therefore, this is also an issue of concern. Now, whether this concern is so large that it's going to inhibit the progress, my answer is no. The Greek economy is has embarked on a journey at a fast rate, so I believe that we're going to achieve the 5% target without fail. If there's a flow in the economy, plus the RRF funds and the NSRF, we would get there even if we had attracted even if we don't attract any new FDIs. But this is not my main concern. My concern is to do much better than expected or than anticipated, and in the long run, setting the foundation in order for this to last. Elevate Greece, for instance, that we set up. Why did we do it? Because it wasn't enough to set up Propi. You had to create a standard, a stable environment where everyone would know who is who. And because when I first joined the ministry, when I first took office at the Ministry of Development, and I asked the Ministry of Finance, I would like tax incentives for startups. They said no. Why no? Because they didn't want, because the General Accounting Office estimated the cost of these tax incentives at a very high amount. But when we Elevate Greece was set up, and we said what would startups would be, and the measures were not abstract, but they only pertain to these 450 startups on the platform, then the ministry said yes, because the cost was much lower. So with Elevate Greece, we created a space in the economy where we can have applied sectoral applied politics, the same policies, The same is with the clawback that we implemented. One of the first initiatives that we took in September 2019, before the pandemic. It was announced by the Prime Minister. We decided that the pharma industry is one of our competitive edges. We have got one of the largest organized industries in the European Union, pharma industry, and we wanted to have added value and experts in order for this to develop on sound grounds, given the crisis they've been through the past 10 years. We're not about fixing or correcting the figures, but we want to create the environment, the context that will nurture growth. Now, Greece has got traditionally expensive energy. The energy exchange in the European energy exchange today, Greece is below average. But usually we're expensive. We've got expensive energy cost. I don't want to beautify things, you see. I don't want to embellish reality. Can we design a policy that will lead us to lower energy prices? Yes, we can. For instance, renewable energy sources are not only eco-friendly, they're much lower. Net metering that we are legislating as a solution for industries, and we're building a plan there. This cannot happen. The transition cannot happen overnight. You're not passing a law on Monday and then implementing on Wednesday, but we've got a specific plan so in the forthcoming years to be competitive in energy as well. Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Pitsiolas, President of Elladikamas, and we're not only talking about agri-food and processing, but you are representing sound, very dynamic Greek companies. What about challenges and opportunities that present themselves via the strategy, and there's a strategic plan by the government, so we're talking about financial instruments, that's a challenge, but also the adversities out there, and I'm talking about reforms and the absorption rate of funds. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank the E.ΕΝ.Ε team for inviting me. And the Presidium, we are kindred spirits. Elladikamas is a group of 71 Greek companies that are operating in Greece, and they belong to Greeks. I'd like to say a couple of things before moving on to mention that what is happening worldwide, of course, affects the entire planet. So we're not on our own in this difficult time. That's the first comment. Now, in relation to energy prices, we're going through a difficult situation right now. We believe that things can change. The procedures can become more flexible in order for us to reduce electricity cost. And we see that RES, well, it's still at low rates in Greece. The part of the RES in the energy pie should increase. I think we all need to do something about it and step up our efforts. So this also has a negative impact, particularly when the electricity prices we have in Greece are higher than those in other Western and European countries, which are potential, if you like, competitors in many products and services, mainly products. So, situation is difficult. The situation in 2022 is difficult. It's a perfect storm because I represent a greenhouse company in the agri-food sector. There are significant problems when it comes to raw materials. And climate change, the climate change has negatively affected the previous year. 2021 was a bad year in relation to yields, crop yields. So 2022 will be a difficult period for all of us. But we Greeks are resilient. We have the will and we have the mind to be able to rise to the occasion, so we can play the role of the devil, because we know that the devil is busy in the high wind. So I'm saying this speaking from experience and having been operating in Greece for many years. So there's a problem in penetrating foreign markets. Why am I saying this? We don't have a one-to-one contact. So it's relatively difficult for Greek companies to create favorable conditions and to be able to position oneself in other countries. Of course, Elladikamas, these are products produced by purely Greek companies. This is our wealth, but in order for us to increase the revenue, the public revenue in Greece, we have to increase exports. So the fact that we cannot easily acquire contact with our potential clients and open up new markets, this is something that creates additional difficulties. However, we are optimistic. We believe that we can be cunning like Ulysses. So we are very clever and improvising Greek businessmen, and we can increase our hold abroad. Mr. Tsaoutoglou, you are from EPSA. So, Mr. Tsaoutos, could you actually answer the same question and give us your take on this issue? So, good afternoon. Let me also thank in turn the Presidium and for the invitation. After what was mentioned by Mr. Pitsiolas, our President, I would like to talk about the power of synergies among Greek SMEs. And this is something that we had cast aside for many years. But I believe that this new year, 2022, which is before us, requires synergies. And we're talking about SMEs in particular because they are the backbone of the Greek economy, and they are very many. So there are problems that arise. We're living at uncertain times. I don't know when this situation will end. The best way to deal with these difficulties is to get together. So companies that have common characteristics, for example, the companies that are in the Eladikamas group, in the Eladikamas family. So we need support not only in Greece, but also abroad. We need to improve our outward orientation because it's much easier for 20 companies that go together to one retailer. It's much easier for them to land in America, in Australia, in Scandinavian countries. It's much easier to do it together than to do it alone. It's difficult for you to knock on a door abroad and having this door being open to you if you're on your own. What about the incentives provided by the RRF for mergers and acquisitions? Do you think that this will allow for more mergers and acquisitions, thus rendering them more competitive? Because we know that Greek SMEs do not have the capacity to be more outward looking and to be able to go to foreign markets. I think that this is a useful tool. The instruments provided through the RRF, and I think we need to look at this in a positive way. Many Greek companies need to put their thinking caps on and do something. Mr. Trifon, you are a company that is innovative. There is surplus value. So the question is, how can PEF, which is outward looking, what about what will happen in the future? Do you believe in the future? And what about the wager? What's at stake? So thank you very much, Mr. Pasolopoulos. Thank you for the invitation. We invest in Greek scientists. We invest in the pharmaceutical companies. The Greek Pan-Hellenic pharmaceutical industry has a program of 1.2 billion. We have many projects underway for the next 5 years. So many things are in the pipeline. And at the same time, we're very happy to see that foreign companies have come to invest, most of them in big data, but some also in clinical research. And this is something that is very positive for the pharmaceutical sector in Greece. So I believe that we have a future ahead of us. Of course, I'm talking about trying to be sound and strong. As I said, we have an investment program of 125 million and 900,000 employees in the pharma industry in Greece. So let me talk about sectoral policies and how important they are and what we need to do in the future. And I think that we also need to see what will happen with the funds from the RRF, but also any other projects, for example, Horizon, the development law, and so on and so forth. Mr. Yariadis mentioned this already. I've been looking at this matter as a whole. This is the most successful PPP in Greece in the last few years. So what exactly happened is that companies were able, out of their own money, to pay 8% of the clawback they have, and they can offset it with investments. So we had 40 investment programs in 2020 from Greek and foreign companies of over 200 million. And the multiplying factor is 3. So we have new clinical studies, investments, investments in infrastructure, in production facilities in Greece, etc. So this is a characteristic example of what we can achieve. So what does this show? This shows that political leadership had very quick reflexes. This is non-partisan. It's very good because it was supported as a program by everybody in Parliament. And the Maximos Mansion actually and the Ministry of Development signed it very quickly. There were 3 co-competent ministries. There were legal advisors, different services. We had the Yayet, General Secretariat for Energy and Technology. Everybody worked together. They worked quickly. There was a lot of pressure that was put to bear. We actually begged, but the system paid off. And this is a very good result. This means that if there's a sectoral policy in place, if there is good collaboration, using arguments and not just coming up with proposals, but based on a well-documented plan, we can do better. So sectoral policies are key, in my opinion. Secondly, another important matter that we have to deal with in the coming years is the following. The money from the RRF must be based on the added value they can create in Greece. I mean, every project, of course, we have digitization, we have protection of the environment, we have energy. These are our cross-cutting issues, but in general there must be an evaluation system and we must see where the money must be spent. And of course we have to be flexible as ever. Another matter that we deal with, and Mr. Georgiadis is well aware of it because he played a leading role in finding a solution, is the map of regional subsidies. So what do I mean by this? In order for us to have incentives in production, I have to relocate my factory and take it to Thrace, Kozani, etc. We know that at a different time period when we had the time to plan, this could be possible. But now we're at a time of crisis. So we have had 10 years of disinvestment. There's been a brain drain. The unemployment rate was 25%. So we need to find fast-track solutions. I believe that certain incentives will be provided in Attica as well. At least I hope so. But I believe that some solutions need to be found on the basis of negotiations. I'm talking about money from the RRF, which can be very well spent. And if we do not invest as the pharma industry, don't expect foreign companies to do so and to take the initiative. So I believe that we know that the jobs in the pharma industry are well paid and the situation is brighter than in other sectors. So there's a lot we need to look into. We're on the right track. And I repeat once again, we will be judged on whether the public sector and the companies, the private sector, will help achieve the RRF program in the best way possible. Well, you touched upon three matters. Firstly, since we have a successful practice minister, and this is something that you started, it was at your own initiative, so maybe this could spread to other sectors following the same logic, i.e. subsidizing investment and supporting investment. Well, I've already cited two examples of sectoral policies. I talked about startups, and I also talked about pharma industry. The same will be done for R&D in any case, and yes, there may be other sectoral policies as well in the coming months, if this is to our benefit. And I forgot to say something in my speech. Let me just say this now. So what is the most important thing of all, in my humble opinion? What we have achieved in the last 2.5 years in government is, for the first time, all the services of the state and all our financial instruments are coordinated. Everything is part of one strategic plan. So the Pissarides, if you like, committee, which is our next, is our 5-year plan, this was delivered to us. It was endorsed by all the competent ministries, Ministry of Environment and Energy, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Labour. So all the instruments, be they the development law or the NSRF or the RRF, we all have the same goals. It's not that one ministry does one thing, the other ministry does another, and one cancels out the other. What we have is working in sync. We have one goal in mind. So the goal is for Greece to become more competitive, for it to reduce the energy cost, for us to acquire skills, and I'm talking about the manpower in Greece, and we keep talking about high unemployment, but we know that one of the main problems is to find specialized human capital. So this is like an oxymoron in a country with high unemployment, for companies not to find the right people, the people with the right qualifications. So we're working on all of this at the same time in order for Greece to be able to move ahead and to speed ahead. It's something that will happen. We're working on it. You talked about something very interesting. You talked about human resources. And after the pandemic, this is a totally new model. So in the past, we had people who were interested in making a career. Now life is their priority, and work must be part of their life. So we have a very important issue. And what we have is now we feel that there is a shortage of staff. We need people with the right skills, and it's difficult for us to find them. So let me tell you, we have a lot of money for reskilling and upskilling in the RRF and in the PA agreement. But also, let me tell you that the pandemic, in my opinion, at least in the case of Greece, may have become the turning point. We are now happy because we have many opportunities. So in our own microcosm, in the microcosm of Greece, we have an acceleration of digitization, not only of the state, but also in the private sector, in the private economy. So the progress in the last 2 years is huge. It would have taken 10 years before the pandemic to achieve the same results. That's number one. And number two, it gave the feeling to everybody, to many people, that working remotely is not the end of the world, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. Greece can actually claim staff who will choose to work from Greece for their companies via the internet. And everything, we have the non-dome, the silver economy, the golden visa. So here we've seen that we are targeting this audience. This audience is becoming ever larger, and we can attract all these people. They can work from Greece via the internet, and I think that we have a lot of advantages. It's much better to work from Athens and Vula and Kavouri, which are by the sea, than in Brussels, and I think everybody understands why. So we're going from digital nomads to utilizing the ports and also tourism, development in tourism. So I have two questions. The question is, what about privatization? What's happening with the privatization? We see that the ICARP has more extroverted policies. It's trying to develop all the companies under its aegis and to create an added value. And we also see that in Alexandroupolis and Igoumenitsa, but also when it comes to conceding the port activity, the port operation to Kavala. And what about increase in tourism? Do you think that we can improve the situation? Meaning, are the ports enough for us to deal with this increase in people from cruise ships, for example, and things like that? Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I'd like to thank you, Mr. Steiko. Congratulations to E.ΕΝ.Ε, the Hellenic Entrepreneurs Association. I'd like to say that this is the best forum. We represent the 13 port authorities of Greece, 11 public and 2 private right now. And we also have many municipal port funds, Katakolo, Mykonos, Santorini, Rhodes, etc. Now, let me answer your questions in relation to utilizing the ports. What have we learned from the utilization of Piraeus and Thessaloniki ports? So we've seen the investors entering the ports and spending money to upgrade infrastructure in Piraeus. We have an investment of over 1 billion by way of investments. This was injected into the local economy, but also in improving the infrastructure. And in the port of Thessaloniki, we have similar amounts invested. So in Piraeus, we're waiting for Pier 4 to start operating, at Thessaloniki Pier 6. So we see that the paradigm, the model rather, that's been used by the Greek state is successful. In the first months of 2022, we're waiting for the binding offers in relation to the concession, or rather the sale of majority share, 67% in the port of Igoumenitsa and Alexandroupoli, and the concession, as you mentioned, of the commercial activity in the Kavala Philip II pier. So we see that in all these activities, we have many companies involved, and there are many joint ventures. For example, in the case of Kavala, in the final phase, we have 4 joint ventures. In the case of Alexandroupoli, another 4 joint ventures. And in Igoumenitsa, 7 joint ventures. In Heraklion, we're stepped back there, but we've seen an expression of interest by 9 companies. So what does all this mean? It means that there's a lot of interest, huge interest. So the procedure run by the HIRDF EDF will be very successful, and the consideration will be close to the real value of these ports. A lot of these ports have a different geostrategic, geopolitical importance. For example, Alexandroupoli or Igoumenitsa, which has a good flow of traffic, and of course we have the connection of the country to Western Europe. Kavala has its own geostrategic advantages and energy advantages like Alexandroupoli, and of course there will be a part of the port that will remain under public control. And of course we have the port of Heraklion, which has developed very well in the cruise ship sector, but in other sectors as well, for example, the commercial sector. And in the coming months, we will also have utilization of other ports like Volos, Corfu, etc. So the crucial question here is, what will we actually do for the local communities? What investments will be implemented? And we believe, and you know very well, Mr. Stangos, that we will have a game changer, a disruption. There will be a leap forward. So we believe that we stand to gain a lot from this procedure. We have achieved a lot through the agreements for Thessaloniki Port and Piraeus Port, but for local societies that are smaller, the benefits will be even greater. We're talking about new jobs, but also other levels as well. Now, let me move on to the other subject that you asked me to discuss. Yes, we support Greek tourism in a decisive manner, and we believe that in 2021 we had a good year, particularly when it comes to cruise ships. As you know, the Association of Hellenic Ports is the agency which has statistics. Until September, we had over 1 million passengers, which is a very high number because the cruise ship sector is highly sensitive when it comes to the pandemic, the public health crisis. So we had a good rebound. We believe that in 2021 in Thessaloniki, we had 21 calls, and we believe that we'll have 50 to 52 calls in 2022. So the prospects are bright. Now, so from then on, we believe that 2023, we will go back to normal. We'll go back to the levels of 2019 and maybe even have better results than in 2019. And let me talk about the huge challenges we face as a sector, as a port sector, and where we need funding and where we ask for the support of the state in our efforts. We believe that we will have their support through the PA and through the RRF. So the first objective, or rather the first objective, is to achieve this digital transition. The second one is the green transition, and the third one is upgrading the infrastructure and provided services.
In the area of digital transition, our aim is to achieve and converge with the smart ports model, where we'll be able to monitor and follow through digital twins. We'll be able to create, in other words, an image on the based on which we will maximize the port resources. We'll also monitor the flows of the various stakeholders, be it cargo or passengers. We will see the entry and exit of cargo, and in terms of security, we will be able to maximize the security level at the Greek ports. With regard to green transition, there's a debate going on. There are major changes taking place in Europe, and I'm sure you know that we are actively participating in policy design. Otherwise, we would have to comply with rules and regulations that would be imposed upon us. So it's crucial to be present across the European fora and take part in them. Right now, there is this regulation, very briefly, regulation on alternative fuel infrastructure for ship by 2030 in Greek ports. And the third target is to upgrade infrastructures. There's a very ambitious NSRF program, 130 million in Greek islands, 200 million for mainland Greek ports. So but we can benefit a lot from the RRF. The minister, along with Mr. Plakiotakis and Mr. Pirakakis, are looking into a smart ports program. So it's a matter of putting this into good use in order to increase the surplus value and for the added value of the ports. The Greek pharma industry, can it play a leading part globally? Do we think, because there are two issues there. This is the first. And second, you're the first who raised this issue earlier, that you invest in Greek researchers, and it is true that we have got good Greek researchers. But the issue of merchandising research is not as ripe in all industries. So do you think we can play a leading part around the globe in terms of Greek pharma products and R&D? And do you see any shift in the paradigm? Well, first of all, we already play a part, and right now 37, 38 countries, of which 25 have got major exporting activity, helped us resist or survive during the crisis. Obviously, it's not easy. It wasn't easy, but things are positive. The messages are positive for the future. The human resources are critical coefficient, and this is something we work on a daily basis. Very high on the agenda of E.ΕΝ.Ε and 17. The pharma industry, we have got a lot of programs where we train and retrain our people in critical sectors for the future, in collaboration with the schools of medicine, chemistry, and others. Then we need to change the culture, university culture, in terms of copyright and intellectual property. So can we have spin-offs in the Greek universities so that they can operate in the future? These are all issues moving ahead, and we need to move faster. It's not easy, but a lot of steps have been taken recently in the past couple of years, much faster and many more than in the past than had been the case 10 years ago. And we need to work with the universities. Third, synergies and collaborations with Greeks abroad is critical, is key to us. Very glad that in the US, we're very lucky that in the US we've got experienced, successful Greek players in life sciences, biotech, and the pharma industry. There are a lot of synergies underway, and all these people want to help their country. And 3 or 4 companies who are ahead will give will showcase how collaboration between Greek companies and people of the Greek diaspora will create a better ecosystem. And this is all true and very positive signs. We should not forget that in the 4/5 of the planet where we operate, there is protectionism for local industries. So as Europe, we have to lift the counter incentives. The European industry has to become a bit more flexible so that production can come back and scientists can come back to European territories, become more independent from third countries. This is a major debate. In Greece, on the other hand, we should not forget that the contribution of the industry in the GDP is lower than the average. Services are good, but if you want to have a future and stable jobs, and an industry that can work with the academia, the industry will be that player. So 1.5% has to become 15%. So, and although there are ministries that in the past couple of years have been moved faster. There are things that have to be done even faster, and there are externalities that need to be dealt with because it is crucial for the industry to grow more. Minister, we would like your comments on what you've heard. You recently passed the law on spin-offs, and you cut a Gordian tie there. Not. Well, in this, in the current administration of Mitsotakis, in July 2019, it was decided to move the General Secretariat of Research and Technology to the Ministry of Development, and back then we were criticized severely. And in my statements, I said that we made this decision because we want to link research with the market. And this was the key reason why this happened. This political choice was made, and this it seemed quite awkward back then. And now, 2.5 years later, you must have seen that Greece, that had ranked at the lowest places, has climbed up 10 places. 10 positions in only 2 years, and our growth rate is faster than anybody else's. So the moves that we have made, the measures we have taken, the business angels, the spin-offs, joining research universities and the market, all these move in the same direction. And most importantly, the society has changed because you can't impose such changes top-down. The society needs to be willing for the changes to happen. Our law on spin-offs 10 years ago would have driven people in the streets for demonstrations. 10 years later, nobody even objected at the parliament. In the parliament, this shows that the Greek society has matured. This is a different country. And the reason why I'm very optimistic is that because we're in an excellent government, of course we are, yes, but I shouldn't be saying so myself. It's mostly because the society is supporting these changes. When I was parliamentary representative of the New Democracy Party in 2014, in the discussion about the Ελληνική project, the only thing I could say is, why are we selling off Greece? And when I became a Minister of Development in 2019, the only criticism that I received is, why has it taken me so long? Why has it taken us so long? So we're talking about different country, different society. So people in Greece, for the first time ever, want to see private investments. For the first time ever, they're telling us, why aren't you attracting more FDIs? For the first time ever, trade unions are not striking and not going on strikes, and we have the society pushing us for more innovation, and this makes me very optimistic. One last thing. Yes, in Greece, this discussion has started and has commenced about industries. And indeed, it's a big thing for Greece to be able to get a share of the industries that will return from Asia to Europe, because it is dead certain that some of them will return. Because in the 80s, there was a major deindustrialization of Europe, and Greece even more so. So European industries, US industries took their production plants relocated their production plants to Asia. Why back then? Because all the industries were labor intensive, and the labor cost was the difference in the labor cost was huge back then. So it was a totally different business plan. Now, currently, these conditions have changed. Might be 1,000 or 1,200 the salary of the European worker, but that of the Chinese 600. The difference is not huge. And also, the industries are less labor-intensive, thanks to robotics and technology. Therefore, there are less incentives to have your business in Asia, and given the high transportation cost, it might not be to the interest at all. And the pandemic actually shocked the European community, the society, because they realized that all of a sudden during the pandemic, at a crucial time, they had suffered they suffered from a lack of gloves, face masks, and other critical materials because they were dependent on Asia. And this Greece, Europe may be shocked and then unshocked, and very fast, but decisions are not made fast enough. So this question was raised, especially with regard to the pharma industry, and the response I got was, well, that was not triumphant. Anyway, this new environment is emerging, and if meanwhile we build the right environment in Greece, then part of this industrial return might concern Greece as well. We might get a share. So we will reverse the course of the 80s. In this context, we've included the National Council of Industry has been part of our policy, and the entire government, all the ministries are interlocutors of the industry players, and we will come up with a plan that will be agreed upon by all of us with specific timeline and milestones telling us what we should do and by when. And you raised a very interesting issue. First of all, the maturity and the change in society, which will take us to the next question regarding the change in our mindset. But before that, Mr. Pitsiolas, I'd like to, and Mr. Tsaout, I'd like to ask you, the agri-food chain, the agri-food industry, has it utilized this entire research potential that we have had? And do you see an opportunity there with regard to Europe Horizon as an additional financing tool in addition to RRF and the SRF?
We in Ελλαδίκα are always honest and we call a spade a spade. We don't mince our words. Historically speaking, I don't think that medium-sized enterprises have made good use of these instruments. Of course, there are some companies that have taken advantage and have done very well. But I speak as a representative of exclusively Greek middle-sized companies. And in order for us to be strict on ourselves and more Anglo-Saxon in nature, I think that there's still room for improvement. We can use the R because we miss development, and we also need to focus a lot on R. So the two new tools, meaning from the RRF and the PA agreement, can be made use of. We have to move quickly. Speed is of the essence, faster than in the past, and this means that we have to focus on having added value products because this is where the wealth lies, this is where the surplus value lies, this is how we can improve the Greeks' living standard. So it's not that we're going to be selling watermelons abroad, no. We have to start selling another product that may contain Greek watermelon, but also other ingredients. So let me just dwell on this. The question is that we have two things, meaning we have 9 billion people. That's the forecast for 2050, the global population. We won't be able to feed all these people. This is why agri-food is so important. And over 1 billion people worldwide suffer from obesity due to the way they eat. Their nutrition isn't that good, so we have new products, we have alternative proteins, and so on and so forth. So here we need the input of innovation. So do you believe that Greek companies, because this is what we're talking about, do you think that Greek companies are trying to take advantage of the situation? Are they trying to invest in all of this? And we know that there's an opportunity because we have the 3 of the 4 helices of the triangle of knowledge. We have industry, we have all other things as well. 3 out of 4 ingredients are there. So this requires, of course, collaboration, of course, with the Ministry of Agriculture. Now, in relation to the global market, you quite rightly described it. What we need to take advantage of as a country is that we are the cradle of the Mediterranean diet. But this is something that we need to capitalize on. So we need to have products from Greece, Greek raw materials, but the final outcome, the final result must be plant-based products, plant proteins. And I'm talking about 1 billion of obese consumers. So for the 9 billion, which you mentioned, meaning the population by 2050, I have no answer on that. So agri-food. Greece must have Greek raw materials, and I'd like to say that Greek raw materials are very good. We're talking about Greek crops and Greek cereals and Greek products. So plant protein, it also helps achieve the desired outcome. Now, we know that when it comes to red meat, we import a lot of red meat. So in order for us to be self-sufficient, particularly when it comes to beef, it'll take some time and effort. So we can help the obese people by producing plant-based products. I think most of what I wanted to say has already been said. Let me just remind you what happened in the past, and I'm talking about olive oil and the mistakes we made back then with the olive oil in Greece. For the States, we only have Italian olive oil. That's the only thing they know. And actually, it wasn't Italian. It was Greek, in fact, meaning we used to send bulk Greek olive oil to the Italians. They used to put it in a nice glass bottle and sold it at a much higher price all over the world. And now we're trying to make up for lost ground. Maybe they blended it with other oils. Possibly. Now, the quality, their quality was based on the Greek olive oil, and now we're trying to sell Greek quality olive oil at higher prices. So we need added value. That's very important, as was mentioned by Mr. Pistiolas. And we should stop giving to others in bulk what we can actually standardize, and we can then reap the benefits thereof, the added value. Last question. Right now we have turned page. There is a clear-cut strategy regarding growth. There are specific policies in place, and this is recognized by the markets. It's recognized by the Greek businessmen, and we actually see that there is investment appetite in defiance of the pandemic and in defiance of the other adversities that may arise. But there is a structural issue here, if you like, a structural issue in Greece, and I'm talking about working with others, the cooperation model. We often quote Israel, and to a certain extent we use this paradigm, but there is no Israeli businessman in any country in the world who doesn't support other Israelis. And of course, they may support their competitors, any other stakeholder from Israel, for any job, any sector of the economy. So can we do the same in Greece? Can we win this wager because we're open to cooperating, at least in words, but not in deeds? And I think this is the only matter that we need to look at when we look at the growth model. So do you think that society is now mature? It thirsts for growth. So can we have a good cooperation model? Let me just cite an example. When Eladikamas was born, there were 6-7 companies initially, and among them was EPSA and Lux. So they tell us we're competitive companies. We say we're not competitors. We are rivals, but it's a matter of friendly rivalry, sibling rivalry. We are in Greece. Soon we will have 9 billion, meaning global population. So we're really nothing. Greece is a tiny country. So it's not a question of whether EPSA and Lux will enter the shelves of supermarkets in Sweden or America. We are trying to open the door. We have to put our foot in. We need to open the door a little bit, not wide open. And if we can do this together, so much the better. In the past, it was a joke to think of 2 Greek companies joining forces, but now it's not the case. We're working together, and I think that if we do this, we will become stronger and we can develop new products in Greece and go abroad as well. So things have changed, and I think this is the only way forward for Greek companies. I agree with you. This idea that our DNA doesn't allow us to cooperate, well, I don't agree with that. So businessmen want to do what's in their interest, and right now it's in their interest to have these cooperations and clusters. We want to win a bigger percentage from global markets, and we see that even companies in Greece that are considered big for Greek standards at a European level, they're not big at all. There are very few Greek companies that are truly big. And previously, there was a question addressed to Mr. Pizziolas if SMEs have an access to bank lending. What do we mean by SMEs? What's the definition? I consider myself small and medium-sized, but I realized when I became development that I wasn't even small, let alone a medium-sized company. But in order for us to be able to acquire share in the global market, which is our intention, we need to cooperate with one another. I could give you some good examples of cooperation in the pharma industry, since we have Mr. Trifon with us, and I think that we will do well in this sector as well. I'm very optimistic. Let us welcome Mr. Staikouras, who came from Parliament. There was a discussion about the budget, but he's here. So take the floor, Christos. Let me thank you all very much for this discussion. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the audience for staying with us. Thank you.
Τελευταίος μας καλεσμένος.
Last speaker for today is the Minister of Finance, Mr. Christos Staikouras. I think last but not least is the best way to describe Mr. Christos Staikouras. I'd like to thank him because despite the fact that there is a discussion on the budget in Parliament, he was in Parliament. He actually came here for a short while and then will go straight back to Parliament for the debate. I don't want to cause any delays. I want to thank him because he is a great interlocutor. He's always held very interesting discussions with E.ΕΝ.Ε, the Hellenic Entrepreneurship Association, and our discussions are always fruitful. So welcome, Minister. You have the floor.
Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm going to be very open because I believe that I need to share with you some thoughts so that you know where we want to take the Greek economy, so that as businessmen you may embrace our plan and contribute to its implementation, because it does not suffice to implement responsible policies. The stakeholders of the economy must also move in the same direction. The first thing I'd like to share with you is to clearly and frankly paint the picture of the Greek economy. The big picture tells us that we've made it, you've made it, and we've made it. You withstood the healthcare crisis, the health crisis, the successive crises that have taken place, and the Greek state has come to help entrepreneurship. The result seemed almost impossible a few years ago, a recovery. You see, I've chosen it seemed that the V-type recovery would have been impossible, but now it's proved that it is possible. It's been proved that it is possible. And now we've got the productive reconstruction of the economy. In other words, investments and exports are growing faster than consumption. We've managed something that was thought impossible a few months ago, to cut down on the unemployment rate, to have the highest unemployment reduction rate during the health crisis. We managed to implement a series of difficult structural changes and dare to deal with problematic assets that had costed more than 2 billion euro in Greece, like the Hellenic vehicles industry, and other assets. We've managed to increase over months industrial production. We've managed for the economic climate to have reached the level of the pre-pandemic level. We've managed the borrowing costs, the money markets to be still negative. We've managed in the capital markets our borrowing costs to be at historic low levels. We've managed for the Greek economy's competitiveness to be enhanced, and we've managed for the country to have been upgraded by 3 rating firms during the health crisis. This means that we have laid the foundation for a high and sustainable economic growth. Have we managed everything? Are there no risks? Of course there are, and actually serious risks. Only today, the snapshot of today, because I painted you the large picture, there are 2 in crisis: health crisis and energy crisis. But I know very well that the business community, or part of the business community which relies heavily on electric power, will have to deal with high costs, including industry. So I'm not painting an idyllic picture. We know that Greece is the only country that is in enhanced supervision regime, and it's over surveillance regime, and it has gone, but it has got low financing costs as a percentage of the GDP. And also, it's not investment grade. The country is not an investment grade. So any decisions made in a monetary level will have an impact to the country. So we know, we recognize the risks, we recognize the challenges, we acknowledge the challenges, but we want to deal with them. And we intend to deal with them with a plan, with political will, with acumen and decisiveness. So, determination. So I assume what you want of me is that to have a plan, and that this plan has got policies and access for the targets to be achieved. And this is what I'm going to talk to you about. Our policies are aligned for 8 pillars. First pillar, the health crisis is not over. The support measures need to be withdrawn gradually, but not abruptly. And as we've agreed at Europe Group level, the return to normal will come with the gradual withdrawal of the measures. We can't leave households and businesses unassisted, unhelped. This is why for the 2022 budget, we've got additional measures worth 3.3 billion for the support of households in view of the health crisis. Second challenge, the energy crisis, an acute crisis, more acute than initially expected at European level, which has lasted more than expected at the European level, but which seems to be rather transient. Now, given the above, political leadership has to take the proper measures, appropriate measures, permanent measures to deal with a transient problem, temporary problem, but a one-off problems in order to deal with them. And we have got a set of measures amounting to 1.1 billion to deal with the effects of the energy crisis. And obviously, as long as the more the crisis goes on, the more the Greek government would be on the side of households and businesses. Third priority, continuation of a sober economic policy. If we had this discussion a couple of years ago, which we have had on numerous occasions with your association, you would have told me one thing: just cut down on tax rates, and we have done so, especially for businesses. Not only that, we keep on cutting down on tax rates, down to 22%, the corporate income tax, 22%, and when we assumed office, it was at a level of 29-28%. You talked to me about the advance payment, the tax advances, the contribution, solidarity contribution, and you talked to us about social security contributions as well. So we're going to move along this journey, sober, fiscal policy, because we're not investment grade, and towards further reductions of tax rates and insurance contributions, and fair distribution of wealth. Fourth pillar, also key, again, because we don't forget the challenges, smart, insightful bond issue policies. You've seen that in the past weeks, the borrowing cost has been increasing of the country more than on other occasions. This is true. We had expected this. We had expected this because any disturbance in the monetary policy would affect Greece, which is not is not an investment grade country. So we built a good cash buffer in a timely manner of the 39.5 million euro as a percentage of the highest buffer in Europe, in order to prove that we are able to deal with any crisis and monetary crisis. So a sober fiscal policy and insightful issuing policy. And in the first half of the 2022, we're going to repay the IMF loans. They said, some wrote that this is a move of clout. Well, actually, it is a move to prove that we are improving the sustainability of the public debt. The front-loaded payment of GLF, the bilateral loans with the EU area member states, is another move to show that that will improve rather the sustainability of the debt, the sovereign debt. So these are clever moves at the same time as raising resources raising funds from international markets, showing that we have got targets and intentions for the day after. Fifth pillar, liquidity. Liquidity in real economy. There are no magic recipes. We are a bank-based country, so resources will be injected through the banking system. So as a state, what we need to do is to continue the implementation of Heracles. I don't know if you saw the data yesterday, non-performing loans. So NPLs amount to 20 billion when they used to be 75 billion, and 3 years ago they were 107 billion. It's not a matter of cutting down on private debt. There's been no write-off, but the assets of the banks have improved. So along with the increase in deposits and the decrease in their borrowing, led to better cash positions. At the same time, the OCW started being implemented for households and businesses. And why did we do that? Because for the first time ever, we want to deal with the private debt in a holistic manner. And the first settlements show that on specific terms and conditions, this is possible. And in 2022, along with services and banks, we're going to try and resolve this problem. After the settlement, the debt settlement, after the settlement has been honored, we're going to enlarge the perimeter of businesses that will be green more than red. So help bankable businesses. And then again, in terms of liquidity, and I'm talking this manner for you to have a clear picture, is to utilize this 12.5 billion euro of the development bank that has to do with loans, not grants. So we've already and concluded agreements with the EIB and EBRD in order to move in this direction. Sixth pillar, structural changes and denationalizations, privatizations. You know very well, and we have proved it, showcased how important these priorities are for us. So a series of privatizations will take place in 2022. The ports of Alexandroupoli, Goumenica, Kavala, Heraklion, marinas in Kalamaria, Lefkimi, in Corfu, structural changes and I'm only talking about the Ministry of Finance. Obviously, structural changes are deployed across the policy areas. Incentives for electronic transactions, digital transactions, enhancement of or incentivization of any green investments or and many other privatizations. Seventh pillar, active participation of the country, as we have been doing in the past 2 years at all levels, in European debates on the new European economic strategy. You know very well that the discussion has opened for changes in the Stability and Development Pact, and Greece is taking part in this discussion with specific proposals because we want fiscal stability but also flexibility that will depend on the economic cycle. We want that the primary result is not dependent on the the expenses that are made for European priorities, like green transition, and also other types of expenses in the past couple of years for European priorities regarding its defense. The migration expenses had been exempted, but there are also defense expenses. We are going to try and have flexibility in order to have the ownership of proposals submitted for the future and for restructuring and innovation. And also there is the RRF and its resources, the NSRF until 2027, and the Common Agriculture Policy, CAP. The sum amounts to 80 billion euro. This is a significant tool. We have already moved on with 48 projects with a budget of 2.76 billion euro, which will improve the quality of life of citizens with regard to R&D, healthcare, public services, climate crisis, energy, infrastructure, justice, culture, and agri-food. So what have I shared with you so far? Actually, the pillars, the 8 pillars, upon which specific policies are based in order to achieve 6 targets. First target, high or fast economic growth. As of 2021, is it feasible? Totally. This year, the recovery is expected to be at least 6.9%. Next year, it's thought to be at least 4.5%. This is quite rare for the Greek state, Greek government to be more conservative than European institutions. The European institution actually says 5.2% for 2022, but it's best to be conservative. And all of us struggling for the best, trying for the best. Second target, high growth rate is not enough. We need sustainable growth rate as well in order for it to be sustainable. We need to change the production model, so more emphasis on production and exports. As of 2021, is it feasible? Yes, of course. According to the European Commission, Greece will be a champion in Europe in 2021 and 2022 in investments and exports. The average in exports will be 8% when the European average will be 0%, and investments 15 to 20% when the European average will be approximately 5%. Third target, for the country to exit the enhanced surveillance regime. And this is totally possible because as of January, we're going to start discussions as to how this is going to happen, but very carefully and cautiously, taking into account the developments at European level. Fourth priority, fourth targets, single digits NPLs in 2022 in bank portfolios. Bank portfolios in 2022. Is it feasible? Totally. Let me tell you that at least 2 systemic banks will have single-digit percentage of NPLs as of this year, 2021, next week, the week after. Fifth target, fiscal adjustment in 2022, not stability. We believe that there's going to be a primary deficit in 2022, but fiscal adjustment and realistic surpluses as of 2023. And sixth target, which presupposes the achievement of the previous ones, investment grade by 2023, so as to deal with any future disturbances in the monetary policy. So, dear friends, I have shared with you the targets, the pillars, the policy pillars, specific policies, in order to try and persuade you to invest even more, because I would like to prove that this government works consistently with a plan, political will, and confidence, so that it can take the country to a high and sustainable growth rate and creation of many good quality new jobs and enhancement of social cohesion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister of Finance, for the closing keynote address of the 7th Annual Economic Forum of E.ΕΝ.Ε. We'd like to thank the 1,000 people who were watching us live. So we will actually have another forum next year. There were 5,000 people in total. I saw 1,068 live before I was called to come to the podium. I hope that these matters are of importance to more and more Greek businessmen and members of Greek society. I think we gave you food for thought. We'd like to thank warmly everybody who helped us, the speakers, those supporting our forum, our annual sponsors, and I'd like us to say that we will meet again next year, where there will be more people physically present. We'll have good news and true transactions in the market so that we can all celebrate 2022. Thank you. Have a nice evening.